you are looking live at Hope College as the American Handball Championship is on the air. Jeff Disher up high with you from Holland, Michigan, alongside Josh Walinga. And same song, different verse, separated by 6 months or more with the Fall Classic in the rearview mirror back in Minnesota. But we get set to see Orlando take on Canada Rip, who we will refer to as the Agents of Chaos, being that they are free agents assigned to a team of their own. Josh, what are you expecting to see in the lid lifter?
Well, I don't know much about these teams, unfortunately, but, such it is sometimes with handball, specifically in the North American sector of the world. Look, Orlando, I think we saw last year, and they played pretty well. I don't know much about the Canadian team. Unfortunately, they look like they have some younger players, maybe some fresh players. I know that Canada sent their national team off to Greenland, but yeah, otherwise, I don't have too much to say right now, but we'll see how that goes in the next 50 minutes here.
Josie Almeida, the head coach for Orlando, they are wearing the orange jerseys and the orange shorts. Canada Rip, who would be the aforementioned Agents of Chaos, so to speak, in the black. We'll get goalkeepers here in a second. But first time for everything here. Women's lid lifter will have the men's opening match shortly, as it is Kelly Last in the net for Canada Rip. Waiting to see who the Orlando keeper is.
Yep, the rest trying to get them to get going here. We have a tight schedule. We only have one court here for you today, but we will be streaming all day from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m.
On the beach, too.
On the beach, we haven't gotten that set up yet, unfortunately, but we will get that going. I believe they're starting at 9, so still figuring things out here. But
Castillo in the net for Orlando as we get set. Canada Rip will deliver the opening throw. We are underway. Kira Hopkinson brings it across the timeline, gets this to Gronin on the near side. Gronin and company playing catch as we are just underway.
Oh, I gotta reset this here. Give me 1 second.
This one goes to Gronin, and Gronin gets to Hopkinson, far side of the court. Gronin looking for a shot opportunity, blocked on the way through on the shot by Hopkinson, but Canada Rip keeps the ball and scores the first goal of the game. That should go to Erica Lee, and it's 1-0 Canada Rip. The ensuing possession for Orlando team handball as they bring it across the timeline. Early stages of the first half as this one comes to Amanda Kreco at left back. Kreco brings this one forward to Manuela Gama. Gama, if you're looking at this from a hockey perspective, the center quarterbacking the power play, if you will. Gama threw that one over to Candelaria. Candelaria got that back near side. Quick shot short side, save made by Kelly Last. And Canada Rip will bring this one up the floor and across the timeline, courtesy of Hopkinson. Comes over near side, Gronin. Gronin drops this off, gets it back. High arc. Gronin dropped that off to Hopkinson. Hopkinson gets it at the high arc. Hopkinson brings this one on. And delivered by Gronin to Hopkinson. Loose ball. And Orlando will bring it ahead. Kreco with possession as they bring this across the timeline. 1-0 to Canada Rip. Kreco delivered near side. Got it to Medeiros. Medeiros foul before the shot opportunity as that one sailed high. Knee, according to the official. And the halt to play. Clock will continue to run with a 7-meter throw for Medeiros. Medeiros can tie the game. Actually, check that. This is Gama with the 7-meter. shoots, scores. Gama with her first goal of the tournament, 1-all. Brought across the timeline by Gronin. Gronin gets it back, and she got it back from Mensing, I believe. Sun comes across, and foul called before the shot. Clock rolls. Early moments of the match, 1-all our score.
Apologies for the jittery camera. We're just getting the correct position, making sure you can see everything.
Better to be safe than sorry, as this comes to Gronin, far side, dropped off by Van Custer on the far side. Van Custer would have had to maybe grow a 1.5 feet to catch that errant pass, but Canada Rip keeps possession. Short side shot, or short side pass, as the drop off leads to a shot that is blocked, and Canada Rip will keep possession on the near side. Hopkinson works this on. Fake on the far side. Hopkinson got it back. Hopkinson drops out of play. It'll go to Orlando as an errant pass halted that possession. Orlando brings this ahead. Near side, Kreco. Kreco dropped off. Loose ball. Whistle goes. And Orlando will keep possession with Kreco and company. Far side. That one spun on. Far corner. Whistle goes. Travel. But the goaltender for the goaltender for Canada Rip played that angle perfectly. As a bump leads to a shot and a goal. It is 2-1 to Canada Rip. I was going to try and get you in on that, fellow goaltender Josh Weilinga. However, the pace of play did not let me do that, as Orlando brings this ahead. Gama works this one on. Gama gets it back from Kreco. Very methodical pace of play here in the early stages as Gama gets this back from Kreco. Loose ball picked up by Kreco, but will go the other way. And the
Ref is signaling to go back. I think they picked up the ball a little further down court than the location of the actual foul. Unfortunately, not a fast break like Canada wanted, but you know, I like 6-on-6 a lot better than fast breaks, personally.
I personally enjoy the idea of being even strength as well. Orlando brings this ahead. This comes to Ramos de Souza. Her shot goes in, and it is Orlando with a 2-2 lead. Early stages, unofficially the 6th minute of the match.
Yep.
Brought back ahead by Canada Rip. Loose ball. Touchdown by Gronin. Gronin got that to Hopkinson. Hopkinson, far side. Shot from the corner, wide of the mark. And it goes through what would be everything. Out of play, Orlando possession. Brought back ahead. I sort of expected the first game of the tournament to be this, or to have a slow opening, I should say. And both of these teams not disappointing in the early stages, as there have been a number of goals in the early stages. Kreco gets this. Kreco drops. Quick shot. Pallotta score. Orlando 3-2.
Yep, that was some textbook passing and a good exploitation by Orlando. And
foul on the far side with the bump.
Yep, that is going to be charging on Canada. For those of you joining that don't know much about handball, a lot of the rules are similar between basketball, lacrosse, and soccer. So you'll see charging penalties, you'll see travels, you'll see up downs, you'll see passive plays. There's a bunch of different things.
And we'll explain that, or we'll explain all of those concepts over the course of the weekend.
Yep.
Quick shot and a goal. Orlando stretches the lead to 2. Across the timeline comes Canada Rip, the agents of chaos, if you will, consisting of a bunch of Canadian free agents. And Orlando will control the ball. Jeff Disher, Josh Malinga up high. We'll have a rotating cast of analysts, including Goldenfoot himself, Joey Williams, scheduled to join us over the course of the weekend. That a reference to the Fall Classic back in October in Minneapolis, or suburban Minneapolis. Kreco with possession as Orlando looking to stretch their lead to 3. Kreco dropped that off. Got this to Gama. Gama ran into a wall. Save made. But the rebound goes in. Orlando with a 3-goal lead. Biggest lead of the game for Orlando, and Canada Rip has not had a lead yet.
Yep, that last one, I think the goalkeeper was expecting the ref to call it when the ball is inside the crease, as if it's on the floor, the teams are not able to touch it except for the goalkeeper unless it's bouncing.
Brought ahead by Ramos de Souza, who scores. However, Ramos, they give the goal to Ramos de Souza, and it is 6-2 Orlando. Now halt to play. I believe it.
2 minute.
Did I see a 2 minute signaled?
Yep.
Okay, so Canada Rip on the man disadvantage. So they are killing a penalty, if you will, with a man down. And a straight 6 defense by Orlando comes up big, and they keep the 4-goal lead. Now the straight 6, for those not familiar, as Orlando brings us across the timeline, 6 up on the line as opposed to maybe a zone defense like you'd see in basketball, where you have maybe 3 up, 2 back, 2 up, 3 back, etc. Kreco gets it back. Kreco delivers to Gama. Gama, bear hug, halt play, clock rolls. Orlando possession. Kreco, Gama. Gama, far side. That pass just a little high. Out of play. Goaltender will bring it back into play. Early moments of a 25-minute first half as that ball bounds out of play. Orlando ball. As this one's brought ahead by Carraro. And Orlando across the timeline. Or are they? They bring it across. Gama gets that to Kreco. Kreco, Gama. Gama, far side. Gama gets this back. Kreco down low. Kreco, Gama, back over, far side. Gama, Kreco. Quick shot, short side, 7-2 Orlando.
Good movement there, and give the ball to the wing. If your wings are shooting and scoring, you're probably winning this game. It's usually how it works.
And if you are scoring goals where your opponent is not, chances are
you're winning the
your
game
opponent
as
will
well.
have to work much harder to keep up with you.
Yep.
Yep.
Just some small mistakes here and there by Canada.
Jitters?
Probably throwing the ball away. I mean, this is a 9 a.m. game. Pushed back an hour, which thank goodness. So
For everybody involved, I am sure. Quick shot, short side, 8-2 Orlando. And Canada Rip bringing back, for those who tuned into the Fall Classic back in Minneapolis last fall, Canada Rip bringing back memories of the second Minnesota team in the Fall Classic, as a shot goes in there. And I mentioned that because that second team, or that second tier team that Minnesota had, would score it, but not in the bunches that you'd think. So Canada may have that same bit of experience, not necessarily on their side, but this opening game of the tournament serves as a learning experience for later on.
exactly, yep.
Bouncing ball, halt play, Orlando ball. Greco, long shot off the iron and out of play.
All right, we're going to stop the time here for a second.
Keeper will bring this one back into play. 12.5 minutes. Unofficially or off the clock is a quick shot there. Canada learning as the shot comes in from Van Custer, and she scores 8-4. Orlando across the timeline. You have to get it across relatively quickly, but not in the not necessarily in the 10 seconds that you'd have in basketball. Gama. Greco down low. Gama. Same formation. If it works for you, go back to the well. Greco, Gama. Gama up high. Spin move. Pass far side. Deflected out of play.
Going for something a little flashy there, but didn't pan out. But that is okay now.
You've got a 4-goal lead.
Yeah.
Live a little.
I know the Miami coach wasn't very happy about that. Yeah, I don't know if you can. Yeah, you might not be able to hear him yelling. Ooh, good
shot. Nearly kick saved. However, the Agents of Chaos, being Canada Rip, bring it back to within 3. First game of the tournament in Holland, Michigan at Hope College at DeVos Fieldhouse. Glad you've joined us on the Detroit Handball channel or YouTube channel as a quick shot goes in for Orlando, and they are up 9-5.
Yep. Not going to lie, it's been really nice to get back out playing in a big tournament like this. Happy to be able to stream it to those of you that are tuning in. Also, feel free to ask any questions, and we'll get to them as soon as we can.
And that's not just now, but throughout the tournament, too.
Yep, there is 2 of us, but we will have more going forward.
Shot and a goal. Orlando back up 5. Orlando getting comfortable, Josh, right off the hop as we are about 15 minutes in. Whistle goes, halt to play. Timeout called by Canada Rip. As we get settled in, 10-5 at the stoppage.
Yep. So we'll take a look here at the brackets. So these are the men's brackets for the indoor tournament. Group A, you have Columbus, Miami, Minnesota, and Toronto. That's going to be I think that's going to be a tough bracket. I'm playing for Minnesota, but a lot of those teams are very tough.
Group of Deathworthy?
Maybe not so much, not quite as much as last year at Nationals.
Okay.
And then Group B, you got DC, Detroit, Milwaukee, and Pickerington. The only one I haven't played against is Pickerington.
Yeah, I haven't seen them either.
And I know they have a big beach presence, so that's part of it.
Okay.
And then to the women's bracket currently, you got Chicago, Orlando, and the Agents of Chaos, as Disher so eloquently puts it. And currently Orlando and Canada are both playing each other.
We'll see Chicago later on, but the women's tournament is more of a round-robin
style
than a bracket, or than a more of a bracket style.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
And that's just how it worked out. When you have 3 teams, you kind of have to go round-robin. And because there's 8 teams and we have 1 court, we're not going to do the typical, usually you play in your groups and then the top of the groups play the second place in the other group.
Crossover.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And that is okay because we make do with what we have, and only having 1 court makes it a little difficult to play multiple games.
Back to play we go. The Agents of Chaos looking for offense that they can't find. Halt to play, Orlando ball.
That was a good stoppage by Canada, giving the Orlando player a big hug. Shot, ooh, snuck in.
Great save on the shot by Candelaria. I noticed, Josh, that Greco transferred to her additional role as a center, so she can play left back or center, and you saw that there on that last offensive possession for Orlando. The swap with, I believe it was Gama, as a halt to play.
Yep, looks like they were playing defense in the 6-meter zone. So for those of you that are new, the white line that the refs are standing by, not the dotted one.
It's a solid line.
Yep, the 6-meter crease. Only the goalkeeper is allowed to touch the ball in there, and they can touch the ball with their feet. You can't go in there as a player unless you jump in, which you will see quite a bit. 7-meter, good shot.
7-meter leads to a goal for the Agents of Chaos, 11-6.
Yep. So long story short, defender was defending in the 6. Not allowing the wing to go in to take a shot, and that's why there was a 7-meter penalty, because basically 90% of the time on a 7-meter you're going to get a goal.
If not more.
If not more.
Especially in the men's game, as we'll see later. Brought back ahead by Kreco, far side, quick shot and a goal, and Orlando asserting their dominance thus far, up a touchdown in the latter stages of the first half. 25-minute halves in this tournament.
Yep.
As the Agents of Chaos looking to get back on the offensive train, they will maintain possession as this one comes to Hopkinson, who will throw it back into play. Gronin, Hopkinson tried to get through 2, and 1 into 2 doesn't go. Is there a whistle? There was. Ball played by Hopkinson. Gronin. Shot, kick save made by Castillo. Brought back ahead by Kreco across the timeline. Far side shot. And I believe it went high. It did.
Oh, it did. All right.
Just the other side of the net. So still 12-6. Late stages of half number 1.
Jumping the gun. That looked like it went into me, but, you know, goalkeeper got a piece of it. That's important.
Yeah. Bear hug, halts play. Clock rolls. The Agents of Chaos with possession on the near side. Bouncing shot up over the cage. And back to play we go for Orlando.
Yep.
Brought back on by the Orlando Handball Club, and across the timeline they go. Drop to Kreco. Kreco gets it back. Near side to Gama. Gama, Kreco. Kreco, I'd think about taking a shot out there. Quick shot is in, and Orlando up a touchdown, 13-6, and an extra point, I should say. 13-6, our score, 19th minute of play. Brought back ahead by the Agents of Chaos as this one comes to Hopkinson. Hopkinson to Gronin. Gronin back to Hopkinson. Swim move, establishes possession. Short side, whistle went before the shot.
Yep, her foot was on the line. You could kind of see that from up here. If your foot's on the line, before you jump in the air, you're not going to get that goal. That's going to be called back.
Orlando brings this across with the 7-goal lead. Kreco dropped to Gama. Kreco tried to swim around, dropped it to Gama. Gama, bear hug. Late whistle, but the halt to play establishes Orlando with the possession. Errant pass by Gama allows the Agents of Chaos to sprint out. Nice kick save. Castillo with the kick save, a la Joey Williams.
Yeah, Canada hasn't had many scoring opportunities, and the ones that they have, Orlando's keeper has been stopping them, reading where the ball's going, just a quick flick the ankle or the arm and getting the save.
And the shots don't necessarily have that much in the way of power, allowing Castillo in net to make the saves easier than she otherwise may be able to. Gama dropped that off, out of play to the Agents of Chaos.
Yep, they're looking for the wing there, and the wing didn't come up from the corner like she wanted, or like the back wanted to.
Wide open player on the near or in the near corner, shot off the iron. Canada maintains possession and scores the goal. If at first you don't succeed, try again. And Canada scores 13-7. Is our score in the 21st.
Yep, Canada really needed that rebound and really needed that goal. The way the posts are set up, you're going to get a lot of rebounds like that. It's either going to hit off the post and go in, or it's going to hit a corner and bounce out away.
Greco dropped that near side. The pass on the far side from Carraro was blocked. Carraro to Greco to Portugal. And the shot goes in, 14-7. Portugal, not to be confused with a country in Europe, as this one brought back ahead by Canada Rip and Alyssa Holfert. Holfert sprints up near that solid 7 or 6 meter line. Around the corner, kick, save, out. It stays, but the whistle went before the shot. Holfert will bring the ball back into play. Shot, save made by the goalkeeper, Castillo.
Yep, that was a good save too. A little more mustard on that one.
Greco dropped that to Gama. Gama wrestled to the floor. Division III wrestling takes place here, so those Hope College students would appreciate a 2-point takedown. Greco goes to Portugal. Greco loses it. Although I don't think she got clean possession at all. Durudi Zamora through that pass, but a foul on the far side halts play in the 23rd. Clock will continue to move. And the officials on the floor have a look at the officials' time as a 7 meter goes in for Gama. 15-7 Orlando. Our time in the graphic that you see at the top of your screen, strictly unofficial.
More for you folks at home paying attention. We try to keep it as good as we can.
Gronin with a shot there that goes in, 15-8 is the score. 24th minute now as Orlando brings this ahead. Orlando, the more dominant of the two teams thus far, as Carolina Pires brings this across. And it'll go to Greco. Greco down low to Portugal. Greco, far side, gets it back. Portugal. Greco. Greco, far side. Believe it's Gama. And a shot forced down was Portugal before she got the shot away. And it'll be brought back into play by Portugal. Far side. And a shot kicked away. Rebound opportunity not going to be there as the Agents of Chaos will bring this ahead. Pass intercepted. Don't know what those from Canada were thinking there on the outlet.
Trying to get to the wing. I think they're expecting the wing to come up closer into the middle of the court.
The wing went a little bit further than anticipated as we're in the 25th. Jeff Disher, Josh Willinga, as we close in on the end of the first half. Gronin, bear hug, got the ball away. Whistle goes, halt. Clock moves. Canada Rip will have possession. Gronin gains court position. Brought to Hopkinson. Hopkinson shoots, scores.
That was a well-played shot.
Wow. 15-9.
Yep, that was on me. Let me subtract that, and we're back.
There it is. 15-9 our score. Final seconds of the opening half. I'd anticipate one more or a couple more possessions before the end of the first half, as that 25-minute mark not necessarily
Accurate.
be-all, end-all.
Yep.
The officials keep time on the court as the shot goes wide. And a halt to play. Orlando with possession, we believe.
Yep.
We're good to go. Ball played by Portugal. Portugal gets around one. Nifty swim move as she dropped it off. Kreco. What was Kreco thinking there? Pires got the shot off, but she was wrestled to the ground. A 2-point takedown that Hope College, or the Hope College student body would appreciate, Josh. And it leads to a 7-meter throw. Pires will take it. Actually, Gama took it and scored. 16-9, early stage or late stages rather of half number 1.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the time here.
Set to 25 minutes. It's okay. We're good. Extra time, which is not tracked necessarily anyway. And a halt to the half. That'll do it.
Okay, there.
For half number 1. So the score at halftime, it is Orlando 16-9. Let's pause. We may have a special guest join us for the second half, but we'll have halftime activities coming up as the American Handball Championship yours on the Detroit Handball Channel. Back at the American Handball Championship, Jeff Disher, Josh Hedrick from the Minnesota Team Handball. Not the Minnesota Team Handball University, obviously. We're not in Ohio. We are in Holland, Michigan for the first of its kind American Handball Championship. And we'll have Josh Willinga back shortly. But you are getting ready to play along with Willinga later on this afternoon. What are you anticipating?
Competitiveness. I feel like all across the board, I can say respectively for the men's side, for the teams that I know that are coming to this tournament this weekend, it's definitely going to be competitive, and I'm really excited about it. I know that the setup, the campus, everything about it is it's just really awesome. It's great weather out here in Holland, Michigan. But as soon as we get on the court, I just know it's definitely going to be tight games. It's going to be competitive. It's going to be a lot of fun action.
Much like our Minnesota Fall Classic is that we're involved with every October. A lot of competition in Minneapolis, and the travel out here actually wasn't too bad. Although I came in a day earlier than you knuckleheads.
Yeah.
But in the first half with Canada Rip, who we are calling the Agents of Chaos, seeing as they are made or comprised of free agents. Note the name. And Orlando, what did you see in the first half that impressed you?
I will say both sides definitely are putting their defensive presence out there. And I think that's great because you got to really set the tone, especially with it being the first game that you're playing this weekend. You can't hold back. You've been practicing against your teammates for days and days and days and weeks and months, and now it's time to play another team. And I really like that they really took that strong step forward with defense, and let's hope that it continues in the second half.
Although offense wins a championship, where this is concerned, Orlando will have the ball as they go left to right to begin the second half of play, and we're underway. Jeff Disher, Josh Hederick, and Josh Walengo. As Orlando gets going, Kreko back over Walenga to her left back position, and so bring Gamma back in as the center. As a quick shot leads to a save from the goalkeeper for Canada Rip.
Goalkeeper knew that was coming right away. Great job allowing themselves some time, just staying put and then waiting for where that ball's going. Great job on the goalkeeper, number 1 for Rip.
And a soft shot, which was not the norm in the first half for Orlando. More soft shots for Canada. They have 9 goals to show for it to Orlando's 16 as a ball bounds off a foot. And Orlando on the fast break. As this comes to Pires, she'll shoot and she'll score. 17-9, early stages of the second half.
Yeah, great effort on number 13 of Rip trying to get back there, but angling of going towards the offensive player, just offense player knew to cut into the inside, and it was a pretty easy fast break there.
Canada Rip with possession as that one comes to Hofert. Hofert drops this off, gets it to Van Custer. Van Custer, Hopkinson, far side, intercepted by Orlando. Fast break, this goes to Ramos de Souza. She shoots up over the cage, and the iron unkind as it bounds off the top of the crossbar.
Lucky bounce for Rip. 2 back-to-back fast break goals. Like, they really have to tighten that ball. They can't lose this ball anymore. It's going to start getting more and more of a lead as it is right now.
And with the inability to trade goals with Orlando in the first half, that only forces you to work so much harder as a shot is saved by Castillo. That only forces you to work so much harder if you are Canada Rip to get back the 8 goals or the 8 goal differential that you're down. And now 9 as the goal scored by Carolina Pires.
Yeah, Rip coming out a little more, staying back on the line. I don't know. Like, it definitely, the end of the second half, or the end of the first half and the start of the second half, that defense is looking a little different on Rip. So hopefully they can just really ramp up that energy.
Ball stolen by Orlando. And a fast break skids to a halt.
Bad pass by the goalie. Just got to get more juice on that.
Had the loft.
Yep.
Hopkinson dropped, I believe, a partial bear hug, halted play, clock rolling.
Great job by Orlando. Orlando can see that they're dribbling, and they're getting their hands in there to stop that dribble and get that turnover.
Ball dropped off to Hopkinson as the pass tipped, but Orlando with possession as they come across the timeline. Early stages, second half, as this is the first of the matches in the round robin on the women's side. We get to traditional pool play next, as the men will take to the court. Brought back ahead by Candelaria, and a shot by Gama goes in the net. 19-9, biggest lead for Orlando.
Gotta applaud Orlando's ball movement. Precise, you can tell that these ladies have been playing together for a good amount of time.
A great save made. Isabella Franceschini in the net for Orlando now, as apparently Orlando rotates their goaltenders 20-9 Orlando. So Isabella Franceschini, and that'll foul me up all weekend, I already know it, sees some time in the net. 9 goals allowed by Castillo in that first half.
I think this is exactly what Rip needs to do. Just slow it down a little bit, get the ball moving, do exactly what Orlando was doing on the other side.
But you can't miss shots like that.
Yep, especially when it was actually a pretty open shot. It was not a bad idea by 10 to do that.
That was Hopkinson who had that shot opportunity sail high, and they the Agents of Chaos, as we'll call them, pay for it on the far side as Orlando goes up 21-9 now. So Canada Rip trading goals, but not in the way that you'd like if you're down 12. Shot by Van Custer goes high, hits the upper netting.
Yep.
And Orlando will look to make them pay again.
Orlando is really stepping up on the backs, and it is really making it a tough time for those backs to make those goals, especially when they're doing crosses and with some speed. Maybe look at the wings. I mean, again, just kind of see what they're giving you, but wings, pivots, just kind of see what's happening. Maybe you might get something.
Carraro with the goal there on the near side as it goes into the net, 22-9 Orlando. And I mentioned in the first half, Canada Rip, or the Agents of Chaos, sort of remind me at least of Minnesota's second team from the Fall Classic. They came out slow and learned as they went.
Yeah, well, and I mean, you got to think like this team has not, I'm guessing because they're free agents and complement of free agents, they probably have not played a lot with each other.
Van Custer, 7-meter. Goes into the net, and it's 22-10.
So because they haven't played a lot with each other, that can be tough. And that first game is going to be a little difficult. But then, yeah, you start gelling, you start really finding, because you can definitely see like the players, they know what they're doing, they're putting it together. But again, when you have disconnects with other teammates, it's going to take some time.
Mm-hmm. Carraro threw that to Gama. Gama eventually got that to Kreco. Ball kept out of the net expertly by the keeper for Canada Rip. However, I believe we have a 7-meter upcoming. We do. No, it is a free throw.
It's 7-meter.
It is a 7-meter. First thought, save made. Gama with that 7-meter throw getting thwarted by the goaltender.
Yeah, Gama's doing a great job of keeping them in this game. Offense just really needs to keep that ball moving and really just see what Orlando gives them.
But Orlando started hot to begin with. I don't think they'd be up 12 if they didn't have the start that they did. Hopkinson with a shot sailing high. Got to control that too.
Yeah, it's tough. You know, the defender was defending her. I mean, from up here, I could say, oh, it should have been a 9, but down there could have been a completely different story. You know, the view up here is great, but I am not down in that action, so I will not say anything.
Smart. Check that. Gama gets it back from Medeiros. Gama, around 2, drops it far corner, shoved down, and a halt to play with Orlando maintaining possession on this end.
Yeah,
22-10 our score.
Just a little too much contact from that wing defender onto the wing. That is why she got a 2-minute. Obviously, it's a 7-meter, as there was a clear path for that wing to try and make a shot.
Double whammy. And I believe the post got in the way of that ball on the shot by Gama.
Everybody, the post is a part of the goalie, so that will be a save on Gama's part.
And the post, a goaltender or a goalkeeper's best friend, as goaltender, goalkeeper, and offensive player know so well. 22-11 is a goal scored by Canada Rip, and the lead now 11 for Orlando. Early stages, second half, as this one's brought ahead by Medeiros. Medeiros goes to Gama. Gama quarterbacking the offense, if you will, at center. Drop to Medeiros. Medeiros gets around 2, and 1 into 2 doesn't go, but it leads to a foul.
Great defense. Great defense by Rip. That's exactly what they need to do to get back in this game.
And then you need defensive stops if you're Canada Rip too. As that ball dropped off, short side, save made by the goalkeeper.
It is a goal, actually.
Oh,
yeah,
it went in.
It poked out of the bottom corner.
Okay.
It did go off of. Yeah. Yep. It did go off of the goalie, but it actually did go into the bottom corner of the goal. There's a hole in there, I guess.
Deflected. Love those deflections. 23-11 Orlando. Must score if you are Canada Rip, and a shot like that will not help as that sails high.
Rip really needs to watch out for those middle shots. Orlando's ready for it. I would say if 10 can go up for a shot again and then just get a nice pass either to the pivot or to the right or left side, there could be some space being opened eventually.
And they're also, if you want to look at this in a basketball sort of way, Canada Rip also taking the first shot that they have available as a shot goes into the net there for Orlando. Canada Rip taking the first shot available and not using the shot clock.
There is a little urgency being down 13 points, but I do understand what you're saying. Great shot.
Great shot and a goal there. But in the first half, Canada Rip would take the first shot they had available. May not be the best shot.
Yeah, but I mean, a perfect example of left wing for Rip. I believe her name is Michelle. I know she plays with New York, and she's on the she plays for New York. Exactly like that. It's like if you feel like you got that open shot, take it. If you know you can make it, it's only going to help you get closer and closer to getting this game tied up.
Early stages, second half, 24-12 Orlando as they look to extend their 12-goal advantage. Bounce pass, short side, shot and a goal, 25-12.
Yeah, I think the goalie for Rip wants the bottom of the net. I can actually see it from up here. There is literally a hole in that goal, and it's a possibility that the goal it wasn't. It's possibly it wasn't a goal where it just actually went in from the outside. But yeah, I think that is something that the staff need to fix up so that there's no more confusion.
Definitely would have to be done between games.
Yep.
Brought back ahead by Canada Rip. Loose ball stolen by Orlando as they come ahead. Gama outlets across the timeline. Gets this to Portugal. Portugal dropped off. Portugal bear hugged. Halt to play. Clock rolls.
Great defense by Rip. That's wonderful job getting that second wave stopped.
Medeiros will bring the ball back into play. And she goes to Portugal, who is the center in this set. Medeiros stepped around one. She got a shot up top cheese.
Great feint by her. Nothing much you can do, but just hope that your goalie can stop that.
Now Canada Rip on the ricochet. Brought back ahead by Hopkinson. Ball kept alive? No. Orlando will have possession.
Yeah, turnovers is really just not helping Rip in this game. But there we go. Ugh. And again.
And they can't get out of their defensive zone.
I mean, definitely Rip might feel just a little tired right now, but they have to have that urgency. When you see that ball come out and you know that your players got it, you got to sprint right down that. I mean, you're down by 14 goals.
Hopkinson up a little gimpy. And she is substituted off, and Erica Lee comes on in her place. Lee, first touch of the ball, passed off, got it back. Lee up top, quick shot and a save by Franceschini. Brought back ahead on the ricochet. Pires scored, I believe. That's Cynthia Pires, who splits time as a left back and a wing.
That's just a great, great job by the goalie. Seeing that there's a defender right there, so why don't I just try and arc it over and get a pass, and that's a fast break goal.
Carolina Pires with another fast break goal, and Orlando running and hiding halfway or 3/4 of the way through the matchup. Orlando will play Chicago later. I don't think that Erica Lee or her intended pass recipient knew the pass was coming to her off of Lee. Lee gets this, drops it far side. Now a shot. Bounds off I believe it was a shoulder or a head of an Orlando player. But the halt to play. Lee brings it back for Canada Rip. Quick shot from near 10 meters out, saved. And the keeper's not necessarily having to play the angle with the way that the Orlando defense is not allowing those close shots to get delivered.
Yeah, I think it's also just the speed in which the ball is getting passed around with Rip. They're getting some speed, but they definitely need to. I think they're anticipating now. Oh, when they're looking to go for a shot, they're not passing it again. They're going for that shot. So again, one thing Rip can do is get some of those like shooters that were shooting a lot, 10, maybe 23, or I think 13, and just like look like you're going for a shot, but your full intention is to move it across. So, but again. Orlando's playing great defense. They're getting those fast breaks in. That's one reason why they're leading so much.
What are we expecting to see from you all when you guys take the floor later this afternoon?
Well, really, really excited to showcase just what we've been working on as far as development with our club for the last, I would say, 3 years. We definitely have a lot of newer to the game, younger athletes that are participating with us in this tournament. I mean, we did have that last year, but we definitely have a little bit more this year. But we still have a good blend of players that have been playing with us, since the club started. And I just feel like it's the perfect mix of what Minnesota Team Handball is doing and what we're trying to do. So I'm just excited to showcase it. I'm excited to get everybody, especially the younger players, some experience with an actual tournament, and just have fun, play hard, win, and keep developing for the future.
Well, late stages of the second half. Minnesota's first game this afternoon, they play Inter Miami at what is now 4:15 with the hour pushed back. And when designating, I'll wait for this possession to end for Canada Rip as a save made there. When designating Inter Miami in my notes, I found a Miami Dolphin-esque green that all of you would appreciate to differentiate between what will be Minnesota and what will be Inter Miami. And the blue would make Dan Marino proud.
Well, hopefully the Minnesota green is making. I will say my favorite Wild player of all time, Wes Wall's proud. So, hopefully there's hockey fans listening to this right now.
He is still a director of player development for Minnesota, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Shot there by Portugal, tipped away.
Great adjustment by 6.
Rip on the fast break, and the shot by Hofert goes by the wayside.
So, usually it really does depend on the referee, but there was a fast break opportunity for 6. She did get past the defender, and because the defender kept holding on, that's a 2-minute. Obviously, it's a 7-meter because she had a clear path for a goal, and there we go.
Same song, different verse. 28-13 Orlando. Who would be your nod for player of the game right now?
I got to give it to the goalkeeper, number 12, not only because of the fast break goals, but also because of the stops that she's getting. I really feel like the defense is making her look like that valuable player, and we got to give it to her so far.
Okay. We will have a player of the game, or the interview with the player of the game, coming up at the end of this one. 22 of those over the course of the 3-day weekend is a goal scored by Orlando. They lead by 2 touchdowns, 28-14, 17 minutes gone in the second half.
Number 14 from Rip, great job on the right wing, angling that body and getting that shot right between the hips of the goalie.
Portugal delivers this. And she could not get to the loose ball, but Orlando maintains possession. Durruti Zamora brings it back into play. Delivered over to Medeiros. Medeiros with a shot blocked. Orlando with possession. Medeiros regains. Portugal over far side. Portugal gets it back. Her shot goes in. 29-14 Orlando. Now the agents of chaos bring the ball forward and across the timeline. Lee gets it back up top. Ball dropped off by Gronin, and the whistle goes. Orlando possession.
I know there's only about 7-8 minutes left, but that is exactly what Rip has to do. And even if Rip doesn't end up winning this game, I think that's something that they really have to continue to do, is just really getting that ball with speed and just seeing what the defense gives them. They have the shooters, yes. They have the talent, yes. They really just got to put it all together, and it's exactly like what we talked about earlier. Give them time, and it should happen.
Orlando scores to go up 30-15. And they'll go back to the center line to bring this back into play. Ball brought across by Canada Rip. And Gronin. Gronin dropped off, got it back to Lee. And brought ahead on the fast break. Here comes Orlando. 2-on-1 opportunity goes by the boards. As it is Gronin with possession for Canada Rip. Nearly a bear hug as that ball thrown at the foot of, it was Hofert.
Yep, 2-minute call on the Orlando player dragging or pushing down the offensive player that had the ball.
And that does not lead to an automatic, that's not an automatic 7. That's just resumption of possession.
There was not a clear path to the goal for scoring, so it is not a 7.
Okay. A resumption of possession then for Canada Rip as a shot far side goes in. Clock moves 30-16.
Another great goal by number 14 of Rip. Again, as a right-handed right wing, I always appreciate seeing those type of goals and the form. Great job on her part.
Bryn van Custer, the goal scorer, as this is brought ahead by Medeiros and company. Medeiros, Portugal. Portugal transitions to a center in this set. Medeiros dropped that far side to Durruti Zamora, and her shot is saved. But Orlando will maintain possession. Medeiros.
Timeout on the table.
Time out at the table. Looking for a sub. Not going to find one is Orlando. Back into play. Near side. #21 minute of the second half. 46th of the match. And a shot goes wide of the mark. And a shot by Lee goes into the net, 30-17.
Fireball by Lee. Excellent job getting some air, finding that space to get it past the defenders, and goalie was not ready for that.
Speaking of not ready for that, Orlando loses the possession on that Portugal pass behind her teammate on the far side. Ball stolen as Medeiros advances this across. A quick shot by Durruti Zamora as she was being bear hugged is stopped.
Yeah, good job on 23 for putting some pressure on the fast break. She definitely got the effort in there and got in front of it exactly like you're supposed to do on a fast break. And there you go. It was a turnover.
Final minutes of the match. We'll have a player of the game interview. I'll have to break out the fourth headset. Not that I have a problem with that, but we'll have a player of the game interview coming up with the three of us. As Orlando has this game well in hand. Medeiros with a shot and she scores. 31-17. Canada Rip brings this across the timeline, and Lee with possession. Lee, the closest thing they have to a quarterback at center, is that pass intercepted. Or was it? No. Gronin picked it up on the second effort. Quick shot, short side, goes in.
Good awareness by Lee to get it out to the wing, and Wing took the space that she had, and that should be a goal every single time.
Usually is, especially in the men's game. 31-18. Medeiros and company bring this ahead. Portugal at center. Medeiros looking for space. Got it to Portugal. Portugal upended.
She really needed to get one more pass because then there were a lot more options going to that left side.
Orlando maintains possession. Medeiros. Portugal loses it. Possession to Canada. Hofert loses possession at the center line. That did not look good for Bryn Von Custer.
She looks okay.
Okay.
Yeah, walking it off a little bit.
Lee brings this across the timeline, gets it back. Lee goes over far side for Gronin. Loses possession. Here comes Orlando. Fast break, shot in the goal.
Top shelf. Nice goal.
Where Grandma hides the cookies. 32-18. But more of a learning experience for Canada Rip as the first game out in the women's division. Bear hug, halt play, clock moves. Canada Rip with possession. And Lee. That pass intended for Lee, a little too hot to handle. And Orlando with possession as Sonia Medeiros brings this back into play. Medeiros across the timeline, bounds ahead near the 10-meter, dropped it off, bear hug again, halt play.
It was a good pass, and I mean it was a really tight window. Yeah, but I think the pivot just stepped inside the 6 as she had the ball, and that's why it's a turnover.
Don't go all cheesehead on me with Brett Favre and tight windows. We're across the big lake from that state that has cheese. Brought back ahead by Lee.
Great save by the goalkeeper.
Yeah. And Medeiros and her Orlando teammates just looking to bring it home. 32-18 as we are in extra time. Now 33-18. There's a shot delivered by Medeiros. Rockets its way into the net. Extra time. Keep in mind the time being kept on the floor and by the officials.
No goal.
Goal waved off. Buzzard sounded. We'll grab the player of the game for Orlando, and we will have that interview momentarily as we will keep it right here. Josh, I didn't get a chance to bring you in much. What did you think of that first game?
Well, Orlando is clearly dominant. I kind of figured that they would be after watching part of the first half, and they just kept it going. Canada had a couple moments to come back, and they tried to get back on the board. It's just Orlando was just a little too much for them this game.
So we'll see the men's lid lifter here momentarily as we're getting ready on the fly.
Yep.
For the interview with the player of the game, and we'll also have Josh Hederick rejoin.
Yep. Next game is Pickerington versus Detroit. That will start around 10:15, so give us about 10 minutes here. But we'll bring you the player of the game here in a moment. So
give us 1 second.
Bring them up.
So Josh Hederick and yours truly, Jeff Disher, in between games as Pickerington and Detroit take the floor for game 2. Who are you looking to in the men's division as a team to watch outside of your pool that you are playing in?
That's a great question. I will say I am very, very curious to see the Pinkerton team because I honestly had no idea what to expect, of a newer team. But I look, and it looks like it's a lot of former Ohio State handball team players. So, it looks like they're going to be experienced. They're going to be very well gelled together from the years that they played when they were at Ohio State. So I would say, probably going into it, no one was really thinking too much Pinkerton. But dark horse, question mark? Who knows? We will see. That's the great thing about these tournaments is you just never quite know what you're going to get until you start.
I didn't know we were on camera there.
No.
So we're on the west side of the state of Michigan in Holland, not far, 15 minutes actually the drive to Lake Michigan from this campus. I didn't get a chance to head up there yesterday, but definitely worth the drive. But since we are on the western side of the state of Michigan, the references to the Ohio State are allowed. If we were on the east side of the state near Ann Arbor, then the Ohio State would turn into TTUN,
Yep.
the team up north.
Yep, exactly.
But Pickerington and Detroit set to go as apparently we will get...
Yep, she's coming over right now. So we will get her coming over. Going to talk to the player of the game. What is her name again? Number 12 for Orlando?
12 for Orlando. I have a Franceschini, the goalkeeper.
Franceschini, okay.
Played in the second half. She's sprinting like a good goalkeeper would. As we'll keep it on camera. Isabella Franceschini only played the second half, but you and your teammates did enough to get the win in game number 1. What did you think of being the first game out?
Can you repeat?
How did the first game feel?
How did the first game feel to you?
It's too much. I'm too afraid in the first time, but during the game, I was okay.
Awesome.
And the more shots you saw, obviously, the more accustomed you came to the game. But going forward, can you rely on this experience to help you in the games going forward with Chicago and or with Chicago.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
Josh
The
Hedrick.
girls is too much good, have a shot too much strong and directed.
Awesome. Defense did a great job. How much help were they to your great performance?
Too much good because when the defense was good, help me. Okay.
Yeah.
That's how a goalkeeper is supposed to react. I think we'll leave it there. Pickerington and Detroit coming up as we get set to kick off the men's portion of the tournament. You get some rest. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
See you
Thank you
tomorrow.
very much.
Thank you.
That is Isabella Franceschini with us as Orlando wins game number 1 of the American Handball Championship. We'll pause and we'll bring you Pickerington and Detroit coming up.
Detroit Handball Club.
Detroit Handball Club. On YouTube?
On YouTube, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Detroit?
Yeah, so here,
Okay.
you have Detroit Handball Club.
Is that?
Yep, so you go on here, and then it's live. There's like a live button, and then it'll show it here.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely.
No problem. No problem.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks very much. Back at Hope College, the DeVos Fieldhouse, for game number 1 in the men's competition as Detroit and Pickerington in Group B get set to lift the lid on the men's tournament. But our first Group B matchup, as you see DC and Milwaukee in Group B. Group A consisting of Columbus, the Armada, Inter Miami, Minnesota, and the Toronto Handball Club. Detroit in the green and Pickerington in the black. And Pickerington, Josh, has a Charlie Harper wearing number 12. He is not to be confused with Charlie Sheen. Don't do it.
We'll have none of those shenanigans.
Coin flip taking place in the center of the court.
Small bench for Pickerington.
Yep.
I heard Josh saying that most of them are probably Ohio State players. That makes sense.
Yep.
And Detroit, obviously the home field advantage in the state of Michigan, hence the bigger bench. So we'll see if Detroit can make Pickerington run, or if Pickerington's youth will prevail here.
And Cedric Klein listed as number 20. However, he will be 12 in the green. And that is the only note I have on the Detroit Handball Club. In net for Detroit, it'll be Richard Hesketh. And I did not see the Panda goalkeeper.
0-0.
Julian Orr, I believe. They have 3 players, of course. That could be number 0. As Pickerington wins the toss, they elect to take the ball first. Glad you've joined us on the Detroit Handball Channel here on YouTube. And we are underway with game number 2 as Pickerington brings this across. It'll come to Sean Starrett. As the sportsmanship shown in the opening possession, not anything wrong with that. Bolger with a shot that bounds away, and Detroit will pick this up. Jay Smith brings this across the timeline. Here comes Detroit. Swim move, halt to play. As Pickerington will bring this ahead, Isaac Block with possession. Block, or actually check that. That is Harper. Back down low. And a shot leads to a Pickerington goal as Pickerington goes up 1-0 in the first minute. Brought back ahead. Coming to Smith. Far side, short side. The shot will not go as the player or the shooter stepped on the line, halting the possession. Pickerington brings this ahead. Got a nod from a Pickerington player before the matchup started. And a shot by Jay Smith goes in, 1-1. Our score brought back ahead by Starrett. Starrett drops this off to Harper. Starrett fakes, tries to get position. And we'll keep the ball on the Pickerington offensive side as a yellow card shown. Our first yellow of the tournament. And Pickerington with possession. It's the yellow on Detroit. And we'll get a chance to explain the differences in cards as the possession comes to an end. Next Pickerington possession, Josh Berlingo will explain the differences in terms of cards. Definitely unlike what you would see in soccer as the ball out of play. So explain the differences between yellow card and the different types of cards that you would see in team handball.
So it's pretty similar to soccer, actually. It's just with the yellow card, it's more of a warning instead of like an actual infraction. A red card is similar to soccer where you're out of the
rest of the game?
Yes, out of the rest of the game. There's also a blue card, but we don't see too many of those, and that's like a serious infraction, more like players being unsafe towards each other.
Saw a partial bear hug there. Another yellow card issued.
Yep. And so in handball, usually the refs will give 2 or 3 yellow cards as like warnings, and then after that point, that's when you'll start seeing a lot more 2-minute penalties.
But the officials have to do something. Nice kick save. The officials have to do something to keep control, and I think you're seeing the yellow cards early as a sign from the men in yellow. That would be those would be the officials to say, hey, we're here too.
Yes.
Quick shot and a goal. And Pickerington up 2-1.
Yep, and because handball is so physical, you don't want to stop them from being physical. Ooh,
shot leaves the barn. I believe it's 2-1 Pickerington as a goal was scored on this end.
I think it was disallowed.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
1-1.
We will double check the scores with the table at halftime.
Just to be sure, as that ball bounds into Detroit's possession. Smith got that one far side, missed everybody. I think a chair was taken out on that errant pass. And Pickerington will bring this across the timeline. Early stages, 1-1 our score. Jeff Disher, Josh Wallinga with you. Minnesota's best, apparently, so we've been told.
Best, brightest, and only handball team in Minnesota.
Brought back ahead by Pickerington, who maintained possession. Early stages of the match, the first in Group B. As a shot bounds off the goal post, Detroit will bring this ahead. Fast break. That pass intended for left winger Brendan Gania. And Gania could not handle the pass.
I like that Detroit's trying to push Pickerington, but I think at this point, again, first game jitters, first games for these two teams today and the weekend. I think Detroit just needs to settle down maybe and just get used to passing with one another, especially on this this surface.
Harper to Starrett, and the Starrett shot goes high. As Detroit will bring this ahead. Across the timeline they go. And not Cedric Klein. Instead, that'll be Jay Smith, who goes cross court to a pivot. I believe that's Kulesh wearing 50. Whistle halts play. Clock moves.
Yep, that was good defense on Pickerington's part.
A shot there. Great save.
I think I'm going to call Pickerington as pick. It's just a little bit easier. Instead of 3 syllables, we'll just do the 1 syllable.
So you're saving the syllables for me. That's okay. I'm okay with that.
Pickerington
Yeah.
versus Detroit. Or you can just call them the Pandas. They are the Pickerington Pandas.
Yeah. The Pandas bring this across the timeline with Harper.
Oh, yeah, that's way better. Pandas.
Yeah. Quick shot. Nifty shot from up high by Starrett. Leads to a goal, and Pickerington up 2-1. 7th minute of play. Keep in mind, time on the floor being kept, and time being kept by the officials. Our graphic, strictly unofficial, but we do the best we can with what we've got. As that pass for Smith actually leads to a goal, 2-2.
Yep, that was a banger of a shot. Straight up from 9, jumped up, shot, back of the corner. Back corner of the net.
Starrett dropped that off. Loose ball goes to Detroit. They'll bring it ahead. And Pickerington will maintain possession 7 minutes in.
Yep, a lot of mistakes by both teams so far, hence why the score is a little lower than maybe most handball games at this point.
Quick shot, just as we say that.
Yep, Castor Curse, gotta love it.
Yeah. Nifty swim move by Herbert, gets around 2, gets the shot away, but the leg save made by the Panda goaltender. Brings us ahead, does Harper. Harper across the timeline. Starrett as the pivot. Harper, Starrett. Starrett leans, 6-meter shot, kicks in. Whistle goes, we'll stay here. A quick restart. Whistle goes before the shot. No shot, and it went high anyway.
Yep.
Pickerington still with the 3-2 lead. Early stages, first half, game 2 of 22 over the course of the weekend. As a shot for Pickerington goes in, they lead 4-2. They lead by 2 goals. That's where I was headed with the number 2.
Too many 2s.
Deuce is wild.
Yep.
Speaking of deuces wild, Detroit brings this ahead with Gania on court. And Kulesh cross court to Smith. The hockey broadcaster in me wanted to say cross ice, but that's not going to work. Passive play on Detroit as a shot saved by Pickerington. Now Pickerington on the offense as that shot that pass gathered by Harper, dropped over to Starrett. What a save!
He is keeping them in this game.
Timeout on the floor. I know one person in the building who is proud of his goalkeeper brethren. His name, the name I'm thinking of would be Joey Williams, our tournament director, esteemed tournament director this weekend, who is not suiting up. So we won't get to see the golden foot of Joe Williams this weekend at least. Maybe in the fall. But a timeout on the floor. Jeff Disher, Josh Willinga with you. Goaltender on goaltender here in game 2.
Yep.
As we are at Hope College on the western side of Michigan, 15 minutes from the Big Lake. And we'll be back to play momentarily, but the American Handball Championship, yours on the Detroit Handball Club YouTube channel for right now.
Yep. Games after this will be Columbus in a back-to-back against Toronto, and then Miami, followed by Milwaukee at 2 o'clock. And then
Minnesota plays at 3:15 against Miami.
Yep. And then we will get the rest of the schedule here for you in a moment, but we will be here all night.
Fast break for Pickerington. Score. Pickerington with a 5-2 lead.
As good of a goalie as he's been, fast breaks are nigh impossible to stop. And once you get them, it's the biggest deal in the world.
I haven't heard of a handball goalkeeper or even a soccer keeper or a hockey goaltender saving them all.
Exactly.
I mean, maybe more soccer or handball who tries to claim that I'll try and save them all, but you can't as a shove up high, halts, play before the shot. Looking at the center official to see if anything comes down. Not going to happen though. As Starrett with possession, that leads to a shot and a goal, 6-3.
I think he was looking for a call because it was a little bit high, but if you are going down, like falling forward, it's going to look like it's high when it's not. So discretion on the ref, obviously. And the more you talk with the refs, the more they might not give it to you.
Yeah, been there, done that. And then you cross the line of being a defenseless player as a shot from Detroit goes in, 7-3.
Yep, it should be.
Yellow card here.
Should be 6-4 here.
6-4, excuse me.
Oh no. Do the thing. Do the thing.
So it is 6-4 Pickerington. They're up 2.
Yep.
That's one way to do it.
We will get there. There we go.
There it is. 6-4, 12th minute of play. So about a quarter of the way through the game. There's a shot from Detroit, goes by the wayside, and a nifty kick save. Keeper looking for the ball, finds one.
Yep.
And the differences between a handball and a soccer ball timeout on the floor gives me a perfect opportunity to ask this question for those new to handball. Not saying I am, but who may be tuning in for the first time. The differences between a soccer ball and a handball are: is it one size of a soccer ball? So you play soccer with a size 5, let's say, and you have a size 4 handball?
From what I know, I'm no expert on this. The handball is a size 3 ball.
'Kay.
And then when you play... handball is a size 3. I believe women's and youth play with a size 2, and it goes all the way down to 1, obviously.
Aha.
That's a good save. Oh,
Oof. Rebound.
is in the crease. From where we were looking, that looked like it was going to spin back in.
And the keeper's 5-hole was something that I was keeping an eye on that rebound. As Detroit will gain possession. Smith, near side, gets this to Kulesh. And Detroit maintains possession as Benchia puts this back into play. Saw a couple Detroit handballers that check in last night. And a save made there by Pickerington. As we are halfway through the game's opening half. As a shot goes wide by Sturette. Up the floor comes Detroit. As it is Jay Smith and Kulesh crossing the timeline. Kulesh wearing 50, but the pivot. As that pass goes to Smith. Smith couldn't get a shot away, but he was wrestled to the ground. And that floor actually looking smoother than it seems to the naked eye. And the bounces are true with the ball bouncing. So it's not like the floor is, we'll say, soft as a change of possession on passive play, I thought.
Nope. So he wanted it to be a 9 meter. So he stopped and he took a couple steps, which was ended up being a travel. Always play the whistle, folks.
Steps will not get you anywhere, especially on a basketball court.
Yep.
Detroit with possession and a 6-4 deficit. Whistle before the shot, so it's still 6-4.
Yep. Lots of mistakes by both teams again, and I mean,
first game jitters.
Yep. The Detroit goalie has been keeping them in it. The Pandas have had a lot of opportunities to score. They just haven't gotten around the keeper. I mean, I guess good goalkeeping on both sides in that aspect.
A shot by Sturette goes in. 7-4 Pickerington. Kept alive by Detroit as they bring it across the timeline with Luke Bolte. Childs. Worked over far side, shot and a goal. And with Hederick talking about nets in game one that we just saw with Orlando and the Agents of Chaos, does it look to you like that hole on the far side of what is Detroit's net has been fixed? Because that's what it looks like from here.
Yeah, they were working on it in the last game to get it closed up, and a couple of the Orlando fast breaks, the guy you could see him sitting there working on it. So it looks fine now.
Okay.
I mean, the more you shoot, the more the ball goes in the net. You'll have to fix it, but
Nifty stop by Sturette, or nifty move by Sturette to stop himself as a shot bounces in. 8-5 our score, 17th minute, as Detroit advances across the timeline. Early player of the game nod for me to Detroit's goaltender Richard Hesketh.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a goaltender by trade, but you'd expect that. Pickerington with possession. Hesketh can't make every save, and the shot goes 5-hole. which is the goaltender's worst enemy.
Yep.
You would know you are one. Brought back ahead by Detroit as this comes to Smith. Smith crosses court with Kulesh as the pivot. Now over to, I believe that's A.D. Briggs at left wing.
That was really good passing and really good ball movement. The wing just has to bury that.
Every time. Back ahead comes Pickerington across the timeline. I believe we will have a visit from the man himself momentarily. And he declines, but a 7-meter throw for Pickerington goes into the net. And it is 10-5 Pickerington.
Yep, the Pandas are coming out strong.
And that's thanks in large part to, or actually, the Pandas are exploiting Detroit's goaltending as we'll say, with Goldenfoot to my right, Silverfoot in net, being Richard Hesketh for Detroit, and he is being taken advantage of by Pickerington so far in the first half.
Yep, and I think that's just maybe a little bit of lack of coordination between the defense, a few of the defensive members on Detroit, not yelling out where the pivot's going, not putting their hands up on the shots. But, I mean, again, first game of the tournament for you, it's going to happen.
And you can't be relying on your goaltending to bail you out even if you're 6 up, and you see it right there. Even if, as Detroit was 6 up, being 6 on the line,
Yep.
you can't expect your goalkeeper to do it all.
Nope, you want them to, but you can't.
And a kick save. Speaking of doing it all, Pickerington's goalkeeper doing the business as a shot by Harper heads into the net. 12-5 Pickerington. And like I mentioned with Josh Hedrick at the end of Game 1, Pickerington with players from the Ohio State. We're on the west side of the state, so the rivalry between Wolverines and Buckeyes wouldn't necessarily come into the fore. Although friends from Columbus, who will play later, may say otherwise.
Yep.
That Columbus-Detroit matchup would be something.
Or even the Columbus and the Pandas.
Yeah.
Would be a good one, too.
We'll have to if we get JD up here for Columbus, and we should, at least once in this tournament, you will hear references made to the team up north.
Minnesota?
That would be Michigan in the Ohio State-Michigan rivalry.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
That north, not the true north.
Yep, nope. Ohio State, Michigan, every November referred to as the game. I don't recall how long that college football series goes back. I'll have to look that up between games.
At least the 1900s, early 1900s.
Most likely, as a foul halts play. Detroit with possession as this one is dropped off by Geiger. Got that to Smith. Bear hug. Didn't halt play. Save made by Pickerington, who will send it forward and across the timeline.
Yep. Panda's just slowing it down right now. They're down a man. Detroit's looking to play a 5-1 defense. Great passing there.
And that shot goes wide.
Looks like the defender was in the 6, so that's going to be a 7-meter penalty for the Pandas.
The Michigan-Ohio State rivalry goes back to 1901.
Aha.
Or
Right.
check that, 1897.
Ooh, close. I count that as the 1900s. All right, good 7-meter shot by the Pandas, up 14-5.
Oof.
It's good defense. Detroit keeps looking for the pivot, but they're locking the pivot down. And I think what Detroit needs to do is shove it out to their wings a little bit more, make the Pandas move, so that way it opens up more, especially being down one player.
And when they return to even strength, you can open the court up even more as a goal scored by Pickerington. Not so fast, says the official. Give me a 7-meter throw and a yellow card.
That looks like okay. I see.
Yellow card out on Detroit. 7-meter throw for Pickerington. Score.
Okay.
That was Davis who threw that ball wide right, or actually to the right of the net, not wide right. I forget the Minnesota kicker, or the Vikings kicker, who had recent issues with wide rights outside at the University of Minnesota a few years back.
I don't know. I am a Saints fan, so go Saints.
1 and a 2 doesn't go. Foul before the shot.
Yep. I think he was falling down. Otherwise, that could have been a charging. But when you're falling, you can't charge when you fall. I mean,
because you become defenseless at that point.
Exactly. Yep.
Childs brings this ahead for Pickerington. Dropped off to Sturrett. Sturrett, far side. Quick shot.
Ooh.
Wide of the mark. Final stages of the first half. Keep in mind, time on the floor. So we go to the time on the floor. 25th minute unofficially. 15-5 Pickerington. As Detroit having trouble establishing possession in their offensive zone.
Yep, that is going to be a trouble. Each time you pump your arm, that counts as a step. And also, when you plant your foot like you would in basketball on a pivot foot, each one of those also counts as a step.
And the ball stolen by Pickerington, 1v1 this way. Shot kicked off the frame and stayed out.
Yep.
But Pickerington makes Detroit pay. 16-5 Pickerington at the end, or near the end, of the first half of play. Bounce pass through everybody and out of play. We are into extra time.
Yep. It's a couple seconds.
The time being kept on the floor, so we'll play until we play no more, and the halt to play at the top of the crease. 6 meters out. Pickerington regathers, and a shot does not go in. Pickerington maintains possession, and they'll play until the possession for Pickerington effectively runs out.
That's good defense there.
And it ran out. Or did it? It did not.
And that is time.
It will go down as the end of the first half with the score Pickerington 16 and Detroit 5. Josh and I will have halftime activities after a short timeout. And obviously the second half will also come your way, but we will pause momentarily. Halftime activities on the other side. the American Handball Championship, which is yours on the Detroit Handball Club channel for right now. Jeff Disher, Josh Walenka, goaltender on goaltender for you in the second game of the weekend. First game, the lid lifter, if you will, between Detroit and Pickerington in Group B for the men. And as we saw in that first half, Pickerington got out to a lead, hung there, and Detroit had its offensive chances, just couldn't really take advantage and trade goals like you would expect Detroit to be able to do with a team like Pickerington. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think I know a lot of things, and what I think is the fact that the Pandas, I'm going to call them Ohio State at this point. They are the Pandas, but if they did play together at Ohio State, you live together, you play together, you travel together.
Yeah.
And I think that's really showing here because they're reading each other. They know where people are going to be when they're looking for passes. And it seems like Detroit doesn't have a lot of that gelling. I know that a lot of them, like this is the fullest team that I've seen them play with this year. So it's possible that a lot of them are playing together for the first time this year specifically. And so that could be why they're not quite gelling properly. And I think that's part of the problem. I mean, Detroit's goalkeeper is doing everything he can to keep him in here, and it would be 25-26, maybe 23-26 to 5 if that wasn't the case. And also on the other side, too, the Pandas both goalkeepers are keeping them in it, but the Pandas are just passing crisper, shooting faster, placing it where they need to, and also exploiting the Detroit defense.
And Detroit has the disadvantage of not having Goldenfoot in net to bail them out of a lot of instances. But speaking of your goalkeeper can't do it all.
Nope.
And even if you have a solid flat six, an attack can bust through that no problem. It's how you it's how you adapt to that. And I'm not seeing much in the way of adaptation as much adaptation as I'd like from Detroit, and that's why you're down or you're minus 11 at the break.
Yep. So Detroit needs to pick up their defense. I think if they pick up their defense, that'll give them a little more confidence on to take the shots. Maybe instead of passing to the pivot as much, try to kick it out to the wing, get the Panda defense to move. Because they have such a low or a smaller bench, Detroit just kind of needs to exhaust the Pandas, essentially.
And then maintain the attack.
Yes.
But now you're in a position down 11 where if you trade goals, that doesn't help you. You need defensive stop after defensive stop after defensive stop just to draw back or claw back even.
Yep. And I think too, for every goal that the Pandas score, they need 2 to 3 in return, which that is a very tough thing to do in handball, especially with how fast it is.
As we are almost ready to begin the second half of play. The next game after Detroit and Pickerington would be
Columbus and Toronto, and then Columbus versus Miami after that. Both of those are going to be in the Group A bracket, which you see on the screen now. Which, I mean, all the games are going to be great today. I'm specifically looking forward to that because I'm in Group A playing with Minnesota, and it's good to have some good competition again. So we're about to get underway here. Players are taking the court again.
Second half about to get underway. Teams switch ends, so Detroit will go left to right on your computer monitor. Pickerington right to left. Underway we go.
Yep. Let's see if Detroit can get their defense together and put the ball in the back of the net. That's basic 1, 2, 3s of any sport. However, can't do things like that either.
Leads to a 3-on-1. Quick shot and a goal from Starrett. and it's 17-5 Pickerington. And game 2 brought to you by the letter B for basics.
Yep.
And Detroit not executing.
Yep, they got to take care of the ball better. I wish I could see stats of possession, but
Right.
such is club sports sometimes in the United States, especially with handball. But I believe that the Pandas have most of the possessions.
I would go 80. I would go easily 75-25.
Yeah, I'd say maybe closer to like 60-40, but that 60% equals 12 goals at this point.
Yeah. There's a pass short side for Pickerington, goes by the boards. Bulger back out on the left wing. Detroit, a little discombobulated leaving the defensive zone, but they finally leave.
Yeah, you could maybe hear some yelling, but the Pandas wanted 3 seconds. If you hold the ball for 3 seconds and don't do anything, the ball gets turned over. And so being on the ground and hanging on to it, they wanted that to get called, but it wasn't. And I think the reason why is because the Pandas were all up in the Detroit players' business, for lack of a better term.
But I don't see any 2-minute penalty or a card penalty for giving players the business.
Yep, exactly.
Detroit brings this ahead. Across the timeline they go. And Buchanan at right wing for Detroit in this set. He gets the ball. Delivers to Kulesh at the pivot. The pivot a la the quarterback of the power play if you're looking at this as a hockey fan.
Yep, so the reason why the ball, it doesn't seem like it's moving that much, for those of you that don't know, handball, there is a little resin that you put on it that's like a sticky resin. And so that's why the ball just kind of sits when the ball gets lost.
As Pickerington brings us ahead 1v1, nifty move, spins it, or Bulger spins that 5-hole and scores 18-5 Pickerington, early stages of the second half.
Yep. Detroit's still losing the ball, and it could be too, you don't want to make excuses. The defense is really lacking, but not being able to hang on to the ball could be because they're not used to resin, because a lot of courts in the United States don't allow resin to be used because it's basketball courts and it leaves marks.
Mm-hmm.
So this floor is more of a handball, volleyball type. That's a good pass. Looking to shoot. That's
and
a good
great save.
Yep.
Fast break time for Detroit. 3-on-2 at the line. Pass deflected by Jake Kennedy. Out of play.
Yep, that was good defense by the Pandas there to force the ball out down the line so they can reset up on defense.
Corner throw for Detroit. Leads to nothing in the end as this one comes the way of Bulger. Shot and a goal. Pickerington up 19-5.
So my thought originally was Detroit was going to run the Pandas up and down the court. But lo and behold, the Pandas are running Detroit up and down the court at this point. On a lower bench, mind you, as well.
Yeah.
Which, that's impressive. Like, good on them. Now, the question, though, is looking forward to future games for them. Can they keep up that momentum and that same kind of play style for the rest of the weekend? As a
goal scored by Starrett, when they see teams like the Columbus Armada, shout out to JD the conductor on Twitter, when they see teams like the Columbus Armada and from what I've heard also Toronto, pretty decent, I doubt they'll be able to maintain, or Pickerington will be able to maintain this pace.
Yeah.
Because if you're up and down the floor whitewashing your opponent up and down the floor, that gets old after a while.
Mm-hmm. And I guess also too the fact that Columbus and Columbus is in the other group of them, and I'm not sure.
Milwaukee United and DC, I believe, are in Group B.
Yep.
Along with these two.
So They might be able to run Detroit now, but I think Milwaukee is going to have a bigger team than they have.
Agreed.
Since Milwaukee is closer in proximity to
Holland.
Yes, thank you. I forgot where we were for a second. I was like, we're in Chicago. It's like, no, we're not. So if Milwaukee can bring a big team, I know Milwaukee has runners, and so that's something to think about. I think they're trying to just be like, hey, we're a team. We haven't played indoor handball because they initially, I think, started playing beach.
Pickerington.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Pickerington, I think, started their team as like a beach team, and then they're like, hey, we can play indoor because we can pick up some players. And so here they are, and I think they're trying to kind of prove a point as well. So
Timeout comes to an end. Pickerington.
Very comfortable lead here.
Yes, 15 to the good are the Pickerington Pandas, with the Detroit Handball Club looking up and treading water. Granted, this is game one.
Yep. Game one for both teams. I think the Pandas are like, let's do this. And then Detroit's like, okay, this is like, we know these. We don't know these guys. We can take it easy. And now it's kind of biting them in the butt.
But
yeah.
you can't riff and think you're going to get away with just doing whatever. It's
Right.
not. You're not seeing it on the scoreboard.
Right.
You're down with your. Ooh, that's
a good move. That's the kind of ball movement and ball control that Detroit needed to have at the beginning. But better late than never. I mean, 20 minutes.
I could see a charge being called there too, but I also agree with the official in that he felt the Pickerington player sort of flopped or embellished.
Yep.
His flop.
And with those two, specifically with the pivot is going to end up falling most of the time anyways. And so whoever's defending them kind of just has to fall with them.
Shot from near 10 meters out. Gets Detroit to within 13.
Yep, and that's what they need to do. They need to hang on to the ball, move the ball, get it to the person who's open, and force shots like that.
Off the pipe. A bear hug after the ball was released, but the ball saved there by the Detroit goalkeeper. Pass intercepted by Bolger, and a nice move.
Yep, that was good defense. That was really good to get back, have a chance to stop that fast break from happening.
Now Pickerington looking to make Detroit pay. They do. Bolger with the goal, 21-7 in favor of the Pandas.
Well, I was saying for every one goal that the Pandas scored, Detroit needed to score 2 to 3. That was 2-1, and then Castor's curse, literally as I'm thinking and saying it.
Yep. Body contact there. No halt to play, but a shot and a goal for Pickerington. Detroit not able to trade goals at this point. You need defensive stops. We mentioned that in game one with Orlando, or with the Orlando women and the Agents of Chaos being the free agent Canadian team in this tournament. Because you saw a little bit of the same with the free agents as a goal scored there by Detroit, not able to trade goals with Orlando.
Yep. That one, not much the goalie can do there.
No.
You just kind of got to jump up, put your hands up, and hope that you can stop it, and sometimes you do.
Ball bounds into the crease. And Detroit will resume play. 8th minute of the second half. Ball dumped off as that came to Klein. And Pickerington will gain possession. Pickerington with possession as Starrett will cross the timeline with a little help from his friends. Orr, Starrett. Starrett gets it back. Orr, Julian Orr, looking, not finding a shooting lane. Starrett dropped off. Orr, what the heck was that for Pickerington? Looked like or misread the play. Pickerington maintains possession. Harper to Orr. Julian Orr up top to Harper. Orr. Harper play catch. Harper dropped off. It was blocked. Detroit moving, fast break, quick shot, score. Detroit now down 22-9. Got to get some defensive stops if you're the Detroit Handball Club.
Yep.
Brought back ahead by Orr across the timeline. Gets this to Bolger. Or check that. Starrett. Should know better by now. Starrett. Dropped off. Bolger. Got a shot away, but it went up high.
Yeah, one more pass to the wing there since the wing defense came in to assist.
And then
Yep, that
a
is
crowd
a 2.
has gathered. 2-minute penalty called for a cheapie.
It's another one.
I don't know that you can take them both.
Um,
I don't see how you can. I know the Pandas are trying to argue that both should be taken. You can't take them. Detroit's arguing that both should be taken. Detroit was the aggressor in that with that shove at midcourt.
yeah, I don't know what the. I wonder if the keeper said something to the ref, which would explain why he got out.
I didn't think of that.
Because usually the keeper wouldn't get pulled off unless they said something and they're just like, hey, none of that, we got the call already.
Pickerington, a man short. That must have been a warning as the Pickerington goaltender back out in the red jersey.
Nope, they switched.
Oh, they swapped him.
Yeah.
Okay. So he was sent off for trying to give the ref the business.
Yep.
As a shot by Detroit goes in, 22-10, now in favor of Pickerington. That's why you don't give the officials the business.
I have a bad knack to do that sometimes, so I get the being in the heat of the moment. However, yeah, there are times where if you get the call, you just gotta be quiet. But anyways, so
1-on-2 here at the top of the crease.
Ball's up.
And a jump ball opportunity won by Pickerington. Bodies fly. And these keepers have to watch this center hung scoreboard here at DeVos Fieldhouse. Note, Josh Belinga, the center hung scoreboard. So watch the height of your throws later on.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about that. We practice with something that's a lot smaller than that. So, but yeah, I guess that is something to consider. Usually you want lower arching, faster shots, but sometimes if you're trying to do a Hail Mary, then you need to do that.
Very carefully.
Yep.
Detroit with possession. They're wearing the green with blue trim. Shot, kicked into the net. So almost for Pickerington, as it is 22-11. 3/4 of the way home. Timeout on the floor. What do you do right now if you are Detroit? Do you turn it off and get into this mode of let's improve for the rest of the tournament, or how do you approach the rest of this game if you're Detroit?
Well, I mean, the fact that Detroit was down
double digits easily.
Yep.
15.
11 to 12, and then they were down by 15 at one point.
Yep.
I think if you're Detroit, you need to put your foot on the gas pedal. The fact that the Pandas' main goalkeeper is now out. I don't know if he got a red card or if it was just a 2-minute penalty. But he left the court, so maybe it was a red card.
I believe you are correct.
So the fact that they're down one more player, they don't have one of their runners to kind of run everything. I think Detroit should put the pedal to the metal and try to get this closer than it is. Even if they still lose, being within 2 after being down by 11 is big. So if Detroit just keeps going, like, I think they just got to go.
Goal differential is a tiebreaker.
Yep, it is. We really, really hoping that's not the case. At National last year, there was a 3-way tie.
Oof.
3-way tie, 2-1, and the goal differential was +1, 0, and -1.
Oof.
I'd very much prefer to not have that happen again. Things that are clean cut are a lot easier. But, yeah, just Detroit needs to push it, play solid defense. It looks like they're getting their stuff back together, and the Pandas are a little confused now at this point.
Bear hug, halted play, but Pickerington maintains possession. Back underway we go. Bolger over to Starrett. Starrett delivers cross court. Starrett shoots, scores.
Yep. I think he was going to pass to the wing and then decided not to, which in this case was good because he ended up scoring the goal.
Kulesh dropped that over. He is the pivot in this set for Detroit. Over near side. Kulesh got it back. And now delivered far corner. Quick shot off the iron, and I believe it went in.
Yep. That was a good shot. Snuck just past the keeper.
Friendly bounce for the home team, being Detroit.
Yep.
Delivered over by Starrett. Starrett takes a tumble. And a nice spin pass for Detroit to get possession back. Down 11. Just over halfway, or just over 3/4 of the way through the game. And then we see Columbus twice.
Yep.
So the Columbus Armada will take to the court twice, once against Toronto. I believe that game comes up next.
Yep, you are correct.
So Columbus will face Toronto as that comes your way next right here on the Detroit Handball Club channel.
Thank you for tuning in, those of you that are. Those of you that tune in later to watch this, pretty good games.
Goal scored there by Pickerington, up 24-12. Feel free to drop comments in the comments in the chat, and we'll get to those as we can throughout the weekend.
Yep. I know that if you have questions for the Joe Meister himself, we can relay them to him. If you have any questions about what handball is and how it works, you can ask us. Good shot by the Pandas there as well. And yeah, any engagement you want to give us to make this stream better, anything you want to see maybe in the future, we'll take it too.
Detroit crosses the timeline and brings it ahead. That is Kulesh, but that is a whistle that halts play. Detroit with possession as we resume.
Oh, that's
shot from
good.
near 10 and down to the 6.
Ooh.
Detroit, not so much.
Yep, that one was. He looked fine up here, but again, the refs have way more. They can see better.
Foresight, yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
It was a long drive. It's gonna be a long weekend.
Picked up what you're throwing down. I've done that for 2 years now. It's all good.
Yep.
Brought back ahead by Detroit across the timeline. And a shot goes wide. Pickerington wants the fast break, going to get it. This is Starrett, and he scored.
Yep.
26-12. That is a fast break at work properly.
Yep. Also, too, remind everybody that's watching, the score was 6-4 after 8 minutes.
Yeah.
And then at the half, the Pandas were up 16-5. So this score line is more on par of what handball can be. Usually it's closer, but Detroit's kind of had a stuttering to a start. They're looking a lot better now, which is good.
What a save! I was just going to say that Detroit should cross the state and get the GM and get fixed, but.
Yep.
First game of the tournament. It's allowed. We just saw it with Canada rip as a 7-meter throw for Detroit Handball Club goes in. 26-13.
Yep.
Got to take advantage when you can.
Yep, so number 5, that's a second 2-minute penalty, and if he gets one more, that'll end up being a red card. Another thing about penalties in handball is if you get 3 of them, you're out. 3 2 minutes. Yellow cards don't matter. You can get 10 yellow cards.
Isaac Block with that penalty for Pickerington. And a solid flat 6, not allowing Pinkerington. Let me try that again. Pickerington to break through.
All right. Looks to be in a 2-minute on Detroit. Looks like it pushed him in the face, or hit him in the face.
Got to keep those hands down.
Well, you need the hands up to block the shot, so.
I mean, defensively, yes, you don't want to take it off the dome, but also you can use your hands to block. Just don't shove them.
Yep. Easy. Yep.
Easier said than done, I know, but.
All right, 5-on-5. You don't see this very much.
No. Even strength play for Detroit. Off the post and it stayed out, but Detroit trying to draw a whistle on the near side. Did they get that whistle?
Yep.
I think they did.
Yep, going for a 7 here. The Panda player was defending as he was jumping in. Good save.
Wow.
Good
The rebound goes actually. So I was about to say same song, same verse. Not going to work there for Pickerington, and it's 27-14. Time, though, not on the side of Detroit.
Nope. Good pass, good
Short
catch.
side, great pass, catch, tic-tac-toe into the net.
Yep, that's what you need to see. Or that's what you need to see.
Yeah.
That's what you want to see. That's what Detroit needs to do. And not that.
Ball thrown away, fast break, Sturette scores. And it's 29-14, latter stages of the ball game.
Yep.
5 minutes and some potential extra time remaining.
Yep, so now I think with there being 5 minutes left.
Great goal for Detroit there, 29-15. With there being 5 minutes left, go ahead.
Detroit probably just needs to. I mean, they still need to play. Obviously, you can't just pack things up and go. But maybe just try to settle down and work on the things now that weren't working earlier, and then try to get those solidified for their next game later. Because this is. I think this is the Pandas game. It's just what the score is. We'll find out.
Just over 20 minutes played in this second half. Pickerington with the ball. Bolger out at the pivot point. Bolger diving, but he got the pass away. Loose ball. Whistle halts play. Clock rolls. Pickerington with possession as they bring it back to play. Matt Bolger at the pivot. Bolger with a shot, and it bounces in.
I don't think the keeper was expecting that to happen. Usually with those will bounce over, or it's so slow, it'll hit the bar.
As a former goaltender, there are words for those. We will use "oh, shoot."
Yep.
As that one bounds off the side of the post and stays out for Detroit. Except if your name is Joey Williams. Then you can get to everything.
Yep. Goalpost is the keeper's friend. Gosh, I mean, this game and the last game.
Yeah. But you don't have any. Oh, I forget the hockey. I'll wait for that reference. As Detroit handles the ball. I forget the NHL goaltender who literally kissed the posts every time he started the game. Luongo?
That is my guy Flower. Every time it goes
Marc-Andre
off.
Fleury.
Yep.
Thank you. 30-16, Pickerington. 22 minutes into the second half. Marc-Andre Fleury, former Vegas Golden Knights. They are in the Stanley Cup final. up 2-1 in the series as Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final is Saturday night, TNT in Miami. 8 p.m. Eastern Time start for that one.
Yep, go Knights. They beat the Stars, who beat the Wild. So by the transitive property, I should be voting for the Knights.
The way they played their first 2 games, I'll wait for this possession to go, and it goes. The way the Knights played their first 2 games of the Stanley Cup Final, you didn't think Florida existed.
Exactly.
And then last night, Florida comes to life in the overtime period and wins.
Yep.
Almost, or coming to within a game of a series tie.
Yep.
Pickerington with possession here.
Looking to just slow it down now, I think. Give their guys a rest.
Melt the clock.
Yep.
Under 2 minutes in regular time to go before the shot goes off. The whistle flows. And Detroit with possession as they cross the timeline.
Yep. So Detroit's keeper wanted their player to come back to get the ball because he has 5 seconds inside the crease
To release it?
to release it, and he cannot step out. He cannot step out and then throw it. If he does that, it would end up being Detroit's ball.
Pickerington with possession. Starrett trying to get around 2. He dumped it off instead. And that goes into the net. 31-16, final minute and 10 of regular time as Detroit crosses the timeline. Pickerington defensively, Josh really cutting off angles as a kick save made, but
No.
you can't make them both.
Nope, that was good to get a shot off, and they needed that to happen.
31-17 now. Pickerington up 2 touchdowns as Pickerington looking to slam the door shut in the final seconds of this first game in Group B. We'll see Columbus coming up ×2.
Yep.
As the Armada looking to establish themselves in Group B along with DC.
Good passing. Very good
nice
save.
kick save there by Detroit's keeper, Hesketh. He would be my player of the game. I don't know about you.
Yep, I would say that he kept them in. I'd say number 12 for the Pandas would be another option.
I'll go. You know what? We'll grab Charlie Harper for the man of the match interview here shortly, as we are in extra time. And Pickerington looking to shut it down.
Oh,
Goalkeeper playing up as that shot off the side of the net and stayed out. Detroit with possession as a shot kicked away by Pickerington's keeper. The buzzer still is not gone, so we are in extra time. As Pickerington will slow it down and cross the timeline twice. Quick shot, short side, save made, and the rebound thwarted by the whistle. 31-17 our score. Extra time being played. As Detroit crosses the timeline and into the offensive zone. Quick shot. Bounds away.
yep.
Hit the pipe. There's the buzzer, and that'll do it. So we will grab Charlie Harper for a post-game interview, and that comes your way in a moment as we get set to see Columbus twice. We'll grab Charlie Harper for the man of the match interview at the American Handball Championship. back at the American Handball Championship with your man of the match. From Pickerington and Detroit, Charlie Harper, not to be confused with Charlie Sheen. I figured you'd appreciate that reference.
Yeah.
But you're our man of the match for your opening game of the tournament. What did you see down there from your fellas that impressed you?
It's been a while since we've been playing together, so, you know, just getting the feel.
Move the mic closer to your mouth. There you go.
All right. So it's been a while since we played together. You know, we don't really play with Stickum, so we got to the slow start, but our defense was good. You know, defense doesn't change with Stickum, but when we moved to the Stickum, you know, it gets a little difficult, but we figured it out. We got on a roll early in the first half after that rough start, and then we just got going and kept going.
And Detroit couldn't hang with you as the game went. You and your attack really became more of the focus, and you saw that in the scoreline as well. How does the defense stay in its current form over the course of the next games in the tournament?
Yeah, so we got 7 more games, 4 beach games, 3 more court games, so it's going to be a lot of body management, but, you know, I'd say we're definitely probably the youngest team here, so we should be all right. I know my guys are fit, so, you know, it's also about being intelligent, so you got a fast break, you got Sean, Matt, or me going. Only one of us has to go if it's wide open.
Yep.
And all of us can put it away, no problem.
Josh Wallinga.
Yeah, you guys did a pretty good job of exploiting the Detroit defense, specifically getting them to move around and getting them to you basically ran them instead of them running you on such a short bench. So I know you said that you were looking to manage the time that you guys are spending running back and forth. Were you thinking of that going into this game, or were you kind of like full steam ahead, let's just get this going?
So our motto is get to cruising altitude, then we'll chill. So we're full steam ahead until we get to cruising, and then we chill. So that's when, you know, we relax our 5-1 defense, you know, and one of us goes on the fast break. And, you know, like, they're as tired as us, too. They got subs, but, you know, everyone's tired.
Enjoy the 30,000 feet at altitude. I hear it's good up there.
Yeah.
Enjoy the rest of the day. We'll see you later on in the tournament.
Yep, congratulations, and good luck on the rest of your games.
Yeah, thank you very much.
That is Charlie Harper, and we will get set to bring you Columbus's first game in the tournament as they take on Handball Club Toronto right now, as it turns out.
Columbus, and it's not Miami. It is going to be Toronto.
T-O-R.
Yep. I saw the orange, and I assumed Toronto, or I assumed Miami, which they're green. So, all right, this is fine.
Good to see. Oh, goodness.
All right, here, I'll fix the colors for you guys.
You're all good. Handball Club Toronto and Columbus. You want a color match. I went with Columbus. I went TOSU red on my end. And the color for Toronto that I found is actually a color in the palette of the Toronto Raptors. So it is Raptor Gold.
Oh. All right, I believe we got everything set up and squared away. We're just waiting for the officials to say, go ahead and begin play.
And it looks like Columbus, or actually Toronto, wins the toss, and they elect to take the ball first. Ready to go, and we are underway. Toronto brings this across the timeline. They were the orange with the black numbers. Columbus, the blue and the white, as this one is dropped. I didn't have enough time to grab numbers. I probably should have. So we'll do the best we can with what we've got. Toronto with possession as this one is worked across, and a nice kick save by the Armada goalkeeper, Jacob Roberts, to begin play.
Oh, no.
We'll get the video issue squared away. Columbus with the ball on the far side. Quick shot, short side, off the pipe.
Apologies for this, everybody.
And Toronto will bring it ahead. Toronto scores the first goal of the game. They're up 1-0 in the early stages of the first half. Columbus with possession, Alex Recker at pivot, but he also is playing with El Said as a pivot as well. One our score, as Toronto looking for a shot opportunity on the far side that doesn't come.
Don't worry, everybody. I got this figured out. We're just switching out a camera here. The battery died on me, which...
Never a good thing.
Nope, technical difficulties, but please hold while we get this figured out, and then we will be back and good to go.
7-meter throw for Toronto. They score. So it is Toronto 2-1 in the early stages of the first half.
All right, Toronto up 2-1. There we go.
Toronto with a 2-1 lead as that shot goes wide.
Oh, no. All right, there we go.
Third minute of play. We'll reestablish the video feed here in a moment. As a save made by Columbus. And the ball loose. Columbus rather with possession. And a yellow card shown behind the play.
All right, there we go.
There it is.
Apologies, it's going to be a little bit far right now, but we'll...
Got time to dial it in.
Yep.
It is 3-1 Toronto in the early stages of the first half.
Alrighty, there we go. So we got that up and running now. Apologies for the delay.
Hey,
On that.
it is what it is. A battery dies every once in a while.
Yep. That shouldn't be dying, but you know how it goes.
I do.
So we will charge that, and we will get a better camera later.
Columbus with possession. And we'll go the other way. The shot does not count. 3-1 in favor of Toronto in the early stages of the first half.
Alrighty.
Toronto with possession as they cross the timeline.
I will say it wouldn't be a broadcast if everything went hunky-dory.
But that's a battery is not on a human.
True, true, true.
So I still equate a shutout in the booth, at least. 3-1 our score, early stages of the first half. Columbus almost made it 4 as that shot on the far side would not go. Whistle halts play, and we'll stay here. Toronto possession. As we're about 5 minutes in.
Alrighty.
What I'm seeing from Columbus so far is a flat 6 that Toronto just broke through and scored their 4th goal. But a flat 6 defensively for Columbus might need to change to more of his own style of play. Whistle halts the possession. We'll go to Toronto with possession, and across the timeline they come. Toronto with possession as they cross the 10. Ball stolen by Columbus. Fast break on, score. Columbus now down 4-2 as the shot by Devin Bartlett goes in.
Also, folks, we will double check the score at halftime once it comes up. Due to a slight technical difficulty, it might be a little bit off, but we are good.
As far as we are aware.
Yep.
Toronto or Columbus could not answer. Toronto answers with a save of their own. Substitute coming on for Toronto. And talk a second, Josh, about substitutions. You're seeing them on the fly like you would in hockey. How can a substitute affect where the game goes from there? Is a shot scored by Toronto? They're up 5-2, but how can a substitute make an immediate impact on the match?
Usually it's to get fresh legs on. I know some teams have defensive specialists where they'll come in and just play defense, and you'll have people that just play offense. A lot of times it's the defense. You have defense players, and you want your offensive player to be ready to go on offense, and so that could be part of it. And also too, fresh legs on there.
I got you.
And yep, we are working on the camera issues right now. We had the camera die on us, so this is our backup camera. And at halftime, we'll move down. This is kind of what we get right now, unfortunately. And then so once we get that rectified, we'll be able to get back to the original angle that we originally had.
Toronto, speaking of movement, comes into the offensive zone and departs the offensive zone as Hady El-Sayed will establish a pass to Valdez. Valdez goes to Piero. I believe the whistle came before the shot. It did. And Toronto will get possession. Over on the far side, Toronto looking for an established possession. They're up 5-2. And a nice kick save by Columbus keeper Jake Roberts. Not to be confused with the Snake. Brought back ahead by Recker. Shoots and scores. Alex Recker, the pivot for Columbus. As this one brought ahead by Toronto across the timeline. Glad you've joined us for the American Handball Championship on the Detroit Handball Club YouTube channel. Shot off the iron, and the iron unkind as Valdez will clear. Columbus with possession. They took too long. Shot will not go. About 10 minutes into proceedings. Columbus with possession over on the far side. El-Sayed brings it back into play. Shot and a goal. Columbus within one. You know what would work well for what you're thinking about right now with the score? A repeater.
Yep.
Like a scoreboard a repeater.
Yep, that would definitely work.
Nifty shot, short side. And Toronto goes up 2. I'm confident with what we have, though, as Columbus looking to answer. That shot goes wide. 11th minute of play.
Yep, our camera died. We need to let it charge up So once that happens, we will bring the camera back. I will also look to move the camera closer, so we'll look to do that at halftime. So apologies now for the angle that the camera is right now, and that the what the camera is. We're working on that currently.
Yeah. Got to have options. As a bouncing ball loose, and Columbus will pick this up with Roberts. We'll also get better indications of who exactly Toronto is, as they're up 6-4. Whistle, believe passive play was called, and so Toronto with possession on the fast break. Ball dropped off, quick shot, saved with a little help from his friend, the goalpost. Have you ever tried to reach back with the ball in your legs and grab the bar?
That's a good shot. I may have once or twice, and it's pretty tough.
That's an effective way to not go careening back into the net, because much like in soccer, once that ball crosses the line, it would be the whole of the ball crosses the line, it's a goal, no matter how it crosses.
Exactly.
Toronto with possession mid first half, shot and a goal, 7-5 Toronto. Columbus crosses the timeline. Tompkins and company work it ahead. Pass intercepted. And Columbus almost intercepted themselves, but they get the ball right back. Down low to Valdez. Valdez ran into two. 1 into 2 usually doesn't go. As we have a timeout on the floor.
All right.
Timeout on the floor. Toronto with a 7-5 advantage. As we are we are a quarter of the way through this one. And it is the first of two that Columbus will play back-to-back. The Armada against Handball Club Toronto to start. And then right back on the floor. Half.
Yep. All right, folks. So at halftime, I have a secondary camera I'll go get, and then we'll make this a lot nicer. So thank you for putting up with us. We appreciate the comments and feedback as well. So thank you for that, and we will get this going. Also, we have someone from Croatia checking in. So welcome, welcome.
We're Mr. Worldwide, I guess.
Yep.
Quick shot and a goal for Columbus. Maybe in the chat, let us know where you're from, and we can get that in over the course of the weekend.
Yep.
Where you're from, who you're rooting for, maybe favorite player.
Yeah.
Shot saved. I also heard through sources that there would be a live broadcast of is it a podcast?
Yep.
Great shot and a goal.
All tied up now.
Of a podcast that involves European handball commentators.
Yep. Chris O'Reilly is going to have a podcast tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. He's the one that commentates a lot of the EHF, IHF competitions. He commentated the United States team when they played in the IHF competition, and his friend Krlak, I think, is his name.
You're right.
Yep. So if you want to, that was a good shot. We'll get that information for you. But tune in tonight at 9 p.m. It will be here at 9 p.m. But we'll get the podcast and get the number episode. Good save.
Nice kick save.
But
goaltenders appreciate kick saves.
Absolutely. But yeah, we're U.S. is starting to get bigger.
14th minute, roughly, of play in the first half, just out of a timeout. As you see the clock stationary on your screen, but we're in the 14th minute, roughly.
Yep, I will get that fixed. Please hold.
Plenty of time.
14:30. And we'll just start that again. Again, with the location where we are, we're going to defer to the clock. Goes up. Good block.
And a great fast break. 2-on-3, though, or odd man fast break. Quick shot and a goal for Columbus.
Yep. 2 minute also.
And a 2-minute call. Timeout on the floor.
Yep.
All right.
So I'm gonna go get this real quick.
Timeout on the floor. Jeff Disher with you. Josh Willinga also around as well. Underway we go. 8-all our score. Jeff Disher with you from Hope College in Holland, Michigan. 15 minutes from the Big Lake as Toronto with possession. As they come near side. Whistle halts play, clock rolls. And a big hit.
All right, folks, give us a second. We're going to take the camera off while we get the other one set up. So please hold on that.
15:45 left, or elapsed in the first half. Just means I'll have to call it like a radio call. 7-meter throw coming after a very hard foul, top of the crease. Save made by Columbus goalkeeper Jake Roberts. $16.25 gone. Columbus with possession as this one is dropped back to Kurt Schaefer. Schaefer scores 9-8. Toronto crosses the timeline, and it'll be dropped near side. Toronto still with possession. Quick shot. Save made by Roberts. Early contender for me for player of the game. As a nifty move, unable to be pocketed by Hady El Said. 9-8, 17 minutes elapsed in the game's first half. Again, time being kept on the floor. So our graphic there, coincidentally unofficial, but a save made by Roberts allows Columbus to regain possession. Whistle halts play in the Columbus offensive zone. Substitution coming on for Toronto. Columbus regathers, and we're back underway. Schaefer playing catch with Devin Bartlett. Schaefer the pivot. Schaefer works around two. Got the post, and he got a friendly bounce. 10-8 Columbus. Actually, I believe the goal was disallowed. So 9-8 Columbus. They're looking for 10, and that shot whizzes wide.
All right, folks, I appreciate the patience. I believe that we have this going
Agreed.
now. So thank you. Also, we do appreciate all the comments. And yeah, we should be good. So thank you. And as I say that,
Speaking of goodness, Toronto ties the game at 9.
yep.
19 minutes nearly played. Jeff Tischer, Josh Wallinga from the land of 10,000 Lakes to the other side of the big one. Bear hug. Halts play. Clock moves.
All right, folks, we are back up and running. Thank you so much for your patience on this. We make do with what we have, and luckily we have a backup camera.
And you can't fault a battery dying.
Exactly.
Columbus with possession as this one is found by El Said. Far side, shot and a goal. Columbus 10-9.
Yep. And again, at halftime, we will check on the score. Make sure that everything is working okay on that end.
What we will do is we will have a player of the game interview, or a man of the match interview at the end of proceedings as well.
All right.
As Columbus drawing the ire of the official.
Yep. All right. Apologies again, folks. I know. Bear with me.
Toronto with possession as they bring this ahead. Quick shot off the iron and up high and out.
Sorry. There we go.
Whistle goes, and now the sketchiness starts. Toronto with possession, 2-on-1. Save made.
What a save.
Jake Roberts. Snake-like, Mr. Roberts. Brought ahead by Recker. Recker delivers to Schaefer. Schaefer gets it back. He'll pivot in his set. Drop to Valdez, who drops it to Schaefer. Schaefer got it to Bartlett, who scored. That all started with that Jake Roberts save on the other end. And Toronto was a little bit speedy in the eyes of the official.
Yep.
Here we go again.
All right, folks, one last time. We're gonna do this.
11-9, 22 minutes nearly played in the first half. And Toronto down 2. Pass stolen. Can't be doing that down 2. and making those risky passes. Will go the other way as Toronto loses possession as quickly as they gain it. Brought back by Miller, shoots. Believe he scored.
Columbus scored.
So Columbus with a 12-9 advantage.
Okay. Working on the camera again here, sorry.
No problem. Latter stages of the first half, that shot goes high, whistle goes, halt to play. And we have a Toronto possession. That much we do know. About 2 minutes left in the first half, roughly. Whistle goes, and Columbus with possession.
All right, there we go, folks.
You are good.
All right.
Columbus works this across the timeline. And that's actually not Roberts in net. That's Tevin Miller in net. So the Snake playing the right back. So Tevin Miller with that big stop a second ago. They have two number ones, according to sources, to Columbus.
Okay.
So Miller was made number 0 in the lead up to this here event. There's a shot blocked. Miller will handle that one very easily. Minute 45 left in regulation play in the first half. Could be some extra time as Columbus crosses the timeline. Recker goes to Roberts. And now short side, this is Roberts. Gets it back from Valdez and out to the pivot where Schaefer waits. Schaefer looking for a shot off a knee. Loose ball picked up by Toronto. And score. Toronto back to within 2.
Yep, Toronto really needed that one. And you can tell by the bench, they're very excited about that. I mean, anybody would be.
And these teams over the course of the last few minutes have realistically traded goals.
Mm-hmm.
But in the early going, Columbus got to the forefront quickly. But Toronto hanging right with them.
Yeah, that was good defense to judge the bounce of the ball.
Bear hug, halt, play, clock, roll. Yellow card.
It's a bit late for a yellow card, but hey, I'm not the ref.
Toronto with possession, so the yellow card goes to Columbus. And we'll see if Toronto can get within 1. Seconds left in regular time here in the first half. Travel by Toronto halts the movement. Heard about 20 seconds left in the half.
Yep, sounds about right. Again, we'll check we are not the arbiters of the clock. We try our best to keep it as close as we can, and the score is generally accurate, but we will double check again. Oof.
Good shot and a good goal.
Fast start by Toronto.
Buzzer halts the movement. Halftime in Holland with a 13-10 score in favor of Columbus. Halftime activities will resume as it is Columbus, for the moment at least, up 13-10. Back in a second.
All right, folks, just checking in with you real quick. The score on the screen is correct. Columbus is up 13-10 over Toronto so far in the first half. We will get Disher back up on here. Back up here, he is just confirming and double-checking the rosters and the numbers since there was a little bit of confusion. Also, thank you again for dealing with us and the technical difficulties with the camera. I believe that we have that sorted out, and going forward, we have a secondary camera that we will be able to alternate between. So again, thank you. I appreciate the comments and letting us know. There is a slight delay, so if I don't say anything right away, it's because we have I believe we have a 30-second delay. But again, thank you for tuning in, and we will get Jeff back up here with our halftime reports.
Back for the second half as the Columbus Armada lead the Toronto Handball Club by a count of 13-10 through 25 minutes. Jeff Disher needing to get the breath back with Josh Walinga as well.
Yep.
Just one of those things at a handball tournament.
Yep, lots of stairs.
Feel like I've played 22 already. But your impressions in the first half of play as we get ready for the second half here momentarily.
Well, when I wasn't fussing around with the tech side of things, Toronto came out very strong, which I half expected. Toronto has a really good team. They have good players. They've played together for a long time. And Columbus I haven't seen much of. They're not necessarily a newer team, but we haven't seen them compete in a while. So the fact that they're able to come back and actually overtake Toronto was really interesting. And they were able to, yeah. I mean, both teams I feel like are playing pretty well. Toronto's had some mess ups. Columbus has had some mess ups. But you know,
First game of the tournament,
first game for them. Yep.
Columbus starts the second half with possession going right to left on your monitor as El Said and Schaefer play catch. Schaefer at the pivot. Schaefer tried to get that to El Said, and his hand got a little high. Schaefer goes back over to Valdez. Schaefer delivers down low to El Said. Schaefer looking, not finding, shoots up high. Doobie in the net for Toronto, wearing number 8. That shot goes wide. We'll get the numbers for Toronto as we go. Finally scrambled to get those at halftime, but you know what? Better late than never.
And it sounds like folks at home are tuning in from Toronto, so you know the players better than we do. If we mess them up, let us know and we will get that corrected.
Yeah.
Because as much as we think we're the best, we still are.
As a goal scored there, making it 13-11.
Yep.
That was waved off, so it's 14-11. Columbus.
14-10. Columbus scored that last one.
Okay, 14. We've got it.
We got it
Got
good.
it right now.
Yep.
14-10 Columbus over Toronto as Columbus escapes ahead. Al Said. That one eventually thrown back to Schaefer, who resets. And Schaefer gets that from Jordan. Jordan resets this over to Al Said, who shoots one wide.
Woo, that's too much. Apologies. There we go.
Toronto crosses the timeline. And a shot goes in. Now 14-11. Goal scorer, Jason Miller. Those of you who have seen Thierry Hutchinson play, sort of shocked to see that he's not here, as he was one of my favorite names heading into the tournament in my extended research. As that ball goes out of play, we'll hang here on Columbus's offensive side. Early stages, second half, 14-11. Columbus. El Said tries to go over a shoulder. A quick shot and a goal scored. Columbus goes up 15-11. Toronto crosses. This comes to Casayeres. Casayeres bear hugged at the 10. And it's Casayeres who handles this. Casayeres delivers to the pivot and gets it back. Casayeres looking for a shot, and he is upended by a wall of two. Rebound.
Ooh, good save.
Goes to Jacob Smith and wide of the mark. The Armada look to cross over, and they do. Al Said delivers that pass a little risky, and we'll go the other way. Toronto with possession as that comes to Miller. Miller upended by the wall. They whack at it. Still loose. Save made. And a diving stop by Tevin Miller. As Columbus crosses. Whistle goes, a halt to play, clock moves. El Said, El Said brings this back into play. Drops to Schaefer. Schaefer tried to go in front, but the ball deflected. Here comes Toronto. That pass grabbed by Ted Bakash. And the movement goes without for Toronto. Brought back ahead by Mike King for Columbus. And he has that look to him, Josh Wallinga.
Yep. All right.
I have to see about bringing him up this way as El Said scores the goal to put Columbus up 15-12.
16.
Or 16-12.
Yep.
Now Toronto crosses the timeline. This pass dropped off to Cascayeres. Cascayeres delivers to Burkhart. Burkhart to Cascayeres. Burkhart stops, pops. 1 into 2 doesn't go. Clock moves. It's just basic math.
1, 2. No fish for you.
No. No goal for you. Just call me a goal Nazi, I guess.
All right.
Brought back ahead by Columbus. And Schaefer delivers one.
good
Oh,
save.
wow. Toronto on the ricochet. Cascayeres passes, and the shot goes in. Columbus 16-13. King goes far side. King loses possession. 2-on-1 developing. Cascayeres. No. Or yes, it did. On the ricochet.
Nope, no goal. So what happened is the goalkeeper stopped it. It hit the offensive player as he was on the ground inside, and so that'll be no goal for Toronto. Yep. Very good save. Very good opportunity for Toronto. They just couldn't finish it.
And I heard the goalkeeper mention a lack of transition, we'll say. I'm using other words, obviously, as Columbus throws one into the net.
Yep. I think it's more that like they lose the ball and they're not running back on defense.
Yeah.
Transitions are big in handball. Oh, yep. That's going to be a 2. That was a push from behind. I don't think it's a 7.
Doesn't look that way. Although the ball would indicate otherwise.
I guess that would be a scoring opportunity.
I
Nope.
can argue it. Nope.
Nope, that is going to be a 9, but it is also a 2-minute as he was pushed from behind.
Power play, if you will, on for Toronto. Dropped off by Tedbakish.
And if Toronto plays this well, this is where they come back and they make it a 1 or 2 goal game. I mean, I guess it's 3 right now, so that's 3-2-1. Simple math.
I mean, we're getting elementary in Holland.
Yep.
Dr. Watson.
Yep. So at the top of the screen, you're going to see Mike King being locked out. As he is kind of the
straw that stirs the drink.
Yep, he is the. Oh, yep, he is inside.
Columbus in transition, Toronto rather in transition. They score.
Yep.
17-15 now.
That's what Toronto needs to keep doing. They need to exploit those opportunities and keep doing that. Make Columbus run more. You know, the usual sports stuff.
El Said gets this to Schaefer. Schaefer gets it back. Schaefer the pivot point here as El Said delivers to Schaefer. Nifty goal. What a move by Columbus to get free for Schaefer. And the worst part for Toronto there, their flat defense didn't see it coming. But Columbus just exploited a gap in Toronto's defense, and that's what led to the goal. Quick shot on the ricochet, save, but a whistle halts the movement. And now Toronto with possession. Dropped over, retrieved by Burkhart. Burkhart delivers into the corner, gets this to Cascayeres. Cascayeres couldn't get the shot away before the whistle.
2 minutes. All right.
Oof.
Or nope, that's not. 2
No,
minutes.
that's just a halt to play.
Yep, I
know what you
cannot
saw.
see. That's good. That's good blocking. That's good defense.
And now Columbus in transition. This is Al Said. Al Said
Ooh.
kick, save made. We will hang here, says the official. And we will hang here for a 7-meter.
Yep.
King to take it. King has a gun. King waiting, whistle, gun, fire, score.
All right, and Columbus doing what they were doing earlier again.
Go back to what brought you to the dance.
Yep.
Toronto looking for an answer and needing to find one quickly. Not as quick as you'd think. 10 minutes into the second half, but on the fast break as that ball goes out of play, that was, I don't know what you're thinking, territory for Columbus there.
That really shouldn't have happened.
No,
I know
I agree with you.
They were looking for the fast break. Sometimes it's just not there. Oh, and that might be a kick. Yep,
It
that
is a kick ball.
So handball is played with your hands, not your feet.
Except if you're a goalkeeper.
Except if you're a goalkeeper, always exceptions. And sometimes if the ball bounces off your hand and hits your foot, it still counts as a kick, even if it wasn't meant to happen.
Columbus with possession. This one turned on by Schaefer. Schaefer at the pivot. Schaefer drops this to El Said. El Said around 2, he scores.
Okay.
Or they're going to take the goal off the board, maybe?
I think it was a goal. I don't know if they're trying to determine if there was a penalty involved. Yep, 2 minute. Okay. I didn't see what that was. We do not have the replay working here, folks. Unfortunately.
I'd love to have that low angle.
Yep. So 2 minute penalty on Toronto. We are
Columbus
back at it.
Columbus on the power play, if you will.
Yep.
Toronto with the offensive possession, although short. Brought over by Konar. Konar dropped that to the pivot. Konar gets it back. Konar from 10. Konar dropped that to Groenwald, who scores. Short-handed marker for Toronto. Gets them to within 4.
Yep.
And the power play, if you will, continues for Columbus. Brought back ahead by Schaefer. Schaefer at the pivot, dropped off, and eventually getting to Bartlett, who scores. Power play continuing, of course, for Columbus.
Yep, that's good movement by Columbus. The wing coming in at the right time to get the pass after spreading the defense out. Toronto needs to score a goal for every goal that Columbus scores on the power play. Or
You're right.
Power play. Man down.
Yep. It's 6 and 1, half dozen the other. King scores. That man is a human dynamo.
Yep.
Based on how much I have seen him work, not only in this game, but games done over the last couple years going back to 2021.
Yep, it's good to see him back again. He took a hard fall at the Minnesota Classic, and I don't know how much he was able to do after that. So really good to see him back on the court.
Yeah.
It's a good save.
Out of play, but Columbus will maintain possession. Any early player or man of the match nods from you?
I will leave that to you, as you were paying attention more than I was when I was fixing things.
Okay.
From what I'm seeing in the second half, though, I'd say Mike King would be a good one.
A contender. That's what I'm thinking too.
Also, number 13 for Toronto has been pretty solid on defense.
Renault.
Yep, Renault. And I know he is one of their stronger players too, but he's really been showing why that's the case.
I don't have the ability for a twofer, though, like we do in Minnesota. Foul before the shot. That play was not even close to continuing. Don't argue that, Columbus. Go easy on the whistles. Back to play. King delivers that. Schaefer
Good
shoots.
D.
Blocked.
Very good defense.
2-on-1 on the fast break. That one goes over to Smith,
Good save.
who was thwarted by a save. King to Schaefer. Schaefer dropped that down low. Quick shot and a goal by Recker. 23-16, and Columbus opening the door, looking to run and hide. Brought back by Toronto. Mladenovic with the goal. 23-17. Just under 10 minutes to play in proceedings.
Yep, Brecker was going to go stepping, and as he was stepping over, it was already too late, and he's just like, all right, I'm not going to risk anything here.
Maybe later this afternoon, we get Mike King back for a couple of games up this way so that he can see a game from a different perspective.
Yeah.
Had a heck of a lot of fun with him at the Fall Classic. Bear hug. Ooh, no, that's not a bear hug. That's a 2-point takedown that Hope College students would appreciate. But it halts play nonetheless.
Yep. I mean, that was good defense. That's kind of all you can do at that point.
Leads to a 7 for Toronto.
Yep.
By a 7, I mean a 7-meter. Renault to take it. Renault. Whistle. Shot.
Ooh.
Off the iron.
So many posts. So many posts. At least 5 or 6. Actually, more than that. Double digits at this point.
I would venture a guess in that direction, yeah. King gets this across the timeline.
But
delivers to Tompkins. You were saying.
That's just how it goes some games.
Tompkins with a shot. Blocked by Humanity in front.
It's a good save.
Ball dropped off. Mladenovic goes cross court. Shot. Save made. And that should be Tevin Miller in net still. That's 0 for the Armada. Brought back ahead by King. King near the pivot. Now the ball played in the corner. Dropped off by Reski. I'll get that all wrong all weekend. King right in front. Got it to Recker, who scored.
I believe Mike King and Recker both play together on Nyack from time to time. Actually, I think that's their main team. So
Columbus called him up.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's why it's so smooth between the two, and why Mike throws it and he's there on the line.
That might equate to just experience as a player, not to mention your teammate there. As a 7-meter for Toronto will have Groenwold shooting. Groenwold fake. Scores.
Yep. That's good. Got to get those. No more posts if you're shooting the 7.
Yep, and with time winding down, about 6 minutes left to play in regulation time, you've got to get goals in bunches if you're Toronto. No, none of this trading goals business.
Yep, exactly.
King up high. King at the 10. King dropped it, got it to Tompkins. Tompkins tried to feather a pass through but could not. Toronto on the ricochet. Would love a goal here if you're Toronto.
Yep.
Near side wing, got the goal.
Yep, that's going to be a 2 as well.
A double whammy.
Tried his best to get out of the way, but when you're committing to play defense like that, it's just you're kind of miffed at that point.
King will bring this across the timeline because he gets by with a little help from his friends, much like Joe Cocker or the Beatles. Halt to play before Toronto could move. That leads to an additional movement for Columbus. They score off it. 25-19, 5 minutes and some change left in the bank. In regular time, of course, time being kept on the floor. Halt to play, timeout. On the floor, 19 minutes, 51 seconds into the contest. Our first group game for these two. And if you can flash the groups up, this is a match in Group A with Toronto, Miami, as you see on the left side of your screen there. Toronto, Miami, Minnesota, and Columbus in Group A. We've already seen Detroit and Pickerington in Group B play.
Yep.
DC and Milwaukee will come later in Group B.
Yep, and we'll get those groups updated here in a little bit. Just keeping things running smoothly. So, yep, Pickerington over Detroit in the first one. Columbus playing back-to-back games currently against Toronto, and then they'll play Columbus after. And then for the women's side as well, Chicago will be playing Orlando later today, I believe.
I believe you're correct.
Orlando playing Canada, sorry.
And you see Canada ripped there on your screen. I will refer to them as the Agents of Chaos because they are comprised, or they are a team comprised of a bunch of Canadian free agents to the tune of 8 players.
Yep. So this will be a big game for Columbus should they win. Going to the second game, good save. Going to the next game against Miami, feeling a little bit better with 1 win under their belt. Should that happen? I mean, 6 goals, up by 6 goals. That's a decent amount, but
yeah, tall order for Toronto to come back right now.
Yep. I mean, Toronto needs two for every one. If they do that, I think they could pull ahead. But they really gotta play strong defense and take care of the ball when they get it.
Speaking of unable to take care of the ball, Lucas Piero guilty of not taking care of the ball. King reestablishes possession for Columbus. Piero scores. Lucas
shot.
Piero with a swim move to get free. Here comes Toronto. Up the near side. This goes to Mladenovic. Halt to play with the whistle.
Columbus is still down 1 person, so they're looking to slow it down a lot.
Which, I mean, you're up 6.
Yep.
You don't have to do anything frisky.
Plus, you have a second game after this. So at this point, as Charlie said in the last play of the game, cruise control for sure.
Yes. Good to talk to Mr. Harper, not to be confused with Mr. Sheen.
Yep.
John Cryer would be the other Harper in that analogy for those looking for it.
Way over my head.
You know what? I do what I can around here. Glenn Panelade, wearing number 3 for Toronto at the pivot. Over across court. Shot and a goal. 26-21. Now, if you're Toronto, the focus is a defensive stop.
Yep.
Immediately.
Yeah, down by 6, cut the goal differential down to 5. So if they can keep good defense, maybe get a few fast breaks, have a 1 or 2 goal game.
King at the pivot. Actually checked that. Another player for Columbus at the pivot. King dropped it, got it to Piero, who, excuse me for saying it this way, pivots into the pivot.
Yep. Another 2. I think he was grabbing onto him as he was running across.
Holds. Wow. Okay. 26-21. 2.5 to go in regular time. King reestablishes possession for Columbus. Shot. Blocked. Going wide, but the whistle halted the movement. Toronto head coach wanting an explanation.
Yep. Eager to shoot there. Mike, the center back, wants to kind of slow down and get things going. Want a timeout. Yep.
Timeout called.
All right, I'm going to go check our time real quick, make sure we're close.
It would be a Toronto timeout.
Yep. There we go. Columbus timeout.
Columbus timeout. We'll check on the time. And this being the first of the games in this group for these two teams. But overall, game 3 of the tournament, been a fun one so far as we get ready to end game number 3. Four minutes and some change, or actually 3 minutes and 16 seconds left in regular time with the adjustments made. So 3:16 of quality handball left in regular time as Mike King and the boys will resume play for Columbus. King dropped that far side. Shot up high, grazed the bar on its way up. Toronto still has a little bit of time to be able to manage the 5-goal deficit with the adjustment. And that's the one thing we didn't do for those commenting on YouTube is a stoppage made there. For those of you commenting on YouTube, no, we did not bake our clock into the Daktronics board at the table.
Someday. That day is not today. We make do with what we can, and very happy to be able to bring this to you guys.
Yeah, we're glad you've joined us in all seriousness. Jeff Disher here, Josh Wallinga to my right. We have had Josh Hederick of the Minnesota Team Handball Club join us. We will have a whole host of others through the course of the weekend. So stay tuned. A lot of hilarity at play yet as King with possession here for Columbus. And 2 minutes and some pennies left in the bank.
Rocket shot, as usual, from him. Again, good to see him back on the court.
Yeah. Took one to the head in Minnesota in the fall.
Yeah, I think he. Yep.
Oh yes.
Yep, he hit his head. Had chipped his tooth, I think, too. But
yep. Glad
that he's up and going. You don't want to see those injuries be, well, one, life-threatening, and two, career-ending. So this floor is a little more forgiving than a basketball floor tends to be.
Certainly.
But a lot of places don't have this kind of court. So you just kind of deal with it. And then some people, good movement.
Wow.
That is outside, though.
Tompkins almost hitting pay dirt. Minute and 10 seconds left in regular time. Keep in mind, time not on the floor as that one goes out, or time on the floor as it goes out of play. So there will be extra time associated with the end of the contest.
Yep, 7-meter time stoppage here.
Taking the throw for Toronto is Gronwald, and that's Finn Gronwald. He shoots and scores 27-23. Time not on the side of the Toronto Handball Club.
Nope. Down by 4 with 50 seconds left. I'm surprised they're not playing a lot harder than they are. Good rebound. Good save.
A post and a kick save. I like it. Columbus keeps possession as that ball out of play. Was that ball live? Yes, it was. Toronto with possession. And Mladenovic looked for a shot, didn't get one that he liked. 15 seconds left in regular play. King will shut it down.
Yep. I think here you just play keep away. You have a second game after this. Got to get ready for it.
Buzzer sounds, and that will do it.
Yep.
Columbus will go right back. Let's grab Mike King for a quick post-game interview. What do you say?
I agree.
Mike King, our man of the match. We'll have that for you as we'll regather for Columbus's second game of the day and final game of the day. We'll have Mike King up here with Larry and Curly. Mo will join us in a second. Jeff Disher back in Holland as we come together. Mike King, fresh off Columbus's first of a two pair, as Columbus will go back out on the court. You are our man of the match. What did you see, or what did you like from your boys in Game 1, and what could you improve here in Game 2? Hold on. Try that again. What could you improve in Game 2 after what just happened in Game 1?
Yeah, I think maybe rely a little less on our goaltending. It's nice to have, but you don't want to use all of your luxury early on in a long tournament. So, yeah, defense was a little too theoretical at times, but it's hard to argue with the hustle. I mean, we have a lot of guys who don't have a ton of handball experience, and so when the ball turns over, knowing, like, snap decision, the reflex to run back is not always, like, automatic. And yeah.
Speaking of automatic, you and Wylinga, who was the other player from Nyack that
Probably Hattie.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. You two were flipping automatic over the course of that last 50 minutes. Just speak about the experience of playing with him on the regular with Nyack and how that contributed here.
Yeah, no, it's we have a shorthand, and it just becomes much easier to recognize the types of advantages that he likes to exploit. The level of player that he is, even at his more advanced age that he won't admit. He's a former Egyptian professional player, so compared to a lot of guys that are still learning aspects of the game that he mastered 15 years ago, he has pretty much every advantage. But getting to play with him all the time, when he's going to go, and that's the most important thing, is knowing how to support, knowing how to stay out of his way. It's a delicate dance sometimes.
And I think I will ask this follow-up here for Walinga and myself. Everything okay with you after that fall that you took in Minnesota back in the fall?
Yeah. As you can see, I no longer have a hole in the middle of my face. So, yeah, we're good. We're good. No post-concussion-like symptoms.
Good.
My nose is straight, and I got all my teeth, so we're good.
You're welcome up in this booth at any time through the weekend when y'all are not playing. Josh Walinga, I will leave you with the final question.
I do not have any questions. I guess maybe the only thing would be, how do you guys plan to kind of play in the second game now that you already had one, like, almost immediately?
I would say we plan it very slowly and cautiously and conservatively, because we've got we always like to schedule these back-to-back in theory, because warming up takes a lot of energy. So the idea of playing 2 games in a day, you save one warm-up. But then every time you're in the middle of it, you're like, what a horrible mistake this was. And yet every single time we request it. So here we are again. So, we have experience with it.
Same song, different verse.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
I appreciate it, guys.
All right. Have fun in Game 2. You're welcome in this booth anytime through the weekend. That is Mike King.
Thanks, guys.
And we will get set as Columbus gets set to retake the floor for game number 2 of their day, as they will take on Inter Miami. Or 2.
Yep.
As Miami takes the floor for the first time. We'll take a short timeout, and we will come your way with that Columbus-Miami matchup in a moment.
All right, we are getting back here pretty close to the start of the second game for the Columbus Armada. They will be taking on Miami Inter. Miami Inter's first game of the day. Let's see if the first game jitters continue. As you heard from Mike King, they are looking to take it a little slower, kind of rest a little bit, especially with the win under their belts, which we will show you the updated groups later. Once we have them updated, the refs are looking to get things back going again here in Holland, Michigan. Not to be confused with Holland, the country. Although you wouldn't notice it, Hope College, New Holland Brewing, you name it. A lot of Holland-themed items here. But we're looking to get started. The game after this is going to be Milwaukee versus DC, which will be Milwaukee and DC's first games each. And then following that, we will have Minnesota against Miami. So Miami will have one game rest in between each of their games, with Columbus playing their second one. And we are off to the races now, with Jeff Disher back with me after sorting some administrative items out.
Early moments of the first half, as you heard the dulcet tones of, Josh Wallinga. First possession for Miami goes by the boards, and Columbus will retake the ball. King on the far side fires, scores.
First goal for Columbus.
Mike King doing what he mentioned in the player of the game interview that he just had.
All right. Didn't quite see what that was there.
But it is a Columbus possession, that much we know.
I'd say probably a travel or, ooh, good movement. Good save, too, by the keeper.
King with a nifty pass. Tried to get it to Devin Bartlett. Miami also in the first. It looks like a 7-meter throw, too, as a shove occurs. So a 7-meter throw for Kurt Schaefer, and he put it wide.
Yep. Good save by the crossbars there.
Finkelstein brings this ahead for Miami. Gets this to Oscar. Oscar tried to get that to Jose, and a goalkeeper is down.
Yep, that will hurt anybody.
Did he take a ball to the bean or a floor to the bean?
I think what happened is it hit him in the chest, like closer to his neck.
Ooh, even worse.
Yep, I don't think it was a head shot necessarily,
Okay.
which a 2-minute or anytime someone is unimpeded and they shoot on a goalkeeper and they get hit, the goalkeeper gets hit in the face. It is a 2-minute penalty, and if it's on a 7-meter, it's an automatic red card. I think what happened is he just got hit in the chest and it kind of went up to his neck. It's going to knock the wind out of you, regardless.
No doubt.
Good
As a
save.
shot by Roberts goes by the boards, Miami will look to clear. And they will do the business.
Yep, that is good defense by Miami.
And good defense by the post. Miami stifled on both shot opportunities there.
Yep. It's 2 minutes.
Lots to look forward to, I'm guessing.
Yep. when you sit in a place all day and you have teammates as awesome as we have, they will help us. All right, Miami on the board finally.
Certainly. Miami on the board courtesy of a 7-meter throw. 1-all our score. Clock will move, or clock is moving. I would say maybe about
3:15.
About 3:15 or so.
Yep.
Yeah, that was the number I was getting to as a shot goes in for Columbus, putting them up 2-1. 3:28 works.
And again, we will double check the time and the score at the half, just to keep us updated as much as possible.
And the officials on the floor keep the time. So our time that you see on the graphic graphic incidental.
Yep. Also, kind of more for you guys to see how much is in the left in the game.
Yeah. Corner throw for Miami to bring the ball back into play. You're already getting to a point where both teams are trading goals in the early moments.
Yep. Columbus does look a little gassed, which they just played a game. Understandable.
And Miami will have that same feeling when they play you guys momentarily.
Yep. Luckily for them, though, there will be a game in between.
Yes.
Columbus is going back-to-back, which you heard Mike say, hey, this sounds like a good idea. Which
it's
in
usually
theory,
not.
Yep. Ooh,
King
good
with a
save.
shot, bounds off a foot. But I get the sense that there will be a women's game before your game, or the Minnesota game that you will take part in.
Yep. The next game will actually be.
I want to say Chicago, Orlando.
No, it'll be DC and Milwaukee. It'll be their first game of the day as well.
Milwaukee United, a power at the Fall Classic.
Yep.
Be good to see those boys once again. DC Diplomats, new to me as well.
Yep.
Although that might have been played with a high fist. Will play on. Columbus with possession. Ball delivered to Schaefer. And Miami with a 3-2 lead. Early stages of the contest. As this one escapes and goes to Oscar. Short side. What a kick save. Miami with possession on the near side. 1 into 2 doesn't go. Good to see that balance was kept. Kept alive by Finkelstein and company on the near side. This goes to Oscar. Oscar at the pivot. Dropped it to Finkelstein. His shot high. Columbus on the ricochet. El Said and company cross the timeline. King just had him up here. He is more than welcome in a booth at any time he pleases. Save made. And the goaltender for Miami, a little beside himself because he didn't have the reaction to stop that ball in the crease before it left. Miami on the offense. Quick shot. Save made by Columbus. And now here goes El Said. El Said crosses to King. King dumped it off to no Armada player in particular. And Inter Miami also looking for the fast break that they don't get. Over 7 minutes played in the first half. 3-2 Miami. Jeff Disher, Josh Willingo with you. As Columbus trying to extend the possession. Shot just bounds dangerously close for the Miami defender. King, far side, gets this to Schaefer. Schaefer pivots, gets it to Recker, who misses. .7:45 played in the opening half as that pass gets through. Miami up 4-2. And the point about tired or about fatigue that you're speaking of, Josh, coming to the fore, no pun intended, with Columbus being down 2.
Yep, it's back-to-back. They're so tough, especially in handball with it being so fast and you're constantly running. Similar to like maybe basketball, lacrosse. Good shot.
Great shot and a great goal there for Columbus. 4-3 now. As Miami looks to answer, bear hug, halt, play clock rolls. And Inter Miami with possession on the near side. They'll slow the game down. I feel like Miami is the master of slowing the game down of the men's teams that we've already seen today so far, despite only being up a goal.
Yep.
About 9 minutes played as this one is dropped over to Finkelstein. Finkelstein gets this to Valencia and across. Ooh! Hand goes up high. That's dangerous. Miami will keep possession. Goaltender playing up for Miami. Naturally, I have my eye on that. Great kick save made by the Columbus goalkeeper. And I don't see the Columbus goaltender doing that because he just played. I see him gravitating towards more or closer to the goal.
Yeah, it depends on the game. Ooh, that's a good shot.
Great long shot for Miami. 5-3, 10 minutes in.
Yeah, if Miami keeps running plays like that, and Columbus, goes one-on-one, they can score on that. If Miami keeps running the plays, they'll hang on to the ball more and force Columbus to keep running and play Miami's game instead of Columbus's game.
And that would speak to conditioning on Columbus's part, having just played. Miami with possession, as this one is established by Valencia. Valencia at the pivot. Goes to Finkelstein to Valencia. Valencia to Finkelstein, dropped off. Valencia gets that to Oscar. Now cross court, shot and a goal for Miami. 6-4, 10:35 left to go, and Miami left the defensive zone too quick, I believe. So Columbus will gain control.
Yep, that's good. That was good ball movement by Miami.
They've really moved the ball well in the first 11 minutes plus.
Yep.
Columbus almost answering. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yep, that'll be a 7. Miami is this team's played together for a while, or at least over the past year, and so it was kind of similar to Pickerington.
Pickerington.
Yep.
That shot goes in for Columbus, making it 6-5. Tightest game of the several that we've seen already today.
Yep.
So far in the tournament.
Yep.
22 games strong over these 3 days. It'll be a lot of handball in a little bit of time, as Miami will slow the game down. Being up a goal, you can afford to do such.
Yep.
Where if you're Columbus, not necessarily to a point where if you were down, say, 6-7, you would need to get frisky, but a nice kick save. Speaking of getting frisky, the goaltender for Columbus doing the business. I believe that's Jacob Roberts in net. No, I am doubted. Miller will make that save, and a nifty kick save on this end by Inter Miami goaltender Ayomotoma. Inter Miami learning as they go, also helping us learn as we go. As this one dropped off, shot by El Said. goes by the wayside, still 6-5, 12:50 in to play. So just over a quarter of the way through. And Miami advances this into the offensive part of the court, 6-all.
Yep.
Looking for 7-6. That pass intended for Luca Mangazi. And back we go. Schaefer looked to work that cross court to Recker, could not. And now Columbus looking to establish with El Said. Not going to work though. It'll be nice in this next fixture to have no need to depart to court level as that shot goes off the post and out of play. Miami with possession. I'll explain that in a second. Quick shot and a goal for Miami. Columbus wanting a fast break. Research proving critical when you do what I do, and Milwaukee and DC have assisted me in that venture doing what I do, so no need to scramble and do the business. Because like I've said over the course of the day so far, I've already felt like I've done 22 as King gets the shot away. And the halt to play with about 15 minutes played, so about 10 minutes left. King establishes 1 into 2 doesn't go. But Columbus will reestablish possession. Schaefer, shot wide.
That was a good attempt. But definitely was pushing him. The ref kind of also saying, hey, if you get this goal, you get the goal. Otherwise, it's going to be a 7. So that's a win-win for Columbus on that.
El Said, bouncer.
I think he was trying to fake a shot and then
Lost the handle?
Yeah, lost the handle, but then it re-gripped on it. So it's also possible he was trying to do a fake shot, but then wanted to do a real one, getting real meta here, strategic, do a fake shot, do a real shot, and then it just bounced funny.
We were closer. I could see us being in his head. However, Miami with possession. Brought back out to the 10, dropped over, and it gets to Finkelstein. His shot goes on net, and the save made. 16 minutes played in the game's opening half. El Said gets this over to Schaefer. Schaefer dropped it to King. Schaefer scores.
That's a good shot. That's what Columbus needed also. They don't want to get too far behind.
No.
And the defense has been really good for both teams, actually. Like, this has been very technical handball instead of more of the fast break, constant running. Miami's running plays, and Columbus is playing defense and trying to exploit them a little bit more. It's been good. This has been a very, very good technical game, which is what you want to see.
Miami with possession in their offensive end. Oscar got it over far side. Did I hear a whistle? I did. Miami with possession. And a shot blocked out of play, so we'll stay here. Under 8 minutes to go in the first half.
Yep, that's what you want to do when you're on defense, is you want to try to get up, get a block, and then maybe pull the rebound or at least let yourself kind of take like a few second break. But it's very similar to like volleyball blocking, where you got to go up or you got to jump up to block as they're blocking, and then if you get it, cool. And then if it goes behind you, that's on your goalie to get it, which you don't necessarily get all the time, but then the goalie should always be ready for that.
And I was going to say, if not, Rutrow said Scooby-Doo. King with possession, delivers over to Schaefer. Schaefer lost it. Bear hug, halt play, clock rolls. As this one is found by Schaefer. Schaefer scores. Columbus with the 8-7 lead. Just under 7 minutes to play in half number 1. We are in the 4th of 9 games over the course of the day today. I believe the breakdown is 9, 9, and 4. So 9 tomorrow, 4 on Sunday, being the 2 third-place games and then the 2 games for the chips. Or actually, it is 2 third-place games, the last round robin game, and then the championship.
Tomorrow we have 8 games.
Ooh.
Yep, so because we have the men's placement 7th, 8th, men's placement 5th, 6th, the last round robin for Chicago, and then the bronze and gold.
Okay. So that changed up
Yep.
slightly.
Which that hour break is going to be very good to not have anything.
Agreed.
We enjoy commentating for you all, but 9 and 9 and then like 8 and then your drive back is a lot.
Yeah.
So any reprieve is a good reprieve.
7-meter throw coming for Inter Miami.
Mm-hmm.
Score.
That's good. All tied up again.
8-8, 5 minutes and some change left in the bank. As this is found by El Said. El Said crosses court with King. Goes to Schaefer. Schaefer. El Said. El Said has options. El Said took the wrong route, and he lost the ball to Miami. 2-on-1. Save made. Tevin Miller.
That was big. That needed to happen.
King scores on the ricochet. So Tevin Miller owes Mike, I don't know what, dinner possibly?
Something along those lines.
9-8 Columbus, 4 minutes and 35 seconds left in regular time. As Miami will establish possession with Renault. Quick shot and a goal as Renault delivered the pass that led to the tying goal. King crosses the timeline. If these teams are trading goals like this, and a howitzer of a shot from Schaefer, we could have something very interesting down the stretch in the second half.
Yep.
3 minutes and 50 seconds. It's 50 seconds left in the first half.
Yep, very close game. Close games are good. This is more handball is handball. This is more along the lines of handball. Even maybe not the speed of the game necessarily, but more like what the score-wise is.
Yep, I'd expect a 10-10 score line just about.
Yep.
Just about getting to halftime.
And that usually, I mean, obviously tied about at half.
Timeout.
Yep.
Columbus. So coming up as I make the choice to get off my feet for a moment, coming up we'll have Milwaukee and DC. DC does not have that large of a bench to rely on, if at all. And I emphasize the words if at all. They will be playing with 8 on their roster, including a goalkeeper. And that would tell me that Milwaukee should be easily favored to win Game 1. Milwaukee brings a roster of 3, 6, 9, 12, 13, 14 players with a goalkeeper into play today.
Yep. And I mean, I thought that Detroit was going to run over the Pandas earlier, and I was wrong. It's totally fine. So it's maybe it's the same way, where DC just brings it to Milwaukee. I think part of it is like the travel. It's a lot easier to travel from Milwaukee to Holland than it is to go from DC to Holland, Michigan. For a lot of teams, the season is already done. And so this is kind of like either a bonus tournament or those that want to participate do, which we all do. This is great. So that would probably explain why DC might have a smaller roster, but it's possible that they run over Milwaukee like Pickerington did.
Yeah.
So we'll find out though at the next game.
So that comes up as King and the Columbus Armada bring the ball back into play. Quick shot goes in the net for Columbus. And it is 11-10 in favor of the Armada. 2 minutes and some change, 2 minutes 40 left in the first half. As Miami brings this ahead. Miami has that one dropped off by Mascarelli. Gets it back. Mascarelli spins around two, loses the ball. And a bear hug halts play. 2:10 left to go in regulation time in the first half, but extra time factored in by the official on the court. Shot and a goal, tie game.
Yep. Miami has shooters. They're not afraid to shoot at 9. They're not afraid to shoot at 6. I mean, maybe 12, 15, 18 meters. We haven't seen them do that, but who does?
And they'll start shooting from half court.
Yep. Unlike basketball, there is no three-point shots. It's either one or nothing.
Now, you did have, I'll get to that in a second. You did have a beach hockey. There was an outdoor beach hockey league on the street or on the beaches of Huntington Beach in the 90s. Pro Beach Hockey, PBH, ESPN2 aired it.
Oh, interesting.
From 1996 to 1998 or early 99, and you had a ramp in behind the goals, regular hockey goals.
Huh.
Ramp in behind the goals, and an arc similar to that here in handball, where any shot that went in as a goal scored by Bartlett, any shot that went in that was shot from behind that arc was 2 goals.
Yep. The PLO, which is the Premier
Lacrosse
Lacrosse
League.
League, they have a 2-point arc as well. And they actually just updated the rules, so it's a little closer. So anybody who's lacrosse fans expect more 2-point goals. But we are here for handball, and
This is true.
that is a whole different conversation, which I am more than happy to enlighten you all with later.
And I am here. I am here to enlighten folks not only here but around too. Is that shot off the frame and up and out? King brings it across the timeline. Brought ahead to El Said. His shot saved.
Save. Very, very good save. Play some pressure defense here.
Finkelstein and company bring it ahead, and they score. 12 all. 25 seconds roughly left to play as King brings this ahead. Maybe time for one and done. Quick shot. Stayed out.
Oh, that is going to be a goal for Columbus per the ref. For those of you that can hear, if you hear a double whistle pretty close after another, that means that there's a goal. They'll also put the hand up as well.
13 all, about halftime, as Miami will look to get one more movement. 2-on-1 developing. Whistle goes. My question is, did the buzzer sound?
He's going to talk about it because that was very close. Because the pain of the ball is a good goal.
Goal is good.
Yep.
14-13 at the half. We'll pause. Second half coming up shortly as the American Handball Championship is yours from Holland. back in Holland as we get set for half number 2 of Columbus's second game of the day as they take on Inter Miami. Jeff Disher, Josh Wallinga with you up high here in Holland. And that would be Michigan, not the Dutch. However, Miami with the 1-goal lead at the end of 25 minutes.
Yep, that was a good comeback or a good way to stick in there, Miami, to hang in with Columbus, who's warmed up, ready to go, and now then they ended up tying it and getting a really, really fast start, and the last goal was a valid goal as the ball broke the plane.
For the buzzer.
Yep, which in handball, that's a good shot.
King with the goal there, 14 all. The ball has to be released by the buzzer, or does it have to break the plane?
It has to break the plane before the buzzer goes off.
Okay.
Some sports, as long as like in lacrosse, as long as the ball is, or no, it's basketball. No, lacrosse is the same
If you get
way.
the shot off in basketball, it's good.
Yep.
Yep.
So that one, we don't have VAR. That would be really nice, but we don't. The ref said it went in, and that's how it is.
Columbus getting a little bit too quick for the official. 15-14 Miami. As we are just over a minute played in the second half. Interesting player of the game race, or King.
All right, King got the goal, and it looks like he had a 2-minute as well. I'm not sure. I think he wanted a penalty.
Didn't get one. He's irate, we'll say.
Yep.
But almost 2 minutes played in the early stages of the second half. Nice kick, save made by Columbus's goalkeeper as this one bounds down to Roberts. Across the timeline it'll go. Columbus with possession. And the game tied. 15 all. Feel like I'm playing tennis when I say that, but 15 all. Early stages, second half. He's Josh Wallinga. I am Jeff Disher. For those tuning in late, where the heck have you been?
We so appreciate you being here.
Indeed we do. Miami with possession off the turnover. Miami looking for a fast break, not going to get one. Bear hug, halt play. Clock rolls, Miami rolls. Dropped over by Valencia, and the ball deflected away. This comes to Mangazi, and he scores 16-15. Columbus looking for a bit of an explanation on that sequence 2 plays ago. Not going to get one from the official, dressed in the red, or just in the yellow, excuse me. The red sleeve caught me. And Columbus with possession on the near side. Schaefer tried to get through 2, passes off, loose ball, whistle before the goal. Bartlett pleading his case, not going to get that argument won. So Bartlett will restart. That off the iron and out of play. Miami will establish possession on their side of the timeline. Whistle before the shot.
You ran in the 6-meter.
Ooh. 16-15 Miami as Columbus crosses the timeline. Sounded better in my head. Milwaukee plays next.
Yep.
King throws this cross court. King got it back, jumped up, lost it, shoots and scores. 16 all. Miami will cross the timeline on the ensuing possession. Finkelstein and company advance this. Matsuoka. Valencia, quarterbacking, if you will, dropped off to Matsuoka, who dumps off to Finkelstein. Matsuoka shoots, save made.
It's going to be a 7.
A 7-meter throw coming for Inter Miami.
Yeah, it looked like the Columbus player stepped over into the Miami player's body when he was going up for a shot, which is a no-no. So that's why the 7 happened.
Valencia made him pay. Quick shot for Columbus on the ricochet, and these teams trading goals here in the early stages of the second half. Quick shot up over the cage. Miami on the Columbus on the ensuing possession, making Inter Miami pay. 18-17. A whistle, halt to play. Columbus wanting something.
It looked like the player didn't substitute properly. There's a marking that you have to be past in order to go onto the court, and it doesn't look like the Columbus player was on that mark.
Similar to that of basketball, I would assume.
Yep, lacrosse as well.
Or,
Many
yes.
sports, yeah.
Yep. Inter Miami with possession and a 1-goal disadvantage. 6:13 played in the second half. 31-13 in the match. 18-17 the score as this one is found by Matsuoka. They go cross court, ball intercepted. Here comes Columbus. 3-on-1 developing. And the loose ball goes in. I don't think that's how Columbus drew it up, but hey, as long as it crosses the line, it works, right?
Yep.
King took the charge, and Columbus will go the other way. 19-17 Columbus. Passed in front, shot, no whistle before no shot, whistle before it. Halts the movement. 18 minutes to go. Here comes Miami. Plenty of time. 2-goal game. Now 1 as that goal scored. And Columbus will cross the timeline with King throwing it across. Columbus slowing things down. And that pass hot to handle for King, but he does so on the sideline. Whistle halts play. And if I'm a betting man right now for the player of the game honor, I would go King again and or Columbus's goaltender.
Yeah, I would agree with both of those.
As a shot by Kurt Schaefer says, Dish, throw me in too. That shot came from about 12 meters out. Nifty spin move. Quick shot and a goal for Miami. They are like a BG and staying alive.
Yep.
1-goal game.
It's that's what they need to keep doing. Miami kind of dictated the pace of the first half, and now Columbus is starting to dictate the second half.
King with a howitzer. Top cheddar. But to your point, Miami also was allowed to dictate the game or the pace of the game in the first half because Columbus had just come off 50 minutes on the court.
Yep. So I think Columbus they settled in now. They still look tired. relying on their goalkeeper maybe more than they should. I know, or Mike was saying that they didn't want to do that, but he's been keeping them in there enough and to stifle Miami from doing too much.
Dumped over, quick shot, and a goal. 22-19 Columbus.
Yep.
As Miami advances across the timeline with Valencia. Valencia quarterbacking in this set, or center backing in this set. Think of a center back like a quarterback in football. Quick shot, save made by Tevin Miller.
Yep, big save there.
Huge. King crosses, goes to Schaefer. King, fake the Howitzer. He scores. King with the last 2 goals. 23-19. Timeout on the floor. Miami calls it. 10:23 elapsed. We'll hang here as the American Handball Championship continues next as Milwaukee gets set to take on the DC Diplomats. First game for either team. And DC, Josh Willinga, the last team to get a roster with numbers and positions to yours truly over the course of this week prepping for the event.
Yep.
It just snuck it in under the wire last night.
It happens.
It does.
Traveling a lot is no fun, as we both know. Nice 10-hour car ride to
I had to take the Empire Builder I would have been on Tuesday or Wednesday, excuse me. Took an hour too long to get to St. Paul, and so I actually took a bus to Chicago straight to catch
the Amtrak over, right?
Yep.
Okay.
The De Pere Unlimited, and the bus was actually 2.5 hours faster than the Empire Builder.
Oh, interesting.
Got to spend a little time at Union Station in Chicago, a place that Chicago Inter women are very familiar with, you'd assume, and made my way here late Wednesday night. Miami with possession, quick shot, and a nice goal scored by Oscar.
Yeah, that was a good move, too. Was going to try to go in and then faked back, get the defense moving one way, and then got into the gap.
Very flexible is Miami's offense thus far in the second half. 11 minutes played. King fired that one by Schaefer. And Miami will regather as that pass feathered on. Can't touch it inside the 6 foot. That allows Columbus to regain possession and score with El Said. 24-20 Columbus. Halfway through the second half, so 3/4 of the way home. As a nice kick save made by Tevin Miller. That had shades of Mr. Golden Boot from the Fall Classic.
Yeah, that was a good save. They need him to do well, and he is doing well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're also scoring. Unfortunately, I was just about to say Julian hasn't really had any saves this half, and then he makes one, so I guess that's a caster blessing.
That works.
In that circumstance.
That works. Commentator blessing, yeah.
Yep, and then unfortunately they threw the ball away. So, but to be fair, Miami's defense kind of has fallen apart a little bit. They're not checking up on the shooters and letting the pivots roam free on the 6-meter line.
If you're gonna get that angle, shot in a goal there for Columbus, if you're going to play that far back and not play out at least quasi man-to-man, Columbus will take those shooting lanes anytime you give them to the Armada.
Yep. That's a very good save.
And a fake of a home run ball instead goes to Valdez short. King advances the ball up court with Schaefer. So it's King, to reset for you, King, Schaefer, Valdez in back for Columbus. Up front, Schaefer not so fast. He touched the line.
Yeah, Miami wants to go fast, which they should.
And they do, and they score. That goal for Oscar. 13 and a half into the half.
Yeah, Miami is starting to get pumped up after that one. That was a very good fast break. Almost lost it, but held on to it. Good save.
Great save by Miami's goalkeeper, but you can't make them all.
Yeah. Nope. Miami needed to be there on the rebounds. I think that's what he was a little upset about, which, you know.
Just went to sleep a touch.
Yep.
Miami reestablishes the possession after the quick pause. About 10 minutes and 24 seconds left to play as a quick shot for Columbus goes in. 26-22.
Miami scored that one.
Oh, Miami scored, so 26-22 Columbus.
Miami's got a cheering section. It's always good to see.
Love it.
Even your own teammates cheering you on is always good.
King delivers that to Schaefer. Schaefer down low. Valdez scores. 27-22 Columbus. Miami advances across the timeline, in line with the official too.
Ooh.
Charge?
Yep. That
Yes.
is a charge. Getting up a little slow there.
El Said apparently knows how to fall. Across the timeline comes Columbus. Schaefer, King. Also has Tompkins in back. Tompkins, Schaefer, King. King fakes. King, Schaefer. Schaefer looking. He found Valdez. And the whistle goes. Miami wanting an explanation as to the foul call, but Columbus with possession. Schaefer, poke through. Whistle goes, halt to play. I believe it's 7 meters. Schaefer took one up high. I believe he took a hand up high, it looked like, as he is a little slow to get up, but he does. Ready to go, back to play we go. Schaefer from King. Tompkins, Schaefer into the corner. What an angle.
Yeah, that was an interesting shot. It was he was gonna go up to rocket it, and then as he was going up, just let it go. Not much Julian can do there unless you're expecting it. You also, with those kinds of shots, you know who's gonna shoot them anyways.
And Columbus will advance. Tompkins gets this to Valdez. His shot saved.
It's a good save. Miami really needed that.
And they need a goal here on the answer. Valencia gets this over to Oscar. Oscar loses it. Miami can't answer. 7 minutes and change left in the bank in the second half. 28-22. He is Josh Wallinga. Jeff Disher here from Holland at Hope College at the DeVos Fieldhouse. Oscar sends that cross court, and the pass intended for Valencia intercepted. King throws that up court.
Oh.
And Columbus will maintain possession.
I'm not quite sure what happened there.
Yeah, it blew my mind too. King with possession for Columbus. He calls the procedure Tompkins. Schaefer, Tompkins dumped off to Valdez, and it's blocked.
It's a good save.
Brought back ahead by Oscar. He shoots and scores 28-23. 6 minutes, 20 seconds. Timeout called by Columbus. Six minutes and 18 seconds left in regulation time.
Yeah, we're getting down there. Miami just kind of fell apart in the second half. They were doing really well in the first half, and they were pushing the ball. They were passing the ball well. Strong defense, playing toe-to-toe with Columbus, and then Columbus just took back over.
If Columbus wins this game, why will they win it? And if Miami comes back and wins this game, why would they win it?
So Miami, if they end up winning, it's because they calm themselves back down. I think they're really excited going into the second half, and I think that maybe got to them a little bit. And so if they can calm down and reestablish themselves and kind of dictate the pace of the game based on themselves, that's why they would win if they do.
And for Columbus?
Columbus just keeps passing. They keep passing to the pivot. If the pivot keeps getting open, they're going to keep scoring. Mike's doing a really good job at kind of running the offense and setting things back up. And they're also getting the fast breaks. So if they can keep capitalizing on the fast breaks and the lack of defense that Miami has sometimes, that's why they will stay ahead and how they will win.
Columbus crosses the timeline. Schaefer from King goes to Tompkins to Schaefer. Steady backcourt unit for Columbus as that howitzer from King goes wide. Valdez kept it alive momentarily for Columbus, but Tompkins will throw the ball back in. Back to play we go. Under 6 minutes left to play as King picks this up. That is a steady unit back there for Columbus. Schaefer dropped as they pivot around. Tompkins, change of position, and Tompkins fumbled the ball. 3-on-1 doesn't develop. And Columbus wanting a call, not going to get one. That shot leads to a goal for Miami.
Just getting a little clarity from the refs. Looks like they were trying to figure out if they could have picked up the ball, or they thought that the Miami player did when he shouldn't have. Because as soon as you grab the ball and you bounce it, even if you drop it and it bounces twice, you can't pick it up again. Otherwise, it'd be a double dribble.
King from Schaefer, and those two play catch. Schaefer dropped it to King, not so fast.
Yep. So traveling.
Miami on the ensuing possession. Shot and a goal. 5-hole, Rutrow, Raggy, says the goaltender.
Yep, Miami needs to keep doing that.
Crossing the line is Valdez. Valdez also has Al Said. King, the straw that stirs the drink for Columbus. King dropped it. Got it to Schaefer. Schaefer dropped it, got it to King. King looking, finds it, short side, Valdez scores. 29-25. 4 minutes and some change left. Miami crossing the timeline. As that one found by Oscar. He'll answer. And we've got a ball game here. 3 minutes and 45 seconds to go.
Yep, closest game we've had all day so far. Good to see.
Love it. As you'd expect, calling a blowout, never fun.
Nope, unless you,
Yeah. Speaking of a blowout, Miami blowing out 2-0. Shot and a goal. Miami within 2.
So those of you that watch beach handball, that would be a 2-pointer normally in beach, but not here in indoor. Just a little bit of embellishment there. I think Miami's starting to feel themselves again, especially with the crowd.
3 minutes left in regulation. Found by El Said in the corner. Valdez, save made, Miami. Valencia will bring this one back in with a little help from the goaltender. I believe it was Milan. Oscar sends that cross court. And a save, no, before the shot, referee stopped the play.
Yep, 2 minutes on Mike and a 7, I think.
Double whammy.
Yep.
I needed to bring that term back. I'm surprised it took me 4 games. Double whammy for Columbus as they surrender a 7-meter throw and a 2-minute. Save made! Miami will have the ball still as it last touched the keeper. That keeper being Tevin Miller. Can Miami come within 1? Not there.
That was a momentum stopper right there.
Especially if the goal, or if Columbus can find one here.
Yep. I think now if Columbus wins, it is from that pass. It'll be that pass is the reason why that Miami wasn't able to win.
Recker goes to Schaefer. Schaefer bear hugged by 2 Inter Miami players. Bartlett will resume play. Schaefer didn't get the shot away in time. But they'll play on. Bartlett,
Passive.
Schaefer. No.
Yep.
Miami will have possession. One minute, 15 seconds left in regulation time. Miami within 1. Now refresh me quickly. You can bring on an extra attacker here in place of a goalkeeper, correct?
Yep. So really the reason why you do that is if you're down.
As Miami is.
No, Miami or Columbus is down 1 player.
Oh,
so, yeah. So
I meant
Columbus-
down on the scoreboard. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. They can if they want to. It is risky unless you're like.
What a save
Good
there. Go ahead and finish your point. I'm sorry.
I will get to that in a second.
Okay. 30 seconds left to go in regulation. 2-0 to Columbus. Score. Columbus with a 2-goal lead. That might just about do it.
Miami was here in the first half.
They showed up, got a little lackadaisical about mid-game, and then showed up again.
Yep.
Whistle goes. 25. We'll cross the 25-minute point. I am leaning towards Armada goaltender Tevin Miller.
Yep, I would agree with that as well.
We can never get enough of Mike King up here, but you know what? A goaltender's got to give love to the goaltender when he can.
Yep, and honestly, like he's made some great saves. Has kept Columbus in it, and so yeah, I'd give it to him.
Behind the back, quick shot and a goal. That should just about do it for Columbus. That movement stopped for Miami. 3-on-1. Off the bar and out. Miami on the ricochet. Down 3, extra time on. Buzzer sounds, ball game over. Columbus wins it 31-28. We will grab Tevin Miller as our man of the match, and we will do that player interview momentarily, but not before we tell you that DC and Milwaukee is coming up. Back at the American Handball Championship in Holland, Jeff Disher and Jake Roberts, the Snake, as we called you up here, not to reference the WWF wrestler intentionally. Goaltender on goaltender here, as you are our man of the match for your second game of the day and final merciful game of the day.
Yeah.
Your reaction to playing in a back-to-back?
When you get hot in the first game, I always like to just keep going. So to be able to play back-to-back after a really good first game with our team, I think we were able to build on it in the second game and keep going and keep building on what we did in the first game. I think it was a really good opportunity for us to kind of learn our team a little bit. A lot of us hadn't played together before.
Okay. What can you bring to or from that game that you just played into pool play tomorrow?
I think playing for the full 50 minutes is going to be big for us. We're up 6 with about 10 minutes left in the game. We kind of let off the brakes and let them back into it. So I think playing a full 50 minutes of handball is going to be big for us tomorrow.
And talk about, we had Mike as our man of the match in your guys' first game. Talk about, well, you are the defensive straw that stirs the drink, if you will, but talk about the offense and how it was focused on Mike and Kurt Schaefer as well.
Yeah, I think Miami really figured out who our strong suits were. So a lot of players stepped up in this game and made some big goals for us going down the stretch. Obviously, Mike's a dangerous player. So for other people to step up and fill that role is really big for us today.
Well, hey, you're welcome in the booth to call some games for us later in the tournament if you want, just like Mike is. But a pleasure having you, man.
Of course. Thank you so much.
That is Jacob Roberts as we get set to see Milwaukee take on DC. Group B action coming up. Back in Holland at the American Handball Championship, as Milwaukee and DC get set to battle in Group B play. Jeff Disher with Josh Wallinga for now, as the DC Diplomats making their debut in the tournament along with Milwaukee United, who we saw in the Fall Classic back in Minneapolis last fall. Milwaukee United, one of the teams that really impressed me at that event. And I am stoked to see what they can do here. A player for me to watch, well, two actually, would be Joseph Wade Sutton and also Ryan Peterson for Milwaukee. Jackson Newman in the net for Milwaukee. Cole Chapman in the net for DC, as he wears 16. But DC in the reds, Milwaukee in blue as we are underway in this one. Joseph Wade Sutton will send that one down, gets it to Peterson. Peterson works this on. Comes over to Krauth, who gets it to Peterson. Krauth, check that, Supervic. Supervic got it to El Shaarawy. And a big save made 30 seconds in, or actually a goal scored rather, 30 seconds in by Milwaukee.
Yep, good movement there. Passing it to the wing, letting the wing shoot. Your wing's scoring, they're doing good. Your team's doing good then.
Gothy dropped that one off, but the shot sailed high. And a shot there for Milwaukee.
Yep.
Goes in once again, and they're up 2-0. Or no, it was called off.
Yep, no goal. It was a traveling. As he was running up the court. Very unfortunate. Milwaukee's a team that kind of needs to get ahead
And stay there.
And stay there.
And that's why DC tying the score at 1. Milwaukee crosses with Peterson. Peterson drops this off. Gets it to El Shaarawy, who is bear hugged. Halt to play. Milwaukee will maintain possession with Peterson. Peterson goes to Supervic. Supervic drops off. Supervic got it to El Shaarawy, and the shot from Sutton goes by the wayside. Early moments of half number 1 as DC crosses into the front court. Ball brought on, and the foul allowing DC to maintain control from the 10. Gothy gets it back. Gothy. Shot, score. DC up 2-1.
Yeah, that's a good shot. Milwaukee is going to have to watch him if he keeps shooting like that.
And Milwaukee wanted the goal there. Whistle goes before the goal was scored on the shot by Elias Supervic.
Yep, yellow card.
2:43, the earliest we've seen a yellow card come out.
Yep.
Not by much, but it's early.
Yeah, a lot of times they want to. You really should be doing the yellow cards initially.
Travel will halt that movement.
Yep. Double dribble, I think. That post again. It's always the other. It's always the post on the right-hand side of your screen.
Goaltender's best friend, though.
Yep.
As Milwaukee scores 2-2. And a yellow card coming out, as DC will cross the timeline. Faes Splits his time between a pivot, or his role as a pivot and a right back. Loose ball. Milwaukee left too soon. DC with the ball. Regains possession. Shot blocked. And Milwaukee. Miami plays next. Milwaukee will regain possession and cross the front into the front court. Sort of a teaser for our next game, Inter Miami playing Minnesota. You will be a part of that, Josh Wallinga.
Yep. That's the plan anyways. Ooh. Knuckleball gets in there. Those ones are always the hardest to stop because especially if you're used to faster shots, when someone throws that slower one, you overcommit to it. You initially try to just get there as fast as you can, and then you're there, and the ball's not there yet.
Sasha Gothi, a center back, quarterbacking the play. Spin move by Denial. Denied. Rebound. Goes in for Zadayev. Whistle goes. Milwaukee too quick. As the official now allows them to cross the timeline. Ball thrown over near Siprovic. Krauth. Siprovic. Delivers down low to Black. Siprovic. Bear hugged.
Ooh. Bounce off.
Bounced off the pipe, but we have a halt to play and a yellow coming out.
2 minutes.
No, it's a 2-minute call.
Yep.
And a double whammy. 2-minute and a 7-meter. Supervic to take the shot. Scores. 3-all. As crossing the line for DC is Denial. Denial was denied on his last possession. No pun intended, Josh. Don't look at me like that. Denial. Got it from Faez, and Faez quarterbacking here at the center back position. Faez. Whistle. Halt to play. Clock moves with 6:20 played. Faez with a shot that went up high and out of play. Milwaukee will cross the line. And they'll score. And we're already getting to a point where DC looks like they'll have to trade goals with Milwaukee, and that's not necessarily the best thing if you are the team disadvantaged like DC is.
Yep. And they have a shorter bench. They also had a really big team pre-COVID, and then COVID did what COVID did and kind of destroyed a lot of clubs. And unfortunately, DC was on the very poor end of that.
Oof.
So, which, it happens. The fact that they're still around, though, is good to see. It's just they're not quite where they were before, unfortunately.
Supervic gets the goal for Milwaukee. We are nearing run and hide time for Milwaukee here in the mid-stage of the first half.
Yep.
Whistle goes, timeouts. Timeout called by DC, you would guess, being down 4 or 3.
Yep.
Well, took me 5 games. We're going to bust this out. I'm going to go back to the 80s with the talking heads. How did we get here to the 6-3 score where Milwaukee sees the lead for the first time today? Meaning, did Milwaukee come out better than DC did, or is it closer than that 6-3 score indicates?
I think Milwaukee came out strong. They're a team that kind of needs to do that, otherwise they get down on themselves, which I think that's more of a Midwest thing. You kind of you don't do as well as you want, and then you just don't do well the rest of the game. Milwaukee came out strong. They're hitting their shots. They're moving the ball, which is good. 92 is kind of
Super Vic.
yep. He is kind of running things, and he's got the IQ to be able to do that and like help on defense. Because Milwaukee doesn't necessarily have the best defense. Like their offense is definitely a lot stronger. So, and then DC things haven't been going well for them right away. They're just not taking the opportunities when they can get them.
Goethe dropped that off. Ball bouncing. Whistle goes. Timeout on the floor.
2 minute. I guess he grabbed him as he was jumping up or was coming down.
So DC on the man up. As a shot goes short side and misses. So DC couldn't take advantage. The official talking to the keeper behind the play. And Milwaukee will handle the ball.
Yeah, I think he was saying that Milwaukee was traveling, and the ref was saying that DC traveled. So Stickham's getting to him, because we don't play with Stickham very often. I think really the only teams in the U.S. that do a lot of the time are probably Nyack, New York, Cal Heat, like a lot of the top elite teams.
West Point among there?
I don't think West Point does.
Okay.
But they're really good at adapting, as military personnel are.
That shot bounces high. I know something about adaptation, as the Minnesota Handball Club has observed over the last couple of years.
Yep.
We won't get into that, though. That's a different story for a different day. Brought back ahead by DC. And a shot from Goethe goes into the net. 6-4. Our score. Brought back ahead on the ricochet by Milwaukee United. Krauth gets that to Zika. Zika, Krauth over. Gets this to Nick Davis. Short side shot kicked into the frame of the netting behind the goal.
Yeah, that's a good save. DC really needed that. It's like a confidence booster for him.
Now Fayez delivers over to Goethe. Goethe got a pass off the shot away by Zadayev and wide of the mark. Short corner throw. Almost a choke executed by the Milwaukee United player on the near side there. And a shot by Zadayev.
Yep, that's going to be a 2. Yep, so that's one of the situations where the ball hits the goalie in the face on an unobstructed shot, and that is a 2-minute penalty for the offending player.
So Milwaukee will draw the man up.
Yep.
11:15 played in the first half. He is Josh Wallinga for a half. Jeff Disher here for the entire game. As we have a timeout on the floor. back to play momentarily after the timeout on the floor.
You know,
Now, if you are DC and observing this physical play, how do you combat that being down 2? Do you combat it with defensive stops like you would need here?
it would be you. So if a team's playing physical on you, you have to play physical back. If you don't, you're just gonna get ran over. So you need to. DC needs to play that portion of the game.
Speaking of,
Yeah, they need to. DC needs to play that version of handball. They like play their offensive game, but be a lot more physical.
that pass goes outside, save made on the short side by Chapman. One quarter of the way through.
Yep, Milwaukee's going to try to lock down their shooter, or DC's shooter, which is a good shot. Which they should do. Like, any time that you're a man up, you should always try to lock down whoever it is that's causing you the most trouble.
A
good save.
nice save made by Chapman. As DC hanging around 6'5", halfway or a quarter of the way through.
Just a little bit of a, hey guys, calm down kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
You can play physical. Honestly, like, play physical until the ref tells you to not be so physical. Then dial it back. Don't start slow. Go fast right away, and then pull it back as you need to.
DC brings this ahead. And Faez with the ball now. Faez dumps it near the 6. Save made, but I believe it was played inadvertently inside that 6-foot circle.
Yep.
Which
It's a 7.
it's
Okay.
a 7-meter throw. Shot and a goal. And DC back even.
Yep. This is the second game where this has happened.
Yeah. Milwaukee looking to answer.
Yep.
You were going to say?
What was it, the Miami game where it was like this, or was it?
Yes.
Yeah, it was? Okay. I thought it was Detroit, but that was...
Well, Detroit, it was both. It was both for a bit, but then Detroit kind of let it get out of hand.
Let it go, yeah, okay.
Because Detroit went snoozy, and Pickerington took advantage.
Yep.
And in that Detroit game, it was much earlier than this, where Detroit went to sleep.
Yep, that's good defense, though.
Bear hug, halted play. The clock continued to roll. Quick shot, blocked.
Good save.
And a nice save made there by the keeper.
Yeah, I mean, if DC can keep that kind of defense and get something going on offense, they're trying, but I think they're trying to go to their pivot a bit too much. They should really play more in the back and not so much one-on-ones. Sit down and set up a play like that right there. I mean, the pivot got it. He's tall and he was able to grab it, but in a situation like that, try cutting it out to like a wing or a back and spread the defense out instead of having them be on that pivot all the time.
7-meter throw here for DC. Their first lead of the game comes 7-6.
Yep.
The score in favor of DC.
Yeah, Milwaukee came out strong, and now they're kind of slowing down a little bit again, which they really cannot do. They can't afford to do that.
And Milwaukee unable to answer.
Yeah, delayed whistle there.
Which leads to a 7-meter
Number
throw
7,
for
okay.
Milwaukee. Score. So that lead for DC short-lived.
Yep.
DC on the ensuing possession. Nice kick save made.
Yep, that was a good save, and then threw it away, unfortunately.
And then the Milwaukee goaltender Jackson Newman gets burned.
Yep.
8-7.
He's a newer player, so you can kind of give him a little bit of
A leash.
a pass from that.
Yeah.
You don't want that to happen all the time, because obviously.
Yep. I'm with you.
Losing my train of thought here. Yeah, so I'll give him a little bit of pass on that. You know, when you're not really experienced, you don't really pay attention to that. You're more focused on, like, I need to just make the save, not what happens after.
If that becomes a regular thing, it becomes a habit, and you want to get rid of trends like that, like a bad habit. Inadvertent physical play.
Well, that's good on Milwaukee to hang on to the ball. But yeah, so I mean, for him, like, yeah, focus on the fundamentals, and then as you learn to play more, or as you play more and you start to figure things out more, like, some things just come second nature. Like, like for instance, take a breath before you pass the ball. Like, double check and make sure that extra half second can save you, like that would have in that circumstance.
Gotta have eyes in the back and sides of your head too. Just know where everyone is.
Yep, and you gotta have eyes in the back of your players' heads too.
Yep. Milwaukee with a 1-goal disadvantage. They have the ball here. Krauth. It looked like it went wide.
Oh, that will go to Milwaukee. So it should be tied up right now. We'll get that here.
9-9.
Yep.
Our score. So that goal did count. About 6 minutes and change left in the first half.
Yep, and we'll double check the score, folks, when we get at halftime.
Denial denied, but DC maintains possession.
Ooh, yep.
Oof.
That was high. That was around the neck. It's gonna
That's
be
a 2.
2-minute.
And a double whammy? No.
No. If he was in the 6 or closer to the 6,
That would be.
that would be a 7. But because it's between the 6 and the 9, it's I mean, it is really at the discretion of the ref. You could go either way there, but since he was rushing in and he got hit at like the 7, that's why it wasn't a 7-meter.
A double whammy for those just joining us would be surrendering a 2-minute penalty and then a 7-meter throw on top of it.
Yep. In basketball, a and one, as they say.
Yes.
All right, 2-minute on DC, so we're evened up for about minute 15.
And Milwaukee couldn't take advantage.
Yep.
Just under 5 minutes left in regulation time in the first half. And DC will have to come the length of the floor. And when I was walking the floor earlier this morning, it looks true to me. From here, you can see some ripples in it, but it's not as that goal score or no. 2-minute called.
Yep, a goal and a 2.
So a double whammy of a different sort.
Yep, so Milwaukee will be down 2 men here for a little bit, It's not where you want to be. Yeah, you'll see some like bubbling a little bit, but overall, like it's flat.
It's not, and it's
enough.
not impacting the bounce of the ball or the play of the ball at all.
As far as I can tell, no. But it's another thing when you're down on the court too.
Yeah, and I'll be intrigued. Bear hug, halt, play, clock moves. I'll be intrigued by your viewpoint after playing a game here next, as Minnesota will take on Miami in Miami's second game of the day. DC looked to go up high. I agree with the Milwaukee attacker there.
I don't know. He spun up and the Milwaukee player's elbow was there, so it could
Two.
be okay.
They're going to go with a 2. And that's it.
Yep. That wouldn't have been a 7 because he spun into it and then he fell. So, I mean, I'm not the ref, so that was a risky throw.
Yep, right out into the shark's mouth, if you will. The Sharks from Milwaukee were saying, "Feed me" with a pass like that.
Yep. That was not very good on DC. Also, usually with those, you don't want to throw towards the middle. But luckily for them, that DC had a player there.
Great shot off the bar and in. That pass out in the middle like that is similar to a hockey goaltender just shoving one right down the middle of their defensive zone, something you don't do. But in hockey, you can play to the corners.
Yep, pretty much. And, I mean, even that, too, at that point, Milwaukee has one person on the ball. They're not going to be around usually. Oh, that's not what you want to be doing either.
2 minutes and 12 seconds remaining in regulation as that shot goes in for Milwaukee. 11-10 our score as DC looking to answer. Gothi, go ahead.
Milwaukee needs that. They gotta keep. They really gotta push this man up situation now. Get 1 or 2 goals going into the half. That's a good shot.
Shot and a goal there from DC, tying the game at 11. Minute and 35 seconds left in regulation. Of course, the clock being kept on the floor, so we're at the discretion of the official. There could be extra time as that bounds off the bar. Shot won't count, it looks like.
Yep, and
7-meter throw.
And with the time, you'll see the players start to speed up their play a little bit, especially with it being this close.
Supervic scores. 12-11 Milwaukee. As Supervic will add a goal. Under a minute to play in regulation time. And DC will answer. 12-12 our score. Milwaukee advances into the front court. And a shot by Sanders goes into the net. That'll be 13-12. And now DC looking to tie once again. Shot and a goal. Great shot there. Final seconds of the first half. And Milwaukee answers. DC will see if they can tie the game before the halftime buzzer goes off. Extra time on. And that pass into the middle, risky. Milwaukee avoids certain defensive doom. Brought ahead by Cooper Black. Black gets this to Supervic. Supervic back over. Supervic will advance inside the 10. Now the ball dumped off. Peterson with a long shot, and it is saved.
$50 seconds. All right.
Extra time on for another 50 seconds or so. Whistle will halt play. DC will regather and regain possession. Over for a shot that's blocked. Rebound, score. 14 all. Peterson harassed. Milwaukee right off the exchange.
Yep.
And a foul near the 6.
Yeah, that was another high. Another 2-minute. Yeah, that was high. I'm not the tallest guy, but when you have taller guys D'ing up on shorter players, you're going to get a lot of those, unfortunately.
It's a recipe for disaster, yeah.
Yeah, and at that point you have to go down to their level to guard them, which is uncomfortable and also hard.
Milwaukee takes the lead right at the bell.
Yep.
End of the first half in Holland as Milwaukee takes a 15-14 lead. We will pause and have the second half for you while Joshua Linga gets ready to see Miami.
Yep, well, I'll catch you guys after that game. So enjoy the rest of this one, and talk to you later.
We will have the second half coming up as the American Handball Championship is yours on YouTube.
Good. So we're on. Is time gonna stop automatically at the 30th minute, or I should?
Yeah, it will. It will stop. It will stop after 25 minutes. Yeah, but we're not always in line with the clock, so just let it roll except for timeouts. Stop it at a timeout, and that would be it.
You can't see what I'm doing here, right?
Yep.
Okay.
I've got a monitor right here. Back to start the second half as Milwaukee leads by a count of 15-14. With DC taking the ball to begin the second half, and we are back underway as the Diplomats bring it across. Fayak Farouk and company do the business. Gothi. Gothi around one. Gothi shoots one. No goal. Still 15-14. Gothi spins around one, drops it into the corner. Quick shot, save made by Jackson Newman. By the way, for those just joining us, Jeff Disher with you. So our friend Josh Wallinga has to get ready for a game that you will see next with Inter Miami taking on Minnesota. Halt to play. There's an issue at the table. Ready to go, back underway we are. As a quick shot leads to a DC goal, 15-15. As Milwaukee advances this up into the front court. Ball stolen. And for those just joining us, Jeff Disher here with you. As Jeremy Alexander will drop that one back to Gothi. Gothi gets this over to his pivot. And Milwaukee on the outlet, 2-on-0. Shot blocked and out of play. Ball brought back ahead by Milwaukee, or by DC, excuse me. Body contact. Halts play. Early stages of the second half. Whistle goes. Early stages, second half, that ball shot out of play. And a corner throw for DC. We'll stay here. Oof. Big hit, allowing Milwaukee to come free with the ball. A shot goes in, Milwaukee up 2. 4 minutes in, we'll see if DC answers. Across the timeline they come. Gothi goes cross court, gets Faez. Gothi. Fake the drop. Quick shot, goal. DC now within 1. About 20 minutes left in the game. (18-16) Milwaukee. Loose ball picked up by Milwaukee United. And back come the men in blue. That ball into the corner. Quick shot, short side. I don't believe went. 18-16. And Milwaukee will cross the timeline. Just past 5 minutes into the second half. One into 2 doesn't go. That ball dropped off. Quick shot and a goal. 18-17 Milwaukee. Ball brought back ahead by Milwaukee and Max El-Shaarawy. Ball bounds down. Quick shot goes wide. See some of the Minnesota men to our right warming up for their match with Inter Miami coming up. I'll have that one for you. As a quick shot on the far side goes by the wayside for Saprovic. In the 7th minute of the second half, so 32nd minute of the match. Ball brought ahead by DC. Plenty of time and a 1-goal difference. Brought back ahead by DC. Gothi goes to the floor. Body contact was called. And DC will regain possession. Gothi throws that ball back into play. Gothi shoots one wildly. And it comes up high. DC maintains possession. Shot, shallow angle, goes into the net. 18-18. Just past 7 minutes into the second half. 32 minutes overall. Milwaukee really slowing things down as they gain possession with Akraf Zika. Zika got that over to his pivot, and bodies fly, halting play. Loose ball. Whistle goes. Ball controlled by DC. Nice swim move over on the far side. DC keeps possession, but they halt that movement. Gothi swings it near side. And a great shot. DC up one. 19-18. 8.5 minutes nearly played. Now Milwaukee with the ball, 19-18 down. Suprovic answers. 19 all. About 9 minutes in. Doing our best to match the clock, but the clock being kept on the floor. And the goal scored by DC to put them up 20-19. Milwaukee brings this across with Zika. Zika gets this to Sutton. Sutton near side as well. Suprovic, the pivot, as DC gets a shot away and scores 21-19. And now Milwaukee back across the timeline. About 10 minutes into the half. Milwaukee down 2. That ball outletted. Shot goes wide. And DC will regather and regain control. Brought back ahead. Gothi drops this off. Gothi fakes near the 10. Ball delivered and blocked by Milwaukee. 3-on-1 developing. Nifty move to Zika, who scores. 21-20. DC on the ricochet. Bear hug, halt play. Clock continues to move. And DC with possession as that shot bounds near the midfield or midcourt line. Double dribble the call. 14 minutes to go in regulation. Quick shot. Not materializing because before the shot there was a whistle. Milwaukee with possession as a whistle halted play before the shot. Clock still rolls. Just about to end the third quarter of the game. Quick shot by Sutton goes into the net, 21 all. Blackjack squared in Holland. At Hope College, DeVos Fieldhouse, a 15-minute drive from Lake Michigan. Shot there, DC answers 22-21. Now Milwaukee crosses the timeline. Partial jersey tug that allows Suprovic to get bear hugged and tackled practically That's a 2-point takedown that Hope College wrestlers would appreciate. Whistle halts play before the goal. Olympic wrestlers would appreciate that takedown too. Shot by Suprovic goes in. 22 apiece. Into the fourth quarter of the game now. Farouk. Cross court. Far side, that pass intended for Jeremy Alexander. A little too hot to handle. Looking to replace the ball, no resin on it. And we are ready to go once again. Milwaukee with possession. 13 and a half minutes played. Jeff Disher here with you from Hope College in Holland. As Milwaukee looking to get the advantage, but a whistle goes. A halt to play. I believe a 2 minutes been called. On DC. In fact, it has. As that shot whizzes high. So DC down a man for 2 minutes. And they are actually down just one man. And DC can't get any offense going with the man down situation occurring. Shot goes by the boards with about 10 minutes left to play in regulation. 22-22. Milwaukee looking for the lead with this possession. Sutton dropped that over to Suprovic. Suprovic finds a player, or finds an attacker and scores. 23-22 Milwaukee. Now can DC answer? 10 minutes to go in regulation. DC with the ball. Bear hug, halts play, the clock rolls. Now DC with possession, loses the ball due to an infraction. And Milwaukee with the 1-goal advantage. 9 minutes and some time left in the bank. Quick shot and a goal. Milwaukee up 2. Gothi dropped that off. Had it stolen from Farouk. Now Milwaukee can really stretch the lead with a goal here. No, denied by the outside of the post. About 8.5 minutes left to go. And that ball out of play. It'll come to Milwaukee. Again, Miami, Inter Miami and Minnesota coming up. That will mark Minnesota's first game of the tournament. And the ball bounces back into the control of Milwaukee United as bodies fly. A 7-meter call. So a double whammy as the 7-meter came off of a 2-minute penalty. Now timeout called by DC. So 25-22 our score. 7.5 minutes left to go in regulation. Minnesota and Miami coming up. Miami has already seen Columbus this afternoon. They play Minnesota in the game that comes next, and then Miami has to come back and open play tomorrow with an 8 a.m. date with Toronto, and that will end pool play for Inter Miami. Brought back into play by DC. Back underway we go. 17:50 into the half. I understand we're having a little bit of a buffer issue, but we're working on it. 2-on-1 for Milwaukee as the save made on the near side. Ball kept alive on the far side by Siprovic. And Milwaukee extends to a 4-goal cushion with 6 minutes and change remaining in regulation. DC looking over options. Quick shot by Farouk goes wide, but a whistle went. I believe a 2-minute call against Milwaukee. And a 7-meter, so a double whammy for Milwaukee. Farouk scores. 26-23. Now Milwaukee crosses over. Zika bear hugged off the ball. And a halt to play, but the clock rolls. Milwaukee maintains possession, and this can only help Milwaukee as they look to melt the clock. (27-23) now as that goal goes in. And now 28-23 as DC looking a little sleepy. DC down 5 with 5 minutes to go. Now back to within 4 as the goal scored real quick. Milwaukee with possession over on the far side. 4 minutes and some change left to go as this one goes to Zika. Zika got it to Supervic, who goes far side. And a 7-meter throw upcoming for Supervic. Fake, kick, save, rebound, Supervic goes in. 29-24, and Supervic was very well balanced, where he avoided the touch of the 6-meter line, which would have led to the officials drawing the ire of the officials, I should say. 29-24, 4 minutes and change left. Now it is a 4-goal game. It's about a goal a minute. Milwaukee advances, but DC can't trade goals with Milwaukee down the stretch. You've got to have defensive stops. And you're running a 6 flat near the 10. Great move, but a great shot. An even better save. As DC crosses the line. 3 minutes and a quarter remaining, and DC trying to hang in. Peterson will advance this across the timeline. It goes to Zika. Zika drops this off to Kondev. Kondev. Zika loses it. Did he maintain control? No, we'll go the other way. (29-26), 2 minutes and 40 seconds left to go in regulation. As DC looking to stay alive. Gothi, quick shot and a quick goal. So DC within 2. Now Milwaukee looking to cross. They do with Zika near side. Got it to Supervic. Supervic up high, bear hug, takedown. And Supervic draws the foul. Supervic from Peterson, score. 30-27 with a $1:55 left to play in regulation. 30-27, an eternity remaining. DC with possession. Shot, and they're right back in it, down 2. Now Milwaukee looking for a goal. Found by Sutton, back to Supervic, who quarterbacks. Swap of position, Supervic lost the ball, whistle goes, we'll stay here. As time not on the side of DC, down to a minute to go in regulation time. Milwaukee with the ball, quick shot, no, faked. Second effort, thwarted by the whistle. Now DC can cross the line legally. Gothi. Dropped it over to Denial. Denial denied earlier in the game. by a very crafty save. Timeout, 30 seconds left. Or timeout on the floor. And back to play we go. So roughly 30 roughly 30 seconds left. Quick shot, shallow angle, would not go. Milwaukee looking to escape. And they will end up escaping their defensive zone. DC playing up. Time may run out on the Diplomats, as DC has possession late in the going. Buzzer sounds, that'll do it. And Milwaukee hangs on in a 2-goal decision to start pool play. We'll grab Ryan Peterson for the man of the match, and we'll have that interview coming up.
Good luck.
As Minnesota and Miami get set to battle in Minnesota's first game. Jeff Disher with Ryan Peterson. Good to have an old friend back from the fall. You are our man of the match.
Thank you.
For the Milwaukee DC game we just saw. And as I get my breath back, because I feel like I've called 22, how was that for you guys?
That was a wake-up call. That was definitely a wake-up call. We knew we had a talented team. We really didn't know anything about DC coming into the game, and so it was a complete. This was their first game. This was our first game of the match, or of the tournament, excuse me. So it was, kind of feeling each other out for those first 15, 20 minutes, and then kind of just trying to play our game. Kind of force the pace of the game on how we wanted to play on our terms, and we felt we did that. We have a lot of new guys, a lot of new faces. So coming together and kind of meshing is always tough, especially at a national tournament where all the teams are quality. So, long story short, it was good, but not great. I think we have more in us for the rest of the tournament.
What can you do to make it better?
Yeah, so I really liked our the pressure we were applying towards the latter part of the second half. I think that's going to be a positive for us moving forward. And then really moving the ball around. We need our wings to get involved in the game. We need to get our pivots involved as well. Obviously, our backcourt, very talented, but they can't carry us the whole way.
And speaking of your backcourt, the other thought I had in my head, goaltending. I'm a former goaltender, as you were well aware. Goaltender can't carry you the rest of the way either. To your point, how do you find a balance between killer offense and a defense that's just as great?
Yeah, no, that's a really good point, and I think it comes down to our transition game. That's going to really set us up for both a good offense and defense. So, yeah, it's just getting back and forth and playing both, giving credence to both, and really giving our all on both ends. I know that's kind of a canned answer, but that's what I got.
That works. Well, I'm going to let you go.
Thank you.
You are more than welcome to join us to call games you're obviously not involved in.
Sure.
But yeah, good to see you. And we'll have Minnesota-Miami coming up here in a second as the American Handball Championship is on YouTube.
So our only game tomorrow is at 9 a.m. and then I'm free, so I will definitely call some games with you. I would love it. Excellent. Pleasure. Great to see you again. Good to see you.
Jeff Disher back with you at the Fall Classic as we get set to see Minnesota and Miami take flight. From here in Holland, Miami with the ball to start play. Miami in the orange and Minnesota in the green. Miami having just played. This is Minnesota's first and only game of the day as their doubleheader comes tomorrow. An early whistle halts proceedings for the moment. Just about a minute in to the 50. As that ball controlled by Carlos Valencia. Valencia shooting. Kick save. And it looks like Tristan Malatrat gets the start in goal for Minnesota. Joshua Linga will see time in the second half, you would think, as that pass comes over from Hederick. Over to the far side, getting near Finn Peterson. Whistle goes. And Hederick will restart. Back over to Peterson. Peterson goes short side. Over to Erickson. As Erickson and Tommy Kaslaw effectively changed numbers. Miami on the ricochet. Oliveira not so fast, and Minnesota comes back 0-0 about 2 minutes in. You have a sort of feeling that these two are still feeling out each other as Sam Erickson controls it. Erickson got it to Peterson. He shoots and scores 1-0 Minnesota. Miami a bit quick getting across the timeline. Back underway we go. Toma got that to Valencia. Valencia to Renault. Renault dropped it. Mungazi stripped. And there goes Minnesota. Minnesota across the timeline with Hedrick doing the honors. Or actually, Aaron Japs, rather, doing the honors. 28 and 23. They look alike, too, but Hedrick over in his infamous right back position. That shot hits the iron and stays out. Japs will resume play. Erickson with it near side. Erickson got it from Andrew Anderson. And a quick shot up over the cage. 1-1 our score. 3:40 into proceedings. Renault shoots one. Save made by Melitrot. And here comes Minnesota back across the timeline. Peterson, top of the 10. And a kick save made by Miami's goaltender. They couldn't do anything with it offensively. And Minnesota will restart play with Melitrot. The 6-foot, 170-pounder is Melitrot. I mentioned Josh Walinga, too. He wears number 20 for Minnesota team handball. The 5'10", 210-pounder is Walinga. Miami crossing the timeline rather gingerly. As about 5 minutes have been played, 20 left in the first half. Quick shot, saved Melitrot. And here goes Minnesota. Brought back ahead, and a quick, nice pass to Erickson, but he could not put it home short side. Now Miami comes back up the floor. So it worked over. You can hear a pin drop in here at the DeVos Fieldhouse. As this one brought back ahead. Nifty maneuver for the shot by Valencia that goes by the boards. And the restart courtesy of Finn Peterson. 1-1 our score, over 5 minutes played. Quick shot and a goal right as I say that. Typical broadcaster curse. And that was Finn Peterson lighting the lamp, 2-1 in favor of Minnesota as Miami looks to answer. Gameplay slowing down a touch as Carlos Valencia gathers. He'll quarterback the exchange at the center back position. Oliveira switches. Oliveira gets this. Oliveira blocked out, but Oscar regains. Quick shot. Blocked, will hang here. And that's that's Oliveira with a shot that sails high. Peterson on the ricochet. Touched in by Kaslaw. Almost sounds like two words is Tommy's last name. However, it is not. Oliveira has the ball stolen from him. Minnesota couldn't execute the break. Halt to play. And we play on. Oliveira delivers far side. Dropped off. Oliveira gets it. Short side. He scores. 2-2. Can Minnesota answer? Peterson dances through one. Peterson down. Did he draw the foul? Referee behind the play caught it. And he did draw the foul, so Minnesota will regain control, or maintain control, rather. Peterson will bring this back into play. Sam Erickson, the 6'1", 190-pounder, delivers far side. Hederick playing catch with Aaron Japs. And the ball lost to Miami, 2-on-1. Saved, made Melitrot. Two our score. 8.5 played. As advancing across is Sam Erickson. Erickson gets this to Peterson. Peterson dropped off. Quick shot. Odom wouldn't go. And it's 2-2. Oliveira. Bear hugged. Halt play. Clock rolls. And a flat 6 played by Minnesota defensively. I don't think I've seen many teams in this tournament transition to a zone D as of yet. Quick shot, and Minnesota pays for that flat 6. Hederick playing catch with Aaron Japs. Now goes over to Peterson. Hederick, Peterson. Actually, check that. That was Japs to Peterson. Quick shot there. Erickson with the goal. 3-all. About 10 minutes played. And a very cagey opening to this contest. Shot for Miami goes wide of the mark. I believe that was Oliveira who got it off. Across the timeline, this goes to Wakabayashi. And a shot scored on by Peterson. Or check that. Odom. And it's 4-3. Oliveira got that from Valencia. Oliveira to Valencia once more. Valencia danced in. Far corner. Off the side of the goal. And a 7-meter called. So taking the shot from Miami will be Finkelstein. Finkelstein off the iron. Andrew Anderson and company will advance this as it comes to Finn Peterson. Wakabayashi, actually. As that goes to Anderson. Wakabayashi. Over to Morfa. Morfa working. Shot saved. Ellis Morfa wearing 13 for the men in green. One of the breakout players at the Fall Classic last fall. Yours truly happened to take part in a mini lead up to this 22 game in 3-day stretch. I believe the Fall Classic ended up being 16. So 16's nothing compared to 22. Back into play comes Minnesota. Erickson delivers far side to Morfa. Morfa, Wakabayashi. Erickson gets it back. Erickson, Wakabayashi. Morfa gets through one. Morfa with a shot, and he scored. 5-3 Minnesota. Miami advances across the line. Finkelstein goes cross court with it. Oliveira and Finkelstein play catch. Oliveira delivered to Valencia. Valencia bear hugged. Halt play, clock rolls. 1/4 of the way home. Valencia. Valencia to Oliveira. Short side shot goes in, 5-4 in favor of Minnesota. Miami needing defensive stops as they don't want to trade goals with Minnesota. That's been a constant theme all day. Wakabayashi eventually getting this to Erickson. Wakabayashi. Erickson behind the back, out of play. Inter Miami will take control. Brought back ahead by Finkelstein. Quick shot, short side, kick save, Malatrat. Wakabayashi picks up the rebound. That pass a little too hot to handle for Hederick as he goes to Wakabayashi. Hederick wanting it near side or far side, but shooting and scoring is Sam Erickson. 6-4. Hederick had better be ready if he wanted the ball, as he was that wide open on the far side in that last exchange. Now Oliveira scores. 6-5. And in return, Wakabayashi scores. Trading goals down the stretch in the first half. About 15 minutes have been played in the contest as this comes to Valencia. Valencia upended near the 6, right in the corner, and Malatrat can make all the saves he wants. He won't make that one. 7-6 our score. Minnesota a bit too quick. Now they can cross the timeline. Morfa. Hederick to Morfa. Morfa to Wakabayashi as they set up. Hampton gets this to Stefan Storch. Wakabayashi. Morfa. Hederick. Hederick. Morfa. Morfa jumps right in the 6. Kick save made before Hederick could pick up the ball. And a 7-meter for Morfa. Morfa scores. 8-6. 16 minutes played of the 50. And Miami bounced a shot right off the frame as this comes to Hampton. Hampton, little too hot to handle, even for Hederick. How's that for alliteration? Don't answer that in the comments, by the way. Goodness, if you are wanting to interact with us all weekend, we will have Josh Wallinga and some others join me up top here at Hope College at the DeVos Fieldhouse as Wakabayashi enters and scores. 9-6 now, Minnesota stretching their lead. Now Miami looking to answer. Quick shot from about 10 meters out. Scores as Minnesota advances. Storch Down low, Hampton, whistle. And a halt to play. Minnesota maintains possession though. Storch will keep it alive. Morfa, Hederick. Hederick to Morfa. Morfa to Wakabayashi. Morfa swam through 2 and he scored. Ellis Morfa really coming to life here late in the first half. 10-7 our score. Inter Miami looking for an answer as they can't be trading goals with Minnesota. That shot goes in. Under 7 minutes to play. Minnesota now. Halt to play, a 2-minute has been called. So Miami down a man, a 2-minute on Miami. So a power play, if you will, for Minnesota. Or a man up. Minnesota crosses the timeline on a perma 2-minute man up situation, meaning it can't end on a goal like it would in hockey. Hampton, Storch. Storch shoved off. Wakabayashi scores. And now Inter Miami looking to advance across the timeline. They can. 6 minutes and a quarter remaining in the first half. Valencia gets this and goes far side from Milian. Valencia, far side, quick shot, missed the cage. 6:45 remaining. Hederick comes off, replaced by Max Beloff. Storch with a steamer short side. That wouldn't work. That had a lot of mustard on it. Renault works this on. Bear hug, halt, play. Miami with possession. Don't halt the clock either. That pass at a foot and a kick ball will lead to a Minnesota possession. Storch rumbles, bumbles, stumbles, and he scores. As Minnesota goes up 4, I believe that's Minnesota's biggest lead of the match so far. And Miami will cross the timeline. Under 5 left to play in the first half. And Miami with a steamer on the far side. Not going to work, though, as that caught the upper netting. Morfa dances into the 6, and he scores. 13-8 with 4 minutes and 3 nickels remaining in the half. Now Miami with possession as they are still down a man for a touch longer. Now that is done. So back to even strength as a fake on the pass leads to a shot by Oliveira. Kicked out of play. Miami will maintain the ball at the 10. Bounds through, easy for Melitrot to make. Ball out of bounds. And Miami with possession as they'll advance across the timeline. Oliveira. 13-8, timeout. Believe Miami with the timeout call with roughly 4 minutes and 22 seconds, or actually 3:22 left to go in the first half. Three minutes and 22 seconds remaining in the first half of play, or at least regulation time in the first half, as Miami will gain control off the timeout. Back underway we go as Miami crosses the timeline. Oliveira works this, gets it back near the 12. Got it to Mangazi. Mangazi, short side, save made on the shot by Malatrat. Storch rumbles, bumbles, gets it to Hampton. Score. 14-8. 2:50 now remaining in regulation time. Mangazi goes cross court, gets it to Oliveira. Mangazi, 1 into 2, doesn't go. He should know better. Storch got it from Hampton. Now Storch gets it back. Peterson. We'll see if Miami can adjust at the half. Shot and a goal there. 15-8. Miami hasn't had an answer the last few possessions every time Minnesota has scored. Whistle, halt, will stay here with $1:35 left to go. Oliveira will restart play for Miami. Goes far side. Tristan Malatrat says, you're going to have to do better than that. I suppose Josh Willinga will see action in the second half, being that his team are up 6. Minute and some change to go. Incidental contact there in the crease area. Great shot by Isaac Odom. 16-8. And Minnesota team handball nearly in run and hide territory. 35 seconds to go in regulation. Keep in mind, time on the floor is the official time. The time in your graphic at the top of your screen, strictly unofficial. 16-8 is our score. That pass dropped by Renault, but he regains. Short side shot by Mangazi. Splits the bars, but not in the best direction. Outlet pass by Malatrat goes by the wayside. And that'll do it for half number 1. So at halftime, it is Minnesota with a 16-8 lead. I'll be back with the second half momentarily as the American Handball Championship is yours on YouTube. I've got, believe it or not, back for the second half of the Minnesota-Miami contest, as it is Minnesota with a 16-8 advantage and the ball to open the half. And we are underway with half number 2. Morpha and the Minnesota team handball men in green with possession to start the second half and an 8-goal lead. Not what you want to see if you are Miami playing a realistic flat 6. I was going to say fat 6, but that doesn't count for much. So a flat 6 is what I'm wanting. As this is Jackson Hampton, dropped off to Morpha. Morpha shooting, save made. And they actually go with Tristan Malatrat to start the second half for Minnesota. As Malatrat will make the save, Storage rumbles, bumbles, and stumbles into the front court. Whistle, halt to play. 2 minute for body contact there. Yep, a 2 minute called for body contact, waiting to see if it was a bit of a double whammy. It looks like it. I believe it was a 2 minute on the keeper, and it's not a sign of double jeopardy at all, or a double whammy at all. Morpha from Hampton. Morpha goes over, gets this to Peterson. Cross court, Hampton scores. 17 or 6. Oh, it was not a goal. It just skimmed the bar. 16-8 still. Minnesota still comfortable. Pass goes over to Valencia. Valencia dances around 2. Save Malatrat. But he drew a 7-meter. Malatrat won't be able to make every save. You see that there, 16-9. Morpha gets this to Belov. Morpha got it back to Peterson. Peterson goes cross court, gets it back. Belov. Cross court. Hacked was Hampton. Storch with this. Storch with a shot that stays out, but will stay here. Storch regathers and goes to Peterson. Down low, Morpha had trouble handling it. Morpha will continue with a pass from Belov. Great shot from Peterson, and even better save. As an outlet, goes to Matsuoka. Saved, made, Malatrat. Morpha up to Peterson. Peterson drops it over. Hampton, or no, Storch. Lost out, and the rebound will not materialize as a player for Minnesota went down. Here's the Miami cheering section that we've been waiting a half for. 16-9, our score, early stages second half. Ball dropped off. Great save made on the shot by Valencia for Malatrat. Stick with what brought you to the dance if you're Minnesota, and that's certainly Malatrat. Morfa shooting, scores, 17-9. Now Miami on the ricochet. Brought back ahead by Valencia. Valencia dropped off. A 2-minute called. Is it a situation of a double whammy? It is, as Josh Wallinga sees his first action, and he is 1 for 2 in, or actually 0 for 1 rather, in saves. And Wallinga, the 7-meter specialist. Peterson works this forward, gets it back. He got it back from Japs. Now over to the far side. Ball dropped over to Peterson. Peterson shooting, scores. 18-10. You'd think if the lead balloons out to double digits that Miami wouldn't have enough time to get back in it. So Miami has to have some offensive prowess here. Right on cue. 18-11. Our score as Minnesota advances across the timeline. Hampton eventually gets this to Erickson. Hampton and Erickson play catch with Peterson. Peterson goes to Isaac Odom. Peterson across to Hampton. Hampton runs this to Peterson. Peterson drops it at the 6. A shot was saved by the golden foot of Inter Miami's goalkeeper. And a quick shot on the ricochet allows Miami to come within 6. Start the clock about 7 minutes. Call it 6.5 and we'll be good. Miami with possession. As we come across or near the 7-minute mark, and the shot goes high. Strictly unofficial at this point. Official time being kept on the floor. Morfa dances, tries to get through the gap and could not. As Miami goes 2-on-0, and Minnesota's defense let down Tristan Malatrat there. 18-13. Minnesota with possession as Hampton throws that one cross court. Gets it to Peterson. Loose ball. Miami will claim possession. No, it'll be Minnesota ball. Delivered back in by Peterson. As this goes to Wakabayashi. Hampton dropped it off. Ball stolen. Here goes Miami. Loose ball. Picked up by Minnesota. 3-on-1 developing. This goes to Hedrick. Hedrick gets it blocked. Now Miami up court. Timeout on the floor. 2-minute called. 18-14 our score. And Peterson wanting an explanation as to the 2-minute. And Minnesota down a man. For the 2-minute. This one advanced to Erickson, eventually getting over to Wakabayashi. Hedrick with a shot and a goal. And now Minnesota coming back with a 5-goal lead. About 15 minutes left to play. Peterson crosses and gets it back. Wakabayashi. Peterson fakes Wakabayashi. Peterson over, missed. Now Miami with possession in their front court. Quick shot and a goal, 19-15. Under 15 minutes left to play in the contest. Hedrick gets this to Wakabayashi. Wakabayashi, Peterson. Peterson spins, gets around one. Wakabayashi to Hedrick. Kick save. Made by the goaltender from Miami. Whistle goes, partial bear hug. And Minnesota will play on. That pass short side, stuffing it home like he was opening a Christmas gift, was Tommy Caslaw. Miami crosses over. They're down 2 men. Or actually, no, check that. They're down 1 man. And actually, I'll check myself one more time. We're back to even strength. Got to count to 6. Brought back on by Miami, and Josh Wallinga will see action as that pass over the head of Josh Hedrick. I don't think Hedrick would have needed to grow more than maybe, 3 feet, 4 feet to make that catch? I don't know. Miami with possession, quick shot, and Wallinga can make all the saves he wants, but he won't be able to make them all. 2-minute called against Miami. The 2-minute call on Milian. Wakabayashi eventually gets it to Hedrick. Erickson Wakabayashi Hedrick. Wakabayashi got through 2, but not before he could get the shot away. 19-16, early stages, fourth quarter of the game. Wakabayashi to Hedrick, back to Wakabayashi. Over near side, Peterson got a kick ball. That extends possession for Minnesota. Peterson looking, firing, scores. 20-16. Inter Miami down a man for a touch longer. As this one comes to Valencia. Valencia goes to Finkelstein. No, I'll check myself. That was 13. That's Oscar. And that pass behind a Minnesota player. That goes out of bounds. 11:15 left to go as Miami crosses the timeline. Oscar gets this to Valencia. Oscar to Valencia once more. Minnesota comes out 2-on-0. Wakabayashi, no, it stayed out. Valencia advances this across the timeline. 10 minutes and a half remaining to be played. As that one dropped over. Bear hug, halt play, clock rolls. Mungazi gets this to Valencia. Valencia loses possession. Here goes Minnesota. Wakabayashi gets this to Peterson. Far side. Score. That is Aaron Jap. No, check that. That is case law. (21-16) under 10 minutes to play in regulation. And if judging by the first half, as that shot goes in, if judging by the first half, we won't have much in the way of extra time, if at all. Storch switches positions with Sam Erickson. Wakabayashi. Storch, Wakabayashi. Wakabayashi tries to get through one, could not. Storch looking, Wakabayashi high. Now Miami with possession. Bear hug, halt play. And now Miami with possession once more. Bear hug again, halts play. As that one was tipped wide. Corner throw upcoming. As that was intercepted by Minnesota. Brought back ahead by Storch. Storch shoots one, blocked. Maintaining possession is Minnesota. Crossed under the 8-minute barrier remaining in the contest. Erickson got that to Wakabayashi. Loose ball. Whistle goes. Inter Miami with the ball. And a save. I don't think the shot's going to count, actually, as body contact was made before the shot came off. Seven-meter throw and the save made by Walinga. Now Minnesota looking to cash in on a double-up. Wakabayashi delivered that one to Storch. Great pass and a great goal. 22-17 with 7 minutes to play. Now Inter Miami getting a little desperate as that shot sailed high. Minnesota on the ricochet would like a goal here. Storch up near the 6. Bear hug and nearly a chokehold on, who would that have been? Aaron Japs, I believe it is. Morfa will bring it back into play with Hederick. Wakabayashi. Morfa. Wakabayashi. Morfa gets it again. Morfa loads and fires and he scores. 23-17, 6-goal cushion for Minnesota to play with. 6 minutes to play. That's a goal a minute by my college math. And Miami so far has not had an answer. Valencia shoots. Right on cue, broadcaster Kurz strikes again. As this one is brought ahead by Japs across the timeline. Wakabayashi, Morfa, Ellis Morfa, shooting, scores. Now Miami cannot be trading goals with Minnesota down the stretch. This is that critical point I spoke about in the first half where it got to a point where Minnesota and Miami were trading goals until Minnesota stretched the lead. You have that same instance here. Whistle goes, halting that movement. And now Minnesota on the break. Hederick scores 25-18. Hederick from Walinga. Oliveira actually had his pass blocked, but Miami regathers possession. Whistle goes. A 7-meter called on Storch. Walinga makes the stop. 4 minutes remaining. Time running out on Miami as Morfa danced through 2, but he is shoved to the floor. Wakabayashi delivers to Storch. Storch got it from Hampton, I believe. Wakabayashi bear hugged, halt play, clock rolls. Wakabayashi, Storch, Wakabayashi, Morfa, Hederick, Morfa. Whistle went before the shot. 3.5 left to play in regulation. 25-18 in favor of Minnesota. Empty man in for Miami, and they'll score 25-19. I believe. Oh, it got waved. 25-19 our score, now 26-19 as Minnesota scores. Two and a half minutes left to go. And time running out on Miami. Their second game of the day and final game of the day. Quick shot and a goal, 26-20. Now Minnesota crossing the timeline with Storch. Storch got this to Odom. Now Hedrick and Morfaw play catch as Morfaw controls. Wakabayashi gets this. Morfaw. Wakabayashi. Minute 40 to go. Shot saved. And now Miami with 90 seconds left to play. That pass blocked and intercepted by Morfaw. (26-20) with a minute 12 remaining. Hedrick. Swim moves around one. Whistle goes. Double dribble. Or steps. And Miami establishes in the offensive zone. Under a minute to play. So Minnesota will move to 1-0 in the tournament with their doubleheader yet to happen tomorrow. A save made by Weilinga. And Hedrick couldn't control off the outlet from Weilinga. 35 seconds to go in regulation. We think. And actually, that is time. We were 20 seconds behind. However, that'll do it. And Minnesota wins it by a count of 26-20. So we will pause and have more of the American Handball Championship that comes your way in a few minutes, as the American Handball Championship is yours right here on YouTube. Come in closer, Stefan. Jeff Disher with Stefan Storch, the man of the match. As Minnesota defeats Inter Miami in Miami's second match of the day and final match of the day. Your first time out. Your thoughts on what you did positively and what you could learn going into your double dip tomorrow.
I think what we need to learn is to play our game the entire game. Not let the opponent dictate the speed. And I think after this great first half, we came out a little worried, almost just playing to not lose the game at that point versus just keep going and keep scoring like we did in the first half. So we need to change that. We have a tough game against Columbus tomorrow. I think what we did great is team effort. Every player off the bench excited for the next guy to score, to make a stop. I think that's why we're a team that can make it to the final and win this tournament.
And see, I'm as you have known, working with me the last 2 years at the Fall Classic, I'm a goaltender by trade.
Yes.
But I also appreciate offense when I find it, and we thought that you kind of were the, if you will, straw that stirred the drink as far as the attack went in this first match for Minnesota. So there's a question there somewhere. The question would be, how do you go from being defense-minded, as you were in the first half with Miami just now, to attack in the double dip tomorrow?
Yeah. I think at my age, being one of the veterans, leaders of the team, I try to give the team what they need at that moment. We have a lot of strong guys with quick legs, with good arms. So if I know I don't need to give them offense, I focus on defense. I think today we had these moments where, for whatever reason, we struggled a little bit, on offense, just getting the ball going. And so at any time I try to give the team what they need. And I think today that was a little bit more offense, a little bit more passing and assists. So, yeah.
All right. Well, good to talk to you.
Thank you very much.
I'm sure we'll be seeing you around the yard here over the course of the weekend. That is Stefan Storch, and we will have Milwaukee coming up as Milwaukee takes on the Pickerington Pandas. up. All right. Jeff Disher back with you from Hope College in Holland, Michigan, a 15-minute drive from that big lake that is on the east side of a state with cheese. We bring Josh Hedrick back fresh from a stint just having Inter Miami. What did you think of the court?
You know, court is actually pretty good. I will say you could probably see it a little bit on the stream. There might be like a couple ripples and divots, but when you get on the court, nothing is wrong. Everything is where it needs to be. Nothing shifts. Honestly, like if this was a given grade, I would give it an A-, because everything is pretty awesome. But you know, just a couple spots that are a little not shifty, but just like open. But honestly, I don't think we're gonna have any issues this weekend.
Good. That. And we were.
I'll tell you. Actually, I'll stop you there.
Go ahead.
I'll tell you this much: I'd rather play on this court than 80% of the courts in the United States that I've played on before,
including our.
I won't say.
Well,
Bloomington.
Yeah.
Ooh, it's right up there.
Okay.
This is actually pretty nice. I mean, I do love our facility, but the hardwood is just okay. I do prefer this type of traditional handball surface.
Then that begs the question, would you lay something over at Kennedy Activity Center for the Fall Classic?
Depends on how much time it takes.
I get him thinking. Such is the
a thought for another day.
Exactly. Such is the relationship that yours truly has with the Minnesota Handball Club. But there you go. Getting you free of any tangles. But Pickerington and Milwaukee set to go. Milwaukee goaltender to be found or to be named Josh Willinga, who was fresh from having played for Minnesota just now. And judging by Milwaukee's first game earlier today, if the defense holds, Willinga won't see much action, but if the defense were to collapse, it would be on Willinga. And as we know, Josh Willinga can't be expected, or any goaltender can't be expected to make every save, as Pickerington will start play with the first possession. Pickerington in the dark, as Sturette will control this. Sturette goes cross court. Ball touched down by Milwaukee, but will hang here for a Pickerington possession. Right on cue. Willinga called into action and came up empty. 1-0 Pickerington. Milwaukee's first possession. I'll get you in here in a second, Hedrick, as this ball controlled by Milwaukee United. Touched over by Suprovic. Suprovic delivers a pass, and we have a tie score, 1-1 in the contest. Early stages, first minute actually of the match. And the ball touched down. Whistle, I believe steps were taken. So we established that the court plays true, and the ball bounces okay with you?
I would say yes. There's no soft spots, no dead spots. Ball bounced well. Ooh, nice shot there.
That went in the net off the bar. Bardowski for Pickerington to go up 2-1. But the ball well, it looks like, because the ball bouncing at a perfect height. And a halt to play as a Milwaukee player a little slow to come to. Pickerington across the timeline.
A little bit of confusion with the referees and the players, just gathering stuff and getting things coordinated.
So, like Phil Collins, a Genesis-esque land of confusion?
Very much.
Pickerington with possession. I'll admit that's not the first time I've used that one, but
I always love the music references from Jeff Dish.
It is what it is, and there's an attached to the dish. By
Thank
the way, you're welcome. Whistle halts play. Clock rolls though, as it is 2-2 in Holland. Pickerington with possession, as that one delivered by Starrett over to the far side, and block with the shot. That goes in. Pickerington up 3-2. The Pandas impressed us this morning with their game against Detroit, although Pickerington was able to run and hide after a certain amount of time. And that was the same, generally speaking, with what you guys did with Miami a little bit ago. You got 6, 7, 8 goals up, and Miami couldn't trade goals with you. You guys just ran and hid.
Yeah, I mean, I do remember nice save by the goalie, 7 meter. I will say when you did the interview with during the last Pinkerton game, their motto was basically like, start fast and then settle down after that. We did exactly the same thing against Inter Miami, and I guarantee that's going to be their mentality right now, starting this game out with Milwaukee.
And Milwaukee scores on their attack. And speaking of attack, Milwaukee back to it, 2-on-2 at the line, and shot goes in courtesy of Akaravjika, who plays as a back for Milwaukee. That was something, transition from defense to attack was something I talked about with Stefan Storch just now. And we talked about how Minnesota team handball adjusts and transitions from defense to attack. What do both teams here need to do to aid in that transition?
Well, I really do think that Milwaukee really needs to look at their backs as far as moving back and forth in a great second wave. I will say Pinkerton is going to be a fast team on the first wave, but they've got some great backs and some very knowledgeable backs. Milwaukee does. So if they really go with that second wave, they can do some damage. Now Pinkerton, I really feel like all aspects, first wave and second wave and third wave, are going to be speedy. What Milwaukee needs to do is just keep their composure, stay at 6, and then come up when it looks like that they're going to shoot, because you have those shooters. They're going to look for the pivot. They just got to stay sound.
And Starrett proving that as his shot goes high and wide. Would you play a flat 6 if you're if you're looking for a defensive tactic for Milwaukee, or would you go zone?
Here's the thing. Milwaukee has height. I would stay 6.
Okay.
Try and make them shoot over you. Ooh, nice pass to Ryan. Ooh, through the 5-hole.
And that goal scored by Ryan Peterson, who we had earlier as a man of the match in Milwaukee's first game today. Pickerington crosses the timeline. None of this 10-second business like you would see in basketball. Starrett goes to Charlie Harper, not to be confused with Charlie Sheen. Harper drops down low. Kick, save, Walinga.
Great save by Josh there. Sorry, guys, didn't move the camera. Bear with me, everybody. The score is actually 5-4 Milwaukee. I actually just have a 5 for Pinkerton. So just trying to figure this stuff out, as this is not my system.
5 for Milwaukee. And a quick halt to play.
Grabbing a new ball.
Resin.
Something was not liking the ball before. I will say the last game got a lot of sweat on it. It is a little dirty, so Milwaukee might just not like it. And that's true handball right there. Sorry, missed it, but Milwaukee player just gave it to a Pinkerton player to try it out and get used to the Risen.
Goal scored by Milwaukee for 6-4.
Yep, 6-4. Sorry, folks, it is 6-4 Milwaukee.
We'll wait for a timeout to readjust.
Yeah, or Pinkerton can just score right here. Make things easier.
That's the easy response. Bear hug, no whistle will play on. Starrett drops down low, gets that to Harper, scored. Top cheese.
6-5, thank you very much.
Now 6-5. Across the timeline comes Milwaukee, right on cue. Dropped off by Sutton. And a shot goes in. 7-5 now Milwaukee. Always good to see a score or a goal help us come back even.
Absolutely.
Milwaukee, or actually Pickerington with possession. Harper throws that over, cross court, quick shot and a goal. Wallinga cannot stop them all. As much as he tries, he can't stop them all. A shot for Milwaukee allows these teams to trade goals in a very offensively minded opening. 8 minutes and some change.
I think that's the one thing that both teams really need to lock down, especially as they get later in the tournament. They really got to get these defenses down. I will say Pinkerton did a great job against Detroit.
Yes.
This time around, they're having some troubles. I don't quite know what it is, but kudos to Milwaukee for really, really sticking into this.
Bear hug, halts play, clock rolls. Was Pickerington too quick? Yes. So Pickerington restarts the possession now that the referee is ready. As that goes to Harper. Harper gets it back. Harper near side. Harper has his shot stay out off the side of the post. Now Milwaukee on the fast break. And a shot by Suprovic goes into the net. 9-6 our score. Jeff Disher, Josh Hedrick, who just played, and someone feels like he's worked 22 games over the course of a day so far. Goal scored. You should have seen Wallinga's and my setup this morning. We were running around like poultry. 9-7 now our scores. We're approaching the 10-minute mark. As Pickerington comes across the timeline, Starrett with possession. Starrett fakes, got through,
Nice
save made,
7-9.
Wallinga.
So Milwaukee did just score just now? Or was that a save?
Must have been a save by
Got
the
it.
looks, 9-7.
9-7.
We'll double check ski at halftime.
Yep.
I'm sorry, we will discount double check ski at halftime. The Polish answer to Aaron Rodgers, who is now a Jet.
Yeah, crazy how the world turns.
Yeah, right. Milwaukee crosses the timeline and into the offensive zone. Peterson out, leading the charge for Milwaukee. No pun intended. As they reestablish possession. Suprovic drops off, gets this to Davis. Suprovic gets around 2. Scores. Now 10-8 is what it should be for Milwaukee. And Pickerington comes across. If these two teams trade goals, that is advantage which team?
You know,
Because these
it could really be either team.
Yeah, that's my thought exactly.
Yeah, it is really hard to say because
They play at the same level.
Yeah, they do. I will say
7 meter, by the way, coming.
I may give it to Pinkerton just because they have played since college, and that experience with each other does go a long way.
Starrett with the 7 meter throw conversion. 10-9. 12th minute of play. 25-minute halves here at the American Handball Championship, which is yours today on the Detroit Handball Club YouTube channel. As that shot sails high. And a bit of incidental contact after the fact. No issue. I can recall maybe at least once, maybe less than a handful of times that I've seen passive play today. Each of these teams, or well, all of these teams that we've seen so far, really moving the ball and moving the ball well.
Yeah, and that's a good thing. When you've got teams that like get passive play, that very much is something that you sometimes want for your team, especially if you've got a lead. You want to make sure that you're playing the ball around enough that you're drawing down the clock and you take control.
But you can also do that without drawing the passive play arm, and you guys exhibited that against Miami real well.
Absolutely. You just gotta really just see what the refs give you.
I thought they're gonna give it. They're gonna give it. Okay. Before the shot, that was not saved by Walinga, saw a tug of the back of the jersey, and a 2 has been called against Milwaukee. As sitting down is Joseph Wade Sutton.
Oh, good old Wade Sutton, a well-traveled veteran of USA Team Handball, North Carolina alumni.
Okay. Tar Heel?
Tar Heel,
okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
He is through and through a Tar Heel.
Tar Heel, much like Stuart Scott, who passed away 8 years ago recently from cancer. As Walinga's Bigfoot giving me envy up here.
It was a great save by Josh. It almost snuck through, but somehow it poked out.
I know someone else in the building who is a tournament admin, that off the post. I know someone else who is a tournament admin that might be envious as he's watching. And the gentleman I'm referring to had some awesome work done with his feet in Minneapolis last fall. We'll resume play with Miami or with Milwaukee having possession. Bear hug, player down. We'll halt the clock, I think, as an injury pauses play briefly. The officials can always go into extra time too. We are good to go. Should be about 25 seconds of extra time that we'll need, if anything at all. Shove, halts. Milwaukee with possession. Regathered. Whistle before the shot, no goal. So they'll do it again. Peterson brings this back into play. Loose ball, out of play to Pickerington. Ball touched on. 10-all our score, about 10 minutes left to play in the first half. As this one advanced by Milwaukee. It goes to El Sharawi. Wouldn't believe how Mox fouled me up last fall, seeing him for the first time. That shot goes by the wayside. And that pass just behind Ryan check that Harper. And now Milwaukee will cross the timeline. Whistle, halt to play, and a timeout called. 11-10 Pickerington. We've got two. I can already answer the question of how did we get here, if you want the talking heads. We got here because these two teams are very evenly matched, as we've indicated. And we're not seeing the up and down the floor that we saw in the first 10 minutes, but the game pace has really slowed down, and these teams aren't, and thusly, these teams aren't trading goals.
Yeah, it's really a game right now of defense when it really wasn't that before. But that's it. Again, like both teams are really trying to find their defensive presence because they definitely can score goals. And if you want to, again, continue on a long journey for a championship, got to have that defense down. And they're definitely playing at a pretty good caliber right now. Let's see if they can keep it up.
Milwaukee with possession as we come out of the timeout. Back to play we go. As they check the inflation of the ball, Saprovic with this. Saprovic wrestled to the floor. A 2-point takedown that Hope College Division III wrestling athletes would be envious of. And will stay in Milwaukee's offensive end. Saprovic delivers, got the pass to Davis, who scored. And it's 11-10. Pickerington with the 1-goal lead.
11-11, actually.
It is a tie. See, first thought always wins out, and I doubted myself a second there. Happens when you do multiple games in a day. Shot, bounces on goal, and a halt to play here. Nice save by the Pickerington tender, and that leads to a fast break where Wallinga is scored upon, 12-11. 7 minutes and 3 nickels remaining in the first half. Bear hug, I didn't get a whistle. There it is. Bear hug, halt play, whistle goes, clock moves. Great shot by Saprovic, 12-all. And now we're getting to that point where they are trading goals.
Yeah.
Right on cue.
Great job for the right wing, taking all those steps that he had open on the field. And if you don't make that shot, you're going back to the bench to get some Gatorade.
Accuracy, a necessity with a shot like that. And
Wade Sutton goal sighting.
Joseph comes to life. Pickerington with possession, and the ball intercepted by Milwaukee. Peterson involved on the play. I get the feeling, I actually get the distinct feeling that sometime tomorrow we'll have Mike King up here at one point, Ryan Peterson up here at one point as the whistle goes.
Yeah, let's hope so. You know, some of the usual commentators we get at the Fall Classic.
Good, and it's good to see, speaking of Mike, it is good to see him back after the hit he took in Minneapolis last fall.
Another goal by Wade Sutton.
He's scored the last two, 14-13 Milwaukee.
Yeah, he actually recovered pretty well and pretty quickly from that. I saw him about 3 weeks later at the Chicago tournament, and he was all good. He was playing, no problem. I don't even think he needed a mask or anything like that, so he's doing good.
Not from what he had told us. Shot and a goal there for Pickerington. 14 apiece. Final 5 minutes of play in the first half. Jeff Disher, he's Josh Hederick. Fresh from his right wing, or it would be, I'm doubting myself now. On the attack side, I see you as more of a right wing, but then you also drift back to play on that same side. So I can see both.
Yeah, I mean, traditionally right wing, definitely. Righty, right winger. Not an easy gig, but someone's got to do it. Especially when you've only got especially when you got Ellis on the team, who is really just fitted right at back.
He is the straw that stirs the defensive drink for you guys, though.
Yeah, well, and honestly, I think the biggest thing for me and Ellis is we're just two guys that love to be speedy, and it really does set up the rest.
Speed, I believe they say speed kills. This is a 7-meter throw, bounces off the post. No goal there.
No goal. So he went in, and when the ball came off, he was still in the 6 and didn't get out of it soon enough. Yep, no goal there.
Thus, the rebound does not equate. Save made twice by Walenga.
Josh is doing really well right now.
Especially for having played. I'm impressed with him as Milwaukee scores again, 15-14. 3.5 left to play in the first half.
I will say it right now. Josh's contract is not available for loan.
That is strictly noted as a bear hug. No, that is not a bear hug. That's a 2-point takedown for Pickerington that I believe led to a 7-meter and a 2-minute.
Looks like it.
Double whammy time for Milwaukee, or for Pickerington rather, as they surrender the throw and get the 2-minute. Peterson could not convert. I got nothing.
Just unfortunate. Yeah, just unfortunate. Try again next time. All you can say.
Yeah. 15-14 Milwaukee. 2.5 left to go. We're under 2.5 now left to go. As Pickerington held, bear hug, halt play, and a corner throw?
Nope,
No.
9-meter. That's championship defense right there.
Okay.
That great
There's your
job on
defense.
Milwaukee. Both sides are just doing really well with defense, and I love it.
2 minutes to play, and impressed to your point. That's where you were going with the hand motion. I get you. Speaking of defense, that stayed out impressively.
Nope, it was a
Or
goal.
no, it went in.
It looked like it.
Stayed out from here. As a whistle before the shot allows Milwaukee to come up empty. 90 seconds left in the half. That's strictly unofficial, of course. There could be extra time we aren't factoring in. Pickerington with possession. Harper got it over to Davis. Davis got it to Starrett, who gets around 2. Now on the regather. Shot blocked high.
Okay.
I don't think that was the best decision.
No, it wasn't. It's a tie game, and you're going to do some fancy Kempa? Come on. I'm sorry. Like, if anybody out there is like, I don't know, if anybody is out there and thinking like, oh, no, whatever, like, no, like.
And they pay for it here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say.
35 seconds left in the half. Pickerington, and now Milwaukee ties the game at 16.
Great job on Nick Davis to just be like, look, let's just keep it simple and score a goal.
Yeah. But you shouldn't be relying on your back to do that for you. That's what an attack is for, in theory. Maybe I'm old and antiquated, but 16 up, and now should be 17-16. Pickerington, time about to expire. And a save made.
Just double check your list. I believe Peterson is 12.
Yes.
And so Suprov is, I hope I'm saying that right, 92?
I've got that correct.
Perfect.
Yes.
Okay. I think earlier you did
I
say he was.
flipped-
Yep.
I
It's all
flip-flopped.
good. We got a
Yeah.
comment on here. Just
We're
want to
good.
let you know, Natalie, we
We're
totally
No.
got that.
Lack of brain power, Natalie.
Yep.
That's on me.
It's all good. It's all good. Do want to give credit where credit's due.
Appreciate that.
Another goal by Milwaukee.
17-16 extra or bonus time. And speaking of, Natalie, we thank you for contributing to the chat. We encourage everybody to do just that. We'll answer questions and comments as necessary and when we can. Supervic gets this over to Akravjika. Whistle, halt to play. Milwaukee maintains possession at the 10. Supervic. Jika. 1 into 2 doesn't go, but Milwaukee maintains possession. Still in bonus time at the end of the first half. Jika goes over cross court. Whistle before the shot from Sutton. See, that's my one strike for the day. So thanks for bringing that up, Natalie. We appreciate that and appreciate you.
Hey, we're not all perfect.
Shot and a goal there for
Well, hey,
Harper.
hey. If you look in goal, folks, no more Josh. The goalie is back. So we will have Josh up here in a quick bit.
Aha!
After a great performance and actually, like, doing very well for Milwaukee, I must say.
Yeah.
There's
halftime in Holland as Jackson Newman makes his return. And it is 17-17 at the end of the first half of play. So we will pause. We'll bring you the second half in a moment with some potential halftime activities. back in Holland at the start of the second half. Jeff Disher, Josh Wallinga with you after calling, calling 4.5 and playing 1.5 respectively. Milwaukee leads Pickerington 19-18 at the break, or coming out of the break. As we are ready to go, second half underway. Milwaukee with possession to start the second half. This is Darko Kondev. Dropped over by Andy Kraus. Now Suprovic, who is listed as 92 on my research, but is wearing 94. Gets the ball and delivers, or has it stolen from him, and it goes to Pickerington. They're going right to left as Starrett is bear hugged before the goal could be scored. Opening minute of the second half. And that shot goes wide. As this one is brought ahead by Darko Kondev. Back over comes Suprovic. Suprovic at the top of the key. And the top of the arc. Loose ball. Pickerington having numbers across the timeline. And an errant pass allowing Pickerington to take control. That's Bulger. Or Bulger, shot in the goal. 19-18 Milwaukee as they cross the timeline, or 19-19 now, game tied. Second time as a whistle goes, halting play 2 minutes in. Whistle goes, will hang here as Suprovic maintains possession. Suprovic falling, shooting, and it goes up high. Seven-meter throw goes in for Milwaukee. They are up 20-19. 2.5 minutes into the second half. Can Pickerington answer? Bulger. Kick, save made. Rebound. Bear hug, halts play.
Okay. I am here, Josh back. Other Josh, not one of 3 Minnesota Joshes.
Have Hedrick, I'm missing the other.
I don't remember. He hasn't played in a while, unfortunately.
Okay.
But I count him because there's 3 of us, and every time someone new would come, they'd be like, Josh, and we all be like, huh?
2020, Barbara Walters would be happy until just there. Shot in the goal, Milwaukee with a 21-20 lead.
2020 didn't exist, and it still doesn't exist.
I can tell you that 48 Hours and Dateline NBC still exist.
True.
Avid fan of 48 Hours, believe it or not. As Pickerington with control on the far side of the surface. Ryan Davis with this. Has it stolen from him. As a Milwaukee player takes a tumble.
Good save.
Over far side. Save made, but the ball out of play. What was the cause for Jackson Newman's late arrival?
I think he was playing beach because I believe Milwaukee has a beach team.
That would make sense.
Yep. So I was there, and Ryan's like, "Hey, can you play?" And I was like, "Sure, why not?"
Shot and a goal there for Pickerington, 21 all. Funny you mentioned that. That's one of the reasons why why Joe and I declined to call beach. Same idea.
Yep. I'm hoping next year to that we can get the beach portion going. Just the way it worked out. Not this year. Ooh, good shots. Beautiful
Great
shot.
Goal.
Yep. Next year, looking to get that done, just like equipment and people. But yeah, no, and this Pandas team, they're playing. Was it Charlie earlier?
Yeah, they originally started on the beach, is how I know the story.
Yep.
With a lot of folks from TOSU.
Yep, it's gonna be a 7. Grabbed his hand as he was going in.
Yeah. So a 7-meter throw for Milwaukee, or actually Pickerington.
Milwaukee.
I'm sorry. That's strike 2. Milwaukee scores 23-22.
Yep. That's also why the Pandas are a little slower than they were earlier, because they had, I believe, 2 beach games today.
Oof.
And then 2 games today. Let me see here. Beach. Pickerington. Nope, they had 1. They had 1 earlier, so they played 3 games today.
That's got to be tough on the manpower.
Yep. But as you was saying, hey, they're young. So.
7-meter throw for Pickerington goes in, 23 all.
Yep, same spot he shot before.
Dangerous.
Yep.
From there.
I was gonna get him that time if I was in there. I was dialing into it.
Right as the buzzer sounded to end the half, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Halt to play. And Milwaukee will maintain possession by the looks of it.
Yep.
23 all. Just past 18 minutes to go in regulation. There's something I'm thinking about. Won't say it. Goal scored.
Caster curse, right?
I said what?
We'll have none of that.
Brought back ahead by the Pandas across the timeline. Ball intercepted. It's Milwaukee looking to turn one, but the ball batted away. They give the foul at the 10-meter arc. Did the court surface change to you after playing the first game?
No, actually, it was.
Or your first game, I should say.
No, it was actually really nice. I'm used to playing on like a basketball court, which is fine. But also too with like the nice save. with the stickum on this, it didn't change for me.
Okay.
I don't think, yeah, even.
So playing the first half of this game didn't change anything for you, even after playing a full game before?
Well, half a game, but yeah.
I meant the Minnesota full game,
yeah.
and then the first half of this one.
Yeah, no, it didn't. I mean, even the places where it looks like the floor is actually up, it's not. It's just like maybe a small space. And yeah, no, it's great. Like I really want more clubs to get this kind of like flooring, which I know is easier said than done. But but yeah, no, it was great. It's fun. I love playing on this kind of floor. It looks good. It feels good. The lines are crisp. You can see them. As with all of the 9 or 6 meter like line shots that they were doing in our game and this game too.
He's Josh Wallinga of Minnesota Team Handball. I am Jeff Disher. For those just joining us, where the heck have you been? We have been at Hope College all day in Holland, Michigan, bringing handball to you as Milwaukee goes up 25-24 to reset things. Back to play. I would guess we are near the 10-minute mark.
Oh, yep, about. I'll get that reset here. We'll say 10:05. I will. You can check it later. Start.
There's a big save made. A crowd pleaser.
Yep.
Made by Milwaukee. Pickerington comes right back and scores 25 all. Unofficially 10.5 minutes gone in the second half.
Yeah, it's, I mean, high-scoring game. Hard to play defense when you're tired. It's easy to play offense when you're tired.
Exactly.
So that explains the higher scores.
And if your defense lets you down as a keeper, you're having to do more work to bail your guys out and right directly in front of you. And I feel like you got some work in on a flat 6.
Yeah, it happens. I mean, with a low bench like that, I went into it knowing that would probably happen. So I wasn't surprised. It was maybe a little more less than I thought. There was less of them than I thought there was going to be, but there was still a decent amount.
26-25 Milwaukee. And you know what we haven't seen much today of? Zone.
Yeah, usually we don't. Usually they don't do that. It's mainly 6 flat. Sometimes a 5-1.
But nothing like a 4-2 or 3 up.
No, 4-2s, like you could do 4-2, but you have to have a really solid flat. So so usually you don't see that. I don't know of any teams that have even done that, even in Europe. I think there might have been a few like back in the 70s and 80s.
Timeout, Milwaukee. 26-26, just about to end the third quarter of play, if you will. And sort of give us a glimpse of what we have in our future for the rest of the day today. If you have the schedule handy and or up. Because I have a different version of the schedule than do you.
Yep. Let's see. So after this game, we got Pickerington and Milwaukee currently. Then we'll have Detroit and DC, and then we will have I think maybe Chicago and Orlando women's, or Chicago and Canada women's, unless they're playing again. It's very possible that they're playing again today.
I think, and we saw Orlando played or play the Agents of Chaos this morning, that being Canada Rip. But Orlando, Chicago, I believe, also scheduled today.
Yeah. No, Orlando, Chicago is not. Orlando and Chicago is tomorrow for the first women's.
Milwaukee across the timeline and into the front court they go. This goes to Joseph Wade Sutton, who had 2 goals in that first half that were impressive. Sutton controls, and he also has Saprovic with him, as that one will go in at 27-26 Milwaukee.
Yep, back and forth. 2 teams that are tired. That's a good shot. Probably the Pandas more than Milwaukee, but Milwaukee with a low bench to start the game.
And a great goal there from Milwaukee as they go up 28-27, trading goals with 12 minutes to play in regulation.
That'll be 9.
9-meter restart. And 1 into 2 usually doesn't go. Pickerington proving that there as bodies fly. Shot for Pickerington and Davis. Thwarted by a whistle. A shot by Bolger off the iron, but the whistle also goes. A 7-meter throw coming for Sturette.
Yep, high
Scores.
again.
High percentage shot, that 7-meter throw.
Yep. Don't take what I did in my game as to what 7 meters should look like. That was me being on point for once. I'll take it.
Incidental contact over on the far side sends a Milwaukee player down, or slow to get up at least. Peterson is the player in question, but he sprints off. Nothing happened.
I think he got the wind knocked out of him. He was pointing to his ribs. So, yeah, which that'll happen. A lot of the injuries that you might see in handball are more related to like your ankles and your knee. Some faces. Ooh, that's great defense there. Gotta get rid of it. Yep.
That's Krauth, and he doesn't get rid of it in time. Sturette delivers the pass to Jake Kennedy. Sturette, Kennedy. Kennedy bumped off by Sutton. But Sturette keeps the ball for Pickerington and scores. And then afterwards, I believe that's knee-on-knee contact by the looks of it.
Yeah, I don't know if it's if it's like a bad Charlie horse. Yeah, it looks like it's just like a bad Charlie horse.
Oof.
Which those are brutal, especially in here. Which we'll go away for a second, let him get back up.
And that will hamper a bench even further if you don't have one of your stalwarts.
Which, folks, always remember, drink water when you play these sports, especially indoors. It can be pretty tough. More water you drink, the better, obviously. And don't need to say too much about that. Those of you that play sports know. Those of you that might not have played sports, that's why you always see a bunch of Gatorade and a lot of water. on the sidelines. And when you play a lot, like playing 30, 40 plus minutes in a 50-minute game, it's gonna be tough.
Well, I can tell you that he is sitting up,
Yep.
so that is a good sign.
Yeah, we'll just go back to midcourt here.
So in your game and a half, I don't have a tally for this, so I'm not asking this question because of or out of fact. How many shots do you think you saw in that game and a half? 50?
Let's see. Yeah, maybe I'd say closer. 40-ish, maybe. Maybe a little less than that. Because our defense was. All right, he's up and walking.
Good to see.
Yeah, pulled muscle or something. Just got to hobble off. That'll happen.
Certainly. Milwaukee will bring the ball back into play.
Yep.
With 10 minutes and 48 seconds of regular time remaining.
Yep. And there goes one of their star players carrying them. So that's going to be tough on Milwaukee's part now. One thing though is maybe it'll force Milwaukee to pass the ball a little bit more instead of going one-on-one all the time, kind of like here. Very nice take. Like that.
And the reaction after the shot was taken looked a little bit more physical than I'm sure it was.
Yep.
Milwaukee ball.
Yep.
29-29 with 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, Panda's turning it over. Can't be doing that in a tie game.
No.
I mean, you can't be doing that really in any game, but in one that's close.
So you're saying you could be up 8 from experience and you don't want to turn the ball over?
I wouldn't recommend it because then you get one and you get down on yourself, and then one turns to 2, turns to 3, turns to 8, and that's 6 goals. Also, it like ruins your momentum as well. Nice.
Great shot and a goal. 30-29 Milwaukee, under 10 minutes to play. Now Pickerington on the rebound, or the recoil. Brought ahead by Sturette, across the timeline, gets it back, top of the arc. Kennedy bear hugged as he goes to ground. Halt to play, clock moves. Sturette with this. Sturette dropped it off to Harper. Harper.
That's a good save. That is a very good save.
The angle that the keeper had to come out and play to make that stop, very impressive. I don't know many who could. Maybe bar one sitting to my right, I can maybe recall one goalie I've seen in 2 years or about 2 calendar years be able to make that save. Whistle before the shot. Goes by the boards. Milwaukee with possession.
Oh, that was going to be a really good pass.
And it got blocked.
Yep, just a little too much grip on the ball there, so you couldn't get rid of it. Otherwise, I was going to go to the wing. That was probably going to be. Oop.
That
on the line.
Looked a little high. And Milwaukee still with possession. As this is Akraf Zika. Zika and Sutton play catch. Zika to Sutton. Passive play.
Yep. You got to be really careful about that. The bench should really help with that. Call out how many passes is left.
Bear hug, halt, play, clock moves.
That's good D.
Loose ball foul. I'm sorry, loose ball stoppage, I should say. And a high shot by Bulger goes in. 30 all, 7 minutes, 3 nickels remaining in regulation. Jersey Tug, who spotted it? No one. Will play on.
Oh, I just can't hang on to the ball.
Pickerington with possession as they cross the timeline. That time of the game where the ball getting slippery. Back towards midcourt. Bulger looks, scores. 31-30 Pickerington. Easily top 2 games of the day in terms of the thrill. I can recall maybe one other game, definitely bear hug halt play, where teams were trading goals.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Halt to play as a timeout on the floor.
Yeah, that was Milwaukee and DC, right?
Yes.
Okay. Ooh, good shot. And a 2-minute also.
And 2, oof, double whammy.
Yep. All right, Milwaukee has to capitalize on this now. They need to get at least 2 or 3 goals out of this, and then they're sitting pretty comfortable.
So Milwaukee on the man up. Pickerington scores to go up 1. That ball dropped off to Zika. There's 1.
Yep.
But you're back tied with Pickerington at 32. 19 and a half minutes gone. 5.5 minutes to play.
Good save.
Kick, save, and a beauty. Whistle goes. A 7-meter throw. Not what you want if you're Milwaukee.
Yep, same
Score.
spot.
Milwaukee brings this across. Sutton throws that to 92, who I had as Super Vic, but he is wearing 94. Sutton throws that one to Zika, and Zika's shot saved. 33-32 with 4.5 remaining. Brought across the timeline by Pickerington. Starrett.
That's good, D.
Pass intercepted by Sutton. Starrett tried to throw it where they weren't, and a shot and a goal for Milwaukee as they tie the score with 3 minutes and 54 seconds left to play. Pickerington with possession as they cross the timeline. Goaltender playing up. What a move.
Oh.
But a very risky one at that. Has 3.5 minutes left to be played.
Yep, that, I don't know, that might have, it was a 9, maybe it, I don't know if it would have.
That could have been costly, though, by the goaltender playing that far up.
Well, yeah, if the goalie would have grabbed it and then stepped back and then thrown it, is a good chance that that could have, well, I mean, could have went in if he could have gotten the loft on it. Ooh, yep, that's a 2. That is a 2, all right.
A deuce and a, don't think a 7 meter is coming from it.
Nope, just a 9. He wasn't going in for a shot. He was still driving towards the net.
Okay. 2.5 minutes left in regulation. He is Josh Willinga. Jeff Disher here for those just joining us. 33-33, our score. Milwaukee with possession. Whistle goes before the shot.
Yep, they gotta move the ball. They can't keep going one-on-one. It was working earlier, but everybody's tired, so it's a good shot.
Shot and a goal. Milwaukee up 1 with time ticking downward.
Yep, Milwaukee needed that one
desperately.
Maybe a passive here. Playing a little beach handball here.
Goaltender dragged down.
Yep, this is definitely more of a beach thing with the goalkeeper coming up.
Pickerington wants a timeout.
Yep.
They're going to get it.
Yep, because from what I know about beach handball, which is very little, mind you, there are probably experts watching the indoors right now. But the goalie can play on offense. I believe they're called a specialist, which means that they can go back and forth. So a lot of times the goalkeeper will play a forward as well. And so that's what it looked like that they were doing, which is understandable. And even some of the movements that some of their players are doing is very beach handball-esque. So it makes sense. A lot of times you don't see the goalkeeper come up like that, but when a team has played beach and that's what their forte is, you'll take what works in beach sometimes and bring it here into the indoor.
And most times it works.
Yep, most times it works. Yeah, the only problem is though, so the Milwaukee goalkeeper doesn't really have a throw, a hard enough throw to make it across, so it's lower risk than maybe normal.
Minute 42 left to play as we bring the...
That's good defense. That's really good defense.
And a great goal scored by Milwaukee as we are approaching the final minute of regulation. Whistle goes and a halt to play.
Yep, that's a 2. Don't want to be doing that now, especially with the Pandas. Yep, there's about 40 seconds left. Yeah, you don't want to be doing that as Milwaukee when there's 40 seconds left and the Pandas are down 1 player. But I mean, if you're stopping a goal, that's what you want. So.
Pickerington back to within 1. Time running out. 20 seconds left in regulation.
Yep. So just play keep away. Once the passive call happens, then you do your best to just push it towards the net. Oh, that's a good save.
Good shot and a great save.
And that's going to be a 7.
Minute to go. A 7-meter throw.
Yep, I believe there's about 11 seconds left, so I'll let the time run down, although it stopped on the court.
Aha.
So we'll just kind of play catch-up.
7-meter throw goes in. Milwaukee up 2.
Yep. Oh, that's a kick, maybe.
No call. Shot and a post.
Just throw it. Yep, just throw it and hang on to it.
Ball game about over.
Yep. Just hang on to it now.
This ball, jump ball, if you will. Possession goes to Milwaukee.
And that's the game, folks. Milwaukee wins this one 36-34.
Impressive game. And both teams played well. Who would you nominate for a player of the game?
92 or 94, either of them, I would say. I would also say maybe number 1 on the Pandas, so I will leave that up to you. Probably give it to the winning team.
I'm going to go with Saprovic. We'll get him, and we'll have that man of the match interview coming up. Jeff Disher back in Holland with the winning goaltender for Milwaukee United, Jackson Newman. How did it feel winning 2 games today?
Felt really good. First 2 indoor games I've ever played. So.
And you're more of a beach player by trade?
Yeah, I guess. I've played 2 beach tournaments. First time really playing.
And the differences between beach and indoor for you in terms of adjustment?
Using the resin.
Okay.
Throwing with that.
How do you think your team played or improved from game 1 to game 2?
Really just started working more as a team in the second game. Went a lot better. Communicating more, just like that.
And then you guys play again tomorrow, and you would see DC tomorrow, I believe, is how that would work.
Right.
Thoughts on anything you would need to improve?
Just being able, for me specifically, being able to read and just throw longer passes.
Okay, and you're a lefty by trade?
Lefty, yes, sir.
Okay. Right-hander, Josh Wallinga, right hand or left hand? He's a
I'm ambidextrous.
ambidextrous is the word that I'm going with. I will. Let's see. I don't know where I'm going to go. You know what? We're going to have you enjoy the rest of the night.
Thank you.
So Jackson Newman, man of the match with Milwaukee as they took down Pickerington by 2 goals. Thanks, Jackson.
Thank you.
All right, folks, we are getting back here pretty quickly for the second to last game of the evening with Detroit and DC, the DC Diplomats. So we'll see how this one goes. Great games today so far. Varied as well. And we'll finish this first day off with a nice couple games, and then yeah, we'll see you early tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Just double checking the schedule. Yep, 9 a.m. tomorrow, 9 to 8. We'll have about an hour and 15-minute break at 2 p.m. So looks like we're about underway again.
Detroit and DC set to go, and we are underway in Holland as it is Detroit in the red.
DC in the red.
DC in the red, Detroit in the green, kicking us off. As DC's first possession goes by the boards. And a Detroit defender taking a bit of a knock.
Yep, it's a quick 2 minute. That was pretty.
Ooh.
That was pretty flagrant. It's going to be a 7-meter too.
Double whammy time.
Yep. Usually when that happens, when you grab them from behind, when you're going on a fast break, you are going to get a 7. That's about 95% of the time. I am also not a ref, so I cannot confirm nor deny that is actually the case. But as a player, and I guess commentator now, I could add that to my resume.
You're welcome.
That is usually the case.
DC with possession and a one goal down as they surrender the goal on the 7-meter, but they tie the score immediately. Not even 2 minutes in. Quick shot and a nice kick save made by DC's goaltender. And DC crosses the timeline, ready to go on offense once again. Zadayev with that as he is hacked.
Yep. Okay. Yep. That's a yellow.
Officials have got to get control of the game somehow, right?
Yep. That was. I mean, the 2-minute was a good 2-minute. You don't give a yellow card for that.
No.
And this yellow card is just kind of more of hey, yes, you're playing physical, but too much.
And,
a lot of shirt grabbing.
I mean, that's good on the east side of the state, especially at Little Caesars Arena. Is that shot or that pass rather almost collected some valuables on the DC side of things. Detroit will answer. But contact like what we've seen so far in this game, legal at Little Caesars Arena in Detroit as a goal scored by the aforementioned Detroit Handball Club. Zadayev gets this back, stops, pops one over far side, gets this to Gothi. Gothi, Zadayev, 3-1, really doesn't go. But DC with possession. Gothi will restart play. Early moments. And a 2-1 game to Detroit. Zadayev misses short side. Zadayev missed that one short side, and DC will regather the possession. Zadayev missed that wide left as well. Detroit brings this ahead across the timeline and into the offensive zone. Looking for a timeout.
I think they're just trying to get it off or something off the ball. You can, I think you can switch the ball if you want once. Ooh.
Good goal for Detroit.
Yep, snuck that one in.
3-1 now to the homestanding Detroit Handball Club. As across this goes to Fayez. Zadayev. Fayez. Around the corner. Zadayev ran into a brick wall. Gets the whistle.
Yep, that's solid defense by Detroit.
Pun intended?
Nope. Games in the past, don't want to talk about games in the past. I think Detroit would have had a bit higher chance against the Pandas if this was the defense that they were playing in that game.
No, that's a valid point.
So they learned from that, which is good, and they needed to do that, and now they are playing solid defense against DC.
Speaking of a brick wall, Zadayev falls before he gets the shot away.
Yep, unfortunately for DC, I don't think they're going to score one-on-one. They're going to have to run some plays, move the ball, and make the defense open up for them.
Yeah, they've gone back to basics there. Whistle goes. All to play for the shove.
A little too hard on defense. 2 minute.
So Detroit in the man down situation. And across DC comes. Gothi drops. Quick shot. Save made. Bear hug. Halt play clock roll. 6 minutes in to the second half, or to the first half of the second to last game today.
Yep.
Saved myself from a certain doom.
At the end of the day, too, we'll also get an updated group count. We'll talk more about that tomorrow morning as well. We'll do a little bit longer of a pre-show. Ooh, that one was wide.
Off the back netting.
Yep. But currently, if I'm not mistaken, Toronto beat Miami, correct?
Believe you are correct.
Yeah, let me check my notes. Yeah, and then Columbus is 2-0 on the day. And Toronto's 1-1 and Miami is 0-2. And Minnesota
1-0.
We are 1-0. Yep, we are the Yep, Minnesota's 1-0. I am part of Minnesota, but I am a third party objective viewing person.
Yes, you are.
But yeah, Minnesota's 1-0. And then in the other group, Milwaukee is 2-0. Pickerington is 1-1, and both of these teams are 0-1.
So a win here would propel you to within shouting distance of a potential Sunday date in the final.
Yep.
If you stay rolling.
Yep, exactly.
DC with the ball. We don't need to be talking about goal differential yet. It's only Friday. Quick shot and a goal for DC.
But last year I joked, literally before we started the tournament at the USA Team Handball Nationals, wouldn't it be funny if 3 teams tied for first place?
And what happened?
That's exactly what happened. So it is possible it could happen here. But yeah, we'll cross that bridge should we come to it.
Detroit with the ball. And a shot goes into the net.
That is what I was expecting Detroit to do earlier, and I am very happy to see them do that now.
They corrected so many mistakes over the course of a couple hours that this may be a different Detroit handball club than we saw in Game 1.
Wouldn't be surprising. Especially with the that might have been an up-down. Although contact was made, so that's probably why it wasn't. That's why the rest are down there, and I'm not. So.
Now explain the up-down for those who may be tuning into handball for the first time.
So if you go up, it's like basketball, where if you go up to shoot and you don't dribble afterwards,
okay,
then it's an up-down. But what you can do in handball that you can't do in basketball. Nice.
Great
good
shot.
Is you can dribble, you can go up to shoot, and if you still haven't done your second dribbling, then you can go, when you jump up in the air, as long as you dribble the ball once, you can come back down and keep running, basically is what happened.
Okay.
And it's not a second dribble, it's your dribbles, essentially. Which is why sometimes you'll see people do that, which is actually a really good move, because if you get the defense to jump and you quickly do that, you can. That's good defense. That was good defense there. Yeah. So, handball similar to other sports, but obviously different.
9 meter.
Oh, that's unlucky.
Start and an unlucky bar in against DC. Detroit goes up 6-3 in the first 10 minutes.
Gotta say, that is the worst feeling, is when you make the save and you're like, yes, and then it bounces in somehow. But so it bees, so it is. And I mean, that post has been a goalie's friend all day.
And Detroit adds another to the tally, but Bardowski and Bardinski, not a goaltender's friend.
Nope.
Especially Bardowski.
Yep.
Because if you surrender a Bardowski, you'll really end up hating yourself briefly.
Mm-hmm.
Been there, done that a time or two. He is Josh Wallinga. I am Jeff Disher. For those of you just tuning in, where the heck have you been? Second to last game of the day. here in Holland as a jersey tug, not enough to draw the ire of the officiating. We'll play on as this goes to Jay Smith for a shot that goes wide.
Yeah, this has been some solid defense. The refs are also letting him play. They're not calling everything, and they're not telling him, hey, you can't do X, Y, Z. So,
Oof.
Got a piece of that one also.
Yeah. Hung in the high net.
Yep. It's probably the light. There's a light that there's a couple windows that the ball, when people jump.
On that end.
Yep, on that end. That you can see you can't see the ball through the windows, which happens. So you just gotta deal with it, and second half you'll get those a lot easier.
I believe Ford Field over in Detroit has that same. Oh, it's either Ford Field in Detroit, and as a yellow card is shown, Ford Field in Detroit or Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis, where you have those same big windows. If somebody on the YouTube stream can help me out and look at the two stadiums and compare, that would be helpful. I'm leaning towards Lucas Oil, if I'm honest.
Well, that's a kick. Maybe? No
No, they didn't call it.
Okay. Well, Detroit ball, I guess either way then. It was a low pass to begin with, so unfortunate for DC. But that's okay. We're getting there. Closer game for Detroit. Trying to remember the DC game earlier. I don't have that one.
Don't recall it.
That is, they're against Milwaukee.
Yep, and that I think ended up being a trade-em where each team would trade goals.
Yep.
At least down the stretch. There's the whistle and the halt to play. DC now with possession as they cross the timeline. This goes for a short side shot that goes into the net. 8-4 now.
Oh, there goes our camera again. Please hold, folks.
We'll do radio the best we can as Detroit advances across the timeline. This one delivered to Buchanan. Buchanan bounces the ball to Jay Smith, who is center backing in this set. That ball dropped down low to 51 in green. Long shot goes in. Detroit up 9-4. DC crosses the timeline. 13 and a half minutes played in the opening half as DC looking to find themselves in the second quarter of the match. DC slowing the game down as a swim move allows for a DC goal. 9-5 our score. As we are nearing the 11-minute mark. Don't know what DC was thinking on their way out.
All right, we are back, folks. Apologies for that.
There's the video to prove it.
Yep.
14-10 into the game. And Detroit scores their 10th goal of the day as they are up 5. I can recall one team being up 5 or more earlier and were able to hold on to it. I wonder who that might be.
Well, I got to tell you about that. That is a rare thing for Minnesota to do. So the fact that we did it, I was very, very happy and very proud of them. But, that is a high.
Oof.
Yep. You don't want to be giving those ones up.
And a 2 seems very slap on the wrist like.
Yep, that's his second 2-minute, I believe, as well. Maybe. It might be a second one. If it's a second one, you've got to be careful.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a good
Great
shot. Because if you get 3 in a game, you are done. So you get a red card, which is what's a little different than soccer. You have red cards, yellow cards, blue cards. Obviously, yellow cards are more warnings. Red cards are bad, and blue cards even worse.
Now, if you get a red, you're done. So when you walk back to the dorm, right?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah, just have to leave the court. I think technically you're supposed to leave the building, but like you can just go sit in the bleachers. And then I think if you start chirping, then that you get a blue one. Ooh, that's a good shot.
Great shot there for Detroit. I don't have enough time. If we're faced with a situation similar tomorrow, I don't have enough time today for a hockey story that's related to it. But had a chirper basically committed a very dangerous play, and his ego got the best of him.
Yeah.
However, that's another story for another day.
Ooh.
Shot off the side of the post and out.
All right, just looking back at some of our chats earlier, it looks like we had
Viewer from Croatia,
Yep.
I remember.
One from Denmark who's rooting for Toronto earlier.
Awesome.
That's another goal. I see a couple Minnesota players, or Minnesota teammates. One from Germany. Hello, Annie. It was good to see you. I don't know if you're still here. Someone from Argentina as well. And a couple people just saying, hey, go this team, go that team.
Nice.
Which is great. Oh, one from...
And Natalie earlier correcting me on rightly correcting me on a Milwaukee United flubba-bub.
Yep.
Which has been rectified.
Yep. It's great to see people all over.
We appreciate the engagement.
Yep.
No joke.
Corner
throw to come for DC as we come back to play. About 10 minutes left in the opening half. How's that for an up-down, says DC.
That is a good shot. You will see... Usually you want someone on that... Ooh, those are tough.
And Detroit up 6. Can DC answer? They come, and Detroit playing a 6 flat like we've seen all day, and they pay for it as DC comes to within 5. Don't doubt yourself, Dish. You know where you were headed.
Yep, I had to get some water. I haven't drank a lot of water today.
No, hey, I'll be honest with you. I'm right there with you.
Ooh, they wanted that one. That was close. It's good on Detroit to get back. DC just needed to get more players, I think, down. Even one more would have been good. Make it a 3-on-3 instead of a 2-on-3. But
Detroit comes across the timeline, and Jay Smith with possession as that long shot goes into the net. 14-8. Time on the floor. Looking to replace the ball.
Yep.
Looking to change the ball out. Just under 10 minutes remaining in the first half of play. He is Josh Walinga. I am Jeff Disher. As we get set to end the first half, or nearly end the first half of this one between DC and Detroit. 14-8 to Detroit as they cross the timeline. And Detroit slowing things up.
Yep. I mean, you're up by 6. You might as well.
No need for a shot clock as that bouncing ball deflected and a whistle down, or whistle plays. Sorry, the whistle sends the play down. Long shot.
Good
and
save.
The goaltender there. And DC answers 14-9 now as we approach the final 7 minutes and a timeout on the floor. So with 7:25 remaining in the first half, it is 14-9 in favor of Detroit.
We will be back with you momentarily.
Back after the quick timeout, and Detroit will restart. 7:25 remaining in the first half of play. He is Josh Willinga. I am Jeff Disher. For those just tuning in, and a short side shot for Detroit goes in. 15-9. DC advances. Down on the play, Sasha Gothi. And DC maintains possession. Clock continues to move. 6:40 left to play. Quick shot, short side, wouldn't work. Rebound is also stopped. How's that for quick reflexes for Detroit?
Yep. That's what they need.
You need to score. Although you're up 6, you can really experiment more than you can being down 6. Speaking of experimentation, they score and they're up 7.
All right, timeout by DC.
Timeout DC. 6 minutes and a penny left in the first half. As we will hang here this time, Minnesota will play twice tomorrow. And Minnesota sees Columbus and Toronto. Which team are you looking forward to seeing most and why?
So Columbus, I mean, every game in this tournament, the way the tournament's set up, is going to be big. Because one loss will almost, if it's best to assume that one loss is just going to send you to not send you to the championship game. The biggest game is going to be the Columbus one, because Columbus is the only team that's 2-0 right now. So if we beat them, then we're looking good going into Toronto. You still want to beat them, but the Columbus one is going to be the big one, and it's going to be tough, especially with Mike King. And some of the Nyack players helping them out. But we've played against Nyack. We've competed with Nyack. So, I mean, it isn't Nyack. It is Columbus, but they do have 2 really good players from there, which has also been good for Columbus to see them grow more.
A bear hug halted play. Timeout on the floor. Or an inadvertent buzzer. That's a first. 5.5 minutes left to play in the first half. Short side shot wouldn't go. Detroit crosses into the front court as this one is brought ahead. I believe McCulloch is 12 and 80 Briggs is 14.
Just telling them to calm down here. Throwing each other around, pulling on shirts.
Oof.
It's I mean, it's been 20 minutes in the first half, and you already had a yellow card, so you gotta
Gotta temper it down just a touch or or two.
Physical game is good, but not too much.
Physical game like this, not it doesn't necessarily flow well. To your point, as DC or Detroit with possession. Now the officials are having to get involved.
Mm-hmm.
As a 2, no. A 2-minute was not called.
Nope, a 2 was called.
It was.
Yep.
On DC, apparently.
Yep, number 6 on DC. I believe just roughing too much.
Faez.
Yep. I think he got a red card earlier because he had 3 penalties. So this is number 4 on the day. It's good to be it's good to be we're just talking about this broken record.
Yeah.
Good to be physical, but too much is too much.
4.5 or 3.5 minutes left to play in the half, and the point we're harping on is it doesn't do well for flow. There were some games earlier today that had great flow, especially in a game with an 8-goal difference that you were a part of earlier, as Detroit gets possession and can't hit pay dirt. 3 minutes to go in the half, roughly. But that even in that 8-goal game with Minnesota and Miami, here's the halt to play, and Detroit will pick it back up. All
right.
And that
is the half. I think I paused it too much. That's fine.
Okay. We're
But
down with that.
Yep, I'd rather have them be ahead than me be ahead.
Halftime in Holland. As I'm making a point of with the Minnesota and Miami game where Minnesota was +8 late in the game, that game had great flow to it in spite of the goal differential. And there are games like this where down the stretch in the first half that we just saw, not so much, because you had whistle after whistle after whistle after whistle.
Yep. I got to give it to the refs. They're letting us play also, which is really nice. Some calls you can be confused about and complain about. We've seen that. But in general, they've been doing a very good job today. Like, just letting us do our thing, calling things when they needed. There's maybe a couple, like with the injuries, that you could say are a little bit questionable. But when your team kind of has the advantage going for a fast break and your team has the hurt player, it's a lot easier to let that go. And then once the goal is scored, you can call the timeout. That's just how handball is because it's so fast. But yeah, no, it's been good. They've been letting us play, and it's been really nice.
Let's take a quick timeout. Halftime in Holland, 16-9. Detroit will have more of the American Handball Championship here on YouTube. back in Holland at Hope College, 15 minutes from this alleged big lake. We joke about the allegedness. It is big. Jeff Disher with Josh Walinga. Second to last game of the day, Detroit and DC. Detroit with a 16-9 advantage at halftime or coming out of halftime.
Yeah, Detroit's playing a lot better. They needed to do this earlier. They
Didn't earlier.
Yep. So now they just they just need to keep going, keep playing physical, keep the ball in the back of the net, not their net, and that'll be a W for them. But 25 minutes, we'll figure that out.
Detroit brings it across the timeline to begin the second half. They go right to left. On your screen, you see left to right. As that pass intended for Jay Smith off the iron and stays out. Does that, but the whistle went just as the shot did.
Yep. Refs are one good thing is you can figure out when a player has their foot on the line, and the bad thing is you can figure out when a player has their foot on the line. Depends on which side you're on.
How many times do you try and influence the ref to make that call? Be honest.
Never do, because I am paying attention
Baloney.
to the ball more than I'm paying attention to their foot. Now, practice, I say it all the time, more ironically.
Really?
Yes.
DC with possession as we cross the 26-minute mark, and DC scores to bring themselves to within 6. Detroit with possession as they cross the timeline, and in Smith drops that off and resumes his position. Whistle.
Another yellow card already? I think he already has a 2-minute. I mean, you can just give him a warning. Okay, I'm going to stop
That's what they
talking.
did.
I'm going to stop talking.
You're good. So a warning given as Detroit retakes possession. Nice save made by the DC goalkeeper.
Yep, very good save. Read that the entire way. As a goalie, you love seeing those 9-meter shots. And when they go in, you feel kind of bad.
I'll even take a kick save like the save that the Detroit keeper just made.
Yep. Detroit's keeper has been on point all day today. I mean, he was trying to keep him in there when they were playing the Pandas earlier. And
defense let him down.
Yep, and the DC goalie is starting to get his footing now. It helps that his defense is doing well.
This ball dropped off, and Smith couldn't get a shot away before DC retook possession. 22 minutes left in this one. We have one more match coming up for you. I believe it is a women's match.
Yep, it says Orlando versus Canada, so we will figure that out once the time comes. Apologies.
No.
Apologies to those watching that we can't say for sure who's playing.
We will figure that out when the time comes.
Yep, passive. So those of you that don't know,
what is passive play?
It's when you don't go towards the net enough, so you have 5 passes, which they're at 3. That would have been the 4th one. You have 5 passes to get the ball
3.
out.
Bam.
Yep.
Tic-tac-toe.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, so passive is you have. They might have brought it down to 4. It was either 4 or 5. I think it's 5 still. You have 5 passes to shoot on the net, and then you either score or you have to take. It's called a jump up, where you see like your team line up, you pass them the ball, and they jump over and try to shoot. But usually it's when it's similar to lacrosse for those of you that play lacrosse. It's similar to that where you're just not driving towards the net.
2-point takedown that Hope College wrestlers would be envious of. but DC handles the ball. Quick shot wide. And a corner throw coming for DC. Short throw, and that hit the post, stayed out. That post has no give in it either.
Nope. It's I mean, that was a really good shot, just a little too far on the inside.
Detroit handles the ball across the timeline, and they'll bring it in. This goes to Smith, and Smith drops it off, eventually getting to Kulesh. And it is 19-10, and Detroit in run and hide territory, which is something that we weren't expecting this morning.
Nope, Detroit came out to play in this game. So they, I mean, they want it. DC, I mean, you can assume that DC was as well, but Detroit wants it more at this point.
I think Detroit had a point to prove after the showing this morning, as that shot nearly decapitated the referee as it bounded past goal. DC with possession as they cross into the arc. Shot blocked, out of play, and we will stay here. I believe passive has been called. No, it has not.
Nope, just out of bounds.
Establishing DC possession. 2, that's 3 passes. And a shot goes in, top cheese for DC, 19-11.
Yeah, I think if DC starts making moves like that, give their backs time to shoot. Oh, not quite sure what happened there. It's probably a double dribble or a travel, unfortunately.
DC dragged. Ooh, wow.
Yep.
That's a deuce.
Yep.
And just a deuce.
Yep, just a little.
Just a deuce.
Yep, a little too aggressive there. Good save.
Great save made. Detroit on the fast break, coming out of it 3-on-2, so they have numbers. And you don't want to do that either way. Miss the pass, and then the shove. Pleaded his case. Okay. I'm not necessarily buying what he's selling there, but you know what? We'll take her and we'll go. 7:20 into the half, 19-11. DC with possession, up, down, and in. And a player down for Detroit, who is quick to get back up. DC wants a timeout to sub. Not going to get it. Detroit crosses the timeline and into the attack zone they come. Ball played far corner, quick shot, kicked away. Now DC ratcheting things up, and the shallow shot goes in. Timeout. Detroit. If you're up 6, what does I understand if DC were to call the timeout down 6. What does the timeout do to you being up 6 if you're Detroit?
So the big thing is if you're starting to let the other team score a couple goals, so you're up by 8.
Momentum
9.
stopper?
Yeah, pretty much. You don't want them to keep that going. It also could be to give you guys a break and just kind of take a look and see what stopped working or what you're doing differently. So that's
I got you.
pretty much the big one. Otherwise, you can. Otherwise, yeah, it's just a momentum stopper.
So it's more like a basketball-esque timeout in terms of strategy, with it being a momentum stopper.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So
Detroit on the ball as we come out of the timeout. Back underway we go. Detroit crosses the timeline and into the attack zone. McCulloch has that one dropped over. Quick shot and a save made by the Diplomats. Although Detroit keeps the ball. Quickly brought over to Smith, who scores. 20-13. 10th minute of the second half, 35th minute of the game. Whistle goes, halt to play. DC with possession. Over near side, this one comes, and it comes to Denial. Denial will force that one into what would be the slot area, ideally. Gothy loses it. Shot from the far side goes in, 20-14 now, as we approach 15 minutes to go in the contest. Detroit with possession, diving to his knees to make that shot was Jay Smith. A little slow to get up. Not by much though.
nope, and that's gonna be a 7. No 7.
No.
Okay.
I'll say a kick save by DC's keeper.
Ooh, good pass. Good
Yeah,
shot.
pay dirt. 20-15.
Yep, DC really needed that.
Excuse me. DC within range.
Not sure what's going on there.
Timeout on the floor.
Oh, I see. Okay. I think they were just trying to figure out if Detroit had too many players on the court or not. It doesn't look like they did. Or they were instructing them to not
do that.
Sub out as fast as they were doing, because sometimes as you're stepping out and the other player stepping in, they think that you're both on the court at the same time. So not much you can do about that.
I love the old too many men penalty.
Yeah, good save.
Yes. A lot of defense coming to the fore today in the first day of pool play.
Yep, that's a good shot. Good
Speaking
save.
of D, Detroit brings this ahead.
Yep, Detroit wants to slow it down.
I would with a 5-goal lead. Bounce pass, nifty move.
Yep, that's
David White on the pivot with the goal.
5-on-5 or maybe Detroit did get a penalty. I don't know. I'm confused. But such is life. Because it is 5-on-5 right now, and normally it's 6-on-6.
So they took. So I would assume then they took both in the exchange down on DC's defensive end a little while ago.
Maybe
where a player was wrestled to the ground.
Yeah, or it could have been the substitution penalty too, because that is a 2 minutes. So and the table calls that one if you don't sub properly.
Player down for DC behind the play.
Yep.
Quick to get up.
Yeah, it looked like when he spun the elbow came out, or the arm came out and hit him in the face, which is unfortunate. It happens. And unlike other sports, you don't have a helmet or a face mask to sit in front of you.
Same would be true in rugby.
Yeah.
No need for a helmet. There's body contact made there at the top of the 6.
Too much. Just right.
DC with possession. Zadayev drops this over. And score. 22-16. Just past halfway through. So about 12 minutes left to play in proceedings. As you see a static 12:24 on your graphic up top. Kick save made.
We'll go about average.
That works.
Nice.
So unofficially, strictly unofficially, under 10 minutes left in the match.
Yep.
Nice swim move there from McCulloch, who has the save made on him, 23-17, with roughly 9:25 left to go in regulation time. Now DC getting a bit desperate.
Too rough, maybe. Oh, just trying to properly set the players back up for the 9.
9-meter throw gets us back to play. And Zadayev wrestled away.
Yep, one more pass to the wing there, and the wing takes 2 steps in, and that's a clean wing shot.
That ball deflected up high off the shot from near the 10. Now Detroit with possession. As they advance, quick shot up over the cage. And you can afford to be frisky if you're Detroit and up 6. DC, go back to basics and do what got you closer. Like this. What a move.
Yep, that's good. Just sneak it past.
24-17. As DC needs to get back to basics.
Yep.
Like that, 24-18. I was only a possession ahead of myself.
Mm-hmm.
Better to be early than late, so it has been said.
Yep.
Detroit with possession.
It's a good pass. It's a good save. It's good defense.
Yeah, up at the 6. I don't know how that could have been defended any better if you're DC. Now Detroit bringing it over far side. Goes to Gania. And the pass intercepted. Here comes DC. Shot at the 6 is scored on, 24-19, with 7 minutes left to play. At least we think.
Yeah, give or take 2 minutes.
Detroit with possession. And this one brought ahead by Gania. Gania dropped off. There's Gania transferring.
That is a line.
DC brings it back across the timeline and into the zone. Whistle halts play. Any early players stand out as that shot goes wide for player of the game for you?
I'd say number 22 on Detroit.
Gania.
Yep. Or the goalkeeper. He's
Hesketh.
been keeping him in. And I'd say for DC, let me put my eyeballs back on here real quick. I believe it's number 20 on the left wing.
Okay.
So those would be my 3 choices right now.
I would lean towards a Detroit player. I'm leaning Gania because I don't want to seem goaltender biased as a timeout goes.
Yeah, but I mean, when goalies play good, goalies play good.
Yeah. You have been there and done that.
Yep.
So, from one goaltender to another, Jeff Disher and Josh Willinga with you for those just tuning in. The second to the last game of the day here on day 1 of the American Handball Championship. Brought to you by the American Handball Company. We're glad you've joined us on the Detroit Handball Club channel all day. Games tomorrow should be streamed on the American Handball Company's YouTube channel. We will provide updates as necessary. Nice save made there with the arm by DC's keeper. Got to get a goal here if you're DC.
Yep. We'll need a couple more. Oop.
Less than 5 minutes unofficially left to play as DC steals that pass right in the center of the court. Short side shot goes in. DC to within 4.
Yep, they really needed that. That was really good. Really good movement on their part. Unfortunate for Detroit to throw the ball away like that, but it does happen.
That is a momentum buster.
Yes, exactly.
Now Detroit looking for momentum. Great, actually not such a great pass.
No, but that was really good defense on DC's part.
Can they make it pay off with a goal? A slow play down as that came from Gothy at the top. No dice. Whistle halts play. I believe a 2 minutes been called.
Yeah, that was he was falling, so you could have made a case for that. But I mean, yeah, it's gonna get called. So
3 minutes and 40 seconds roughly left in proceedings. A whiff on the shot.
Yep, that'll be a 7. The defensive wing's foot was out, and the wing, I mean.
So a Detroit, or check that. That would be a DC 7-meter.
Yep. The defensive player had his foot out, and so the offensive player was able to get there.
Farouk, fake, save, made.
Yep, that's a good save.
3 minutes and a nickel as we resume action.
Unfortunately, none of the beach games. We got a question about the beach games. Unfortunately, we won't be able to have the beach games streamed this year. We're looking to get them next year and any potential future tournaments for the beach handball game. So apologies for that, but great, happy to have you from Canada here, Colette. Thanks for tuning in. I assume that you're rooting for Toronto, so unless you want to root for Minnesota, because Minnesota touches Toronto, or not Toronto. No. All right, I'm just gonna stop talking. Thanks for tuning in.
Close to Winnipeg.
Yes, exactly. There we go. But yes, unfortunately, no beach games this year. We'll look to do that next year.
Ball goes wide left, under 3 minutes to play in regulation as a 4-goal difference exists. 24-20 Detroit. They make it 5.
Yep, gotta bring it back. Gotta stop. Timeout.
So roughly, I'd venture a guess at 2.5 minutes left in the game. A bit of wonder I'm seeing on the screen from the DC side of it. How in 2.5 minutes, roughly, does DC claw back from a 5-goal disadvantage? Would it be defense?
I think they got to push their offense more. Their goalie's starting to come back now and starting to play pretty decently. So you can rely on him a little bit more, and then you just need to put the pedal to the metal and just gas it from here on out. Today it's your last game for the day. Then you can go home and you can sleep. So you need to leave it all on the court. And I think if they push it faster, it'll be a lot better for them.
DC resumes play as we are under 2.5 minutes remaining. DC scores 25-21. 2.5 left.
So we have a question about the upcoming women's game and our thoughts on the Canadian team playing Orlando.
The agents of chaos, as I am referring.
Yep.
To the Canadian team.
Yep. It does look like those two teams are playing.
Okay. I loved the Canadian team's vigor this morning. I don't know about you, and I also see this as or see that upcoming match as a very tightly contested one. I don't know about yourself.
If Orlando plays how they did earlier, that's a good save. If Orlando plays how they did earlier, I think they'll have the edge. But now that each of the teams have played, you can kind of try to shut down the shooters and the better players for Miami. So it'll be a lot closer than earlier. But Orlando.
You're still in Florida. You're good.
Yeah. So I do think that Orlando will have the edge again, but that's because they've played together. However, that's not to say that the Canadian team can't come in and surprise any of us.
I don't think it'll be a first goal wins type of contest,
right.
But if we see teams trading goals early, I'll be interested to see how each team adjusts to that over the course of the 50 minutes. Goal scored there by DC to bring themselves to within 4.
Yep, I think if Canada can keep it within 2 or 3 for most of the game, at least going into the second half, then they'll have a chance to take it. If it gets a little bit further than that, it's going to be difficult for them.
And less chippiness, which I'm looking forward to.
And then the women's Chicago team will be playing tomorrow. I'm just double checking here. Yep, the Chicago women's team will be playing tomorrow. The men's team unfortunately dropped out
this week.
Yep. So I believe it's because they didn't have enough players. So the women's game tomorrow for indoors will be at 11:30 Eastern Standard Time. So if you are in Chicago, it will be 10:30 your time.
Detroit could not get a shot on their possession. We are down the stretch here in Holland, second to last game of the day. Little physical play, halting play. DC with possession as they keep the ball. Ball played in the far corner, back out near the 10. Quick shot, shot and a goal. 26-23. And Detroit crossing the timeline. Need a goal here if you are Detroit to answer.
Mm-hmm.
Got one. 27-23. And now you're going to see goals being traded down the stretch.
Yep.
Called.
It's about 30 seconds left is my guess. Our clock is our clock. It's more for reference for you guys, which it's obviously stopped now. My apologies on that. But there is more than likely about 30 seconds left. So that's why the teams are
fast and furious.
Yep.
Detroit needing to move, could not, and the whistle goes. And score for Detroit. A player down behind the play for Detroit, halting the clock. And quickly back up. 28-24, less than a minute left.
Mm-hmm. Detroit needed this, especially after this morning.
Different team.
Yep.
Today, this afternoon versus this morning.
Yep. I think if this team would have showed up this morning to play the Pandas, it would have been a lot closer.
Yep.
But
certainly.
Because they unfortunately didn't. They are 0-1, looking to be 1-1 after this one, unless some heroic efforts by the DC team, which can happen. You know,
it can.
Crazy stuff.
We've seen it happen.
But not if DC is going to throw the ball away like that.
And that is the final gun.
Yep.
Ball game over. Detroit 1-1 in the event with a 28-24 final. As we will see Canada Rip, aka the Agents of Chaos, and Orlando shortly in the final game of the day. So for now, for Josh Willinga, Jeff Tischer saying stay tuned. We will have the women's finale of day one in a moment as the American Handball Championship is yours on the Detroit Handball Club's YouTube channel. Jeff Disher back, and I'm going to need you to come closer, Richard.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Richard Hesketh, the winning goalkeeper from Detroit, the man of the match.
Surprising.
Goaltender,
Yeah.
goalkeeper,
Hey.
goalkeeper.
Goalkeeper, yeah.
So you're not shocked, I suppose. How did your team back up? How did your team improve from game one?
It's funny because I actually coached the team too, so I watched your guys' live stream on replay and looked over what you guys were talking about. At some point I had to put it on mute because it was just brutal. And rightfully so. I've never seen us play that bad. So we made some changes. It was mostly about ball control. We had 20 plus turnovers in the first game and fast breaks after fast breaks. And when you do that over and over again, you lose focus, you lose concentration. And you could see that on defense. We just couldn't stop them, and in the end, had a horrible game. So this game, we focused on easy plays, clean passes.
Basics?
Yeah, basics, back to the fundamentals, and it worked. And everything builds from that. And we kind of got lost in trying to do things that we were just not prepared to do in the first game. So the second game worked out much, much better.
Josh Walinga.
Yep, you had some monster stops. You had some really good defense on you guys' team as well. And also, it looked like you were a lot calmer.
Yeah.
Like I mean, first game jitters. I'm sure people came in today. You're pretty close. But you guys looked a lot more calm. That's the Detroit that I remember seeing last year.
Yeah, and the tricky thing for us is that we have a few people that don't practice with us anymore. They just come out for tournaments. And we had a couple other new faces that are playing with us. It's always hard in the first game when we practice for 6 months and we don't play, and then you come and play and the expectation is high because practices have been excellent for us. And so you have the expectation you can execute, but it's a whole different ball game, right? When you have an active defense that is trying to stop you as best as they can. And obviously in the first game, the nerves, concentration, all this kind of stuff wasn't there, and we ended just bombing it. But the second game, we pulled it together, we calmed down, and that's kind of what I expected us to play in the first game, and I think hopefully for the rest of the tournament.
How do you take your performance that Detroit just that we just saw and move it into tomorrow?
Yeah, it's tricky. Obviously, every day is different. People, they have their, ups and downs. One thing that I was focused on is to pay attention more. I told my assistant coaches I do the bench coaching, but coaching from in-game is really, really hard. To pay attention who's just not performing particularly well, like who's sloppy with the ball, who's not doing the defensive assignments, and just pull them out, have a conversation with them, and bring somebody else in the meantime, so that they're not stuck out there as they were in the first game, just making error after error after error. And I think that we're going to continue doing that, and hopefully we'll see similar performances to this game. I mean, this team was a really physical team. I mean, they have two big guys that were really trying to push through, and we stepped up our aggressiveness. Luckily, the refs were tolerant of that, which in the first game I felt they were a little bit less tolerant of that kind of physicality. But that's hit and miss in American handball.
Yeah.
So that was good to see. It wasn't a dirty game. It was a hard game, and we came out on top. So that was nice.
Well, we'll let you enjoy a decent rest of the night.
All right,
good
thank
to
you.
talk to you.
Oh, it's nice to meet you guys. Finally.
Yeah.
Richard Hesketh with us as the man of the match in Detroit's second game.
You guys are like the first people to ever pronounce my name or last name.
That's all him.
It's like, I don't know, it's always a Hesketh. It's easy.
I went to school with a Hesketh. That's how I know.
There used to be a Boston Red Sox pitcher, too. Thanks, guys.
We will hang right here. That was Richard Hesketh. It's all about the research, Josh.
Yeah, that makes me feel good that he went back and watched our stream and wasn't like, what the heck are these guys doing up there? Twiddling their thumbs? Like, this looks terrible. Pat on the backs for us. Jeff, I think we're doing really good, but it's good that it can be used for good. And also, too, using it as analysis to make your team better, which we saw in the last game.
Certainly. And these two teams coming up with Canada, or the Agents of Chaos, and Orlando, played earlier today already. And I don't think Granted, we've done a lot of handball over the course of the day today, so these results are kind of melding into one.
Yep. So I actually have the notes for that one because I was like, I'm gonna keep notes, and then I
Smart.
forgot halfway through. So Orlando beat Canada earlier today, 33-18. I believe it was like 18, 19 or something to like 7 or 8 at half.
Okay.
So Canada played a better second half, I believe. I'll have to go back and look for sure. But if Canada's defense can get a little bit stronger and they can shut down the shooters that Orlando has, number 9, number 10, and I think number 20.
The Pires sisters and Carraro.
Yep, I believe if they can shut them down, they'll have a chance at least to keep it close. It's still going to be tough. It's going to be an uphill battle. But if Canada can take a breath, calm down, and, I mean, looks like they're already having fun and dancing on the court, so that's a good way to start. And also give their goalkeeper a little bit of backup, too, because it was rough in the first half last time. So we'll get round 2 of this going on here pretty shortly, and then we'll clean out the night and give our thoughts, and then we'll send you guys off and talk to you tomorrow.
Yeah. In the first game, the Canadian free agents had the opening throw as well, and it looks like they have drawn that assignment this go round.
Yep. And my guess is Orlando might have won the toss. It's kind of like in football, you want to defer to the second half.
Elected to or defer, yeah.
Yep.
So they received just by that deference, and we're underway. Final game of the day here from Holland and the American Handball Championships Day 1.
Yep, 9 hours, almost 10 hours now of handball. Great for everybody that showed up. Some great games today, some blowouts, and some really close ones.
Great save made in the first effort by Orlando's goalkeeper, Joanne Marie Castillo, and I'll actually have to check the number. Yes, that is Castillo in net again for Orlando. I wouldn't be surprised if they split the
time again.
Franceschini in net to start the game for Orlando. If I'm seeing that, back up, Dish. It is Castillo. They're going to split the goalkeepers again.
Yep.
So Castillo gets the nod in net for Orlando. Whistle, halt, play.
A travel called there. I guess another thing Canada needs to do is stop the fast breaks and the fast attacks of Orlando. It's a good save.
Nice.
That's a good confidence booster.
Kelly last in goal for the Agents of Chaos. The Agents of Chaos being the Canadian free agent team, as they are players in black. Whistle goes, tug will stay here with Canada Rip with possession of the ball. Hopkins
Good save.
Has her shot saved by Castillo. Franceschini in the game earlier was our woo-man of the match from earlier today. Quick shot, opening goal of the game to Orlando, 1-0, 2 minutes and several pennies in.
Yeah, that was a little bit slower of a first goal. To be fair, the shots were a little slower than earlier, at least on Orlando's side. But also great saves by both keepers to keep it 0-0 up until 2 minutes and 30 seconds about.
Loose ball picked up by Hopkinson. Hopkinson goes to Lee. Lee has her pass intercepted. Will actually stay here as a foot was on the line.
Yeah, that was a good look.
Hopkinson threw that over across court, and the shot goes in 1-1 about 3 minutes in. I see that Canada Rip, or the Agents of Chaos, have already learned a thing or two from their game earlier today.
Yep.
as the slow and steady pace nowhere to be found, or any pace for that matter, nowhere to be found in the earlier game from Canada Rip. Orlando controlled the game throughout.
Yep, and their defense, they're talking and moving and when they need
Hall.
to. That's good defense.
Hall.
It was a good save by the keeper, but it was also a good defense and a little too aggressive defense. But, you know, in that circumstance, you basically get a redo free revive, and sometimes your keeper gets it. In this case, no. But, you know.
Gamo with the goal there for Orlando to go up 2-1 after the 7-meter throw.
I will take a 20% chance for your keeper to stop it over a 100% chance that there was a goal there.
Canada Rip looking to establish. Lee gets it to Bryn Von Custer. And Hopkinson reestablishes possession. Hopkinson goes cross court. Short side shot. Kick save made. Here goes Orlando looking to extend the lead. Short side shot goes in on a shallow angle.
Yep, this is the fast-paced game that Orlando was playing earlier, and which is why they got ahead as far as they did. So if Orlando can keep doing that, ooh.
She fell on her own. Play on. Just slipped up a touch. They're going to talk about it, and there's a yellow for the bench. So the slip, that's why. I don't know about that.
The coach wanted it to be a double dribble because the player was on the ground. Good save. And the ref was like, nope, not today, so gave him a yellow. I don't know if it should be yellow. I mean, the coach is just like, hey, come on.
And the straw that broke the camel's back there was the player falling down on her own.
Yeah. So, you know, your emotions get heated in games, especially in high-level U.S. tournaments such as this. And so you just kind of, got a yellow card and just deal with it. And the coach's like, okay.
Kreco scores.
That's a good shot.
Amanda Kreco, the left back or center. As Kelly apparently 2 number 1s.
I think her number fell off. Yeah.
11 then.
Yeah, I think it fell off on the court.
Aha.
I did that once. Very first game I ever played, handball. I got a white athletic shirt and I drew the number on it because I didn't have one. So you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes, you know.
Have you played with that same number?
Nope.
Okay.
That was my number in college for lacrosse because I thought there was a number 20 on the team.
Nice.
But there wasn't. Ooh, good shots.
Shots.
Running shot there.
And a hand to the face after the fact, inadvertently.
Yep.
7 minutes in. But again, inadvertent hand to the face that caused the stoppage. Trainer out very quickly. To halt play will keep the angle at midcourt. And she's back up right quick.
Coach coming out and talking to the ref, just kind of saying, hey, I was confused. That's some good sportsmanship there.
Good. Good to see. Yes.
I think the ref knew it too, and the coach is like, hey, you know, we get heated. We all get heated. It'll happen.
No harm,
no harm, no foul.
No harm, no foul.
Exactly. Yep. You love to see it. We love to.
Don't see it a lot.
No, because some people's egos can get ahead of themselves, and but not today. Not today.
Canada Rip with possession. I should just call them the Agents of Chaos from the word go. Orlando with possession as they cross the timeline. Medeiros. Check that, Manuela Gama. Drop that to Carolina Pires. Cross court they go. 7 minutes and a quarter into the contest as Pires delivered far side. Got it back, did she? And the ball stolen by the Agents of Chaos who worked their way forward.
Ooh.
But a fast break leads to a shot for Ramos de Souza, and it goes in the net. 6-1 Orlando. Same song, different verse.
Yep. We actually got I can talk
Where are you
long day.
headed, sir?
10 million different directions. If you don't know that by now, then I don't know what it is. We had a comment earlier saying that the Canadian team hasn't played together prior to today.
Which made up of free agents, thus the Agents of Chaos.
Exactly. And you can see that a lot of them have played handball together, or handball before, just not together. And Orlando has played together for a long time, or a decent amount of time, at least a year and a half, maybe 2 years.
So it takes a year to develop that chemistry between a team, or between players on a team just starting out.
Yep. Because you'll have players that come in that have played before, and their style is different than the style that the team kind of develops on its own.
Makes sense.
And so you can have like really good players individually, and then not have good team cohesion, and you'll have a team that's maybe average, and then their team cohesion is better, and they'll play better. So, but that's the reason why a lot of these passes from Orlando are a lot crisper. The Canadian team has good players. They just don't know each other very well enough yet.
Gama in that sequence illustrating that point about awareness to a T. Although that shot from her was high, she was calling out positioning on the floor, I noticed, and a great save by Castillo. Loose ball, ball kicked rather.
I don't know.
Indication of a kick.
Yeah, the Orlando player hit the ball down. So maybe that's why they hit the ball down, and then the Canadian player kicked it on accident. That could be. I just saw, oh, hey, they hit the ball down, and that was it.
Gama gets this over to Amanda Kreco. Kreco back at her left back position, the traditional one. Kreco, if this morning's game was any indication, will drift to center in the second half as a shot stays out.
A little bit of a Kempa action there. Almost got it. That is a move that was developed a long time ago where you throw the ball up and someone flies in and shoots. I don't know why it's specifically called Kempa. I think it was because it was the player that did it, but it's always great to see that.
European origin?
Yes, maybe the Nordic areas, I don't know.
Aha.
I will look it up at the half, and I will let you folks all know.
Orlando outlet time. Pires scores. Extra point kicked, 7-1 in favor of Orlando. 10:35 in. Halted play. The Agents of Chaos with possession. And we will play on. Over on the far side, that goes to Lee. In the corner, shallow angle, missed the net.
She takes one or two more shots like that, those are going in the back of the net. She is so
she's
close.
Find the post.
Yes.
And have it rattle home.
Yep. She is so close. It's right on the line. It's a really good shot. Just a few more inches.
Gama showing her dominance. 8-1 Orlando.
Yep. That's going to be
timeout.
Timeout.
Agents of Chaos. 11:25 in. It is Orlando with an 8-1 lead.
Yep. This is about what we saw earlier today. Orlando playing well, gelling together well. And then the Canadian team, getting used to each other. However, if this team stays together, I can see them doing very well. I can see them working their way up. Chicago's going to be a tough one because the Chicago women's team has played together for a while. I don't remember how well they did at the Nationals. I think they might have gotten silver or bronze. I think they medaled at the USA Team Handball Nationals. So that's going to be a tough game, too. The Orlando-Chicago game is going to be a great game to watch. But the Canadian team, the more you play together, the more fun and better it's going to be.
No, that Chicago game tomorrow moves back, with Orlando, moves back to 1:45 Eastern with the hour difference.
Yeah, Chicago ones will be 12:30.
Okay, so about the same time then as originally scheduled. Alrighty. A lot of handball to look forward to tomorrow and Sunday, as it is championship day on Sunday. With the 4 men's placement games, the final women's round robin match, and then the 3rd place and the championship tilt.
Yep.
Back to play we go with the Agents of Chaos in control. Down 8-1, about quarter of the way through the match.
So I gotta say, I haven't seen a European handball game in person, but I've seen videos, many videos online. And the atmosphere, minus the drums and the cymbals and stuff, just the music in between on timeouts, like the atmosphere, it feels good. It's different than a lot of tournaments, and I want to see more of it. Ooh.
I like it because it keeps people engaged as well.
Exactly. Like, you can get up and dance. You see kids running around, going crazy. Ooh, that was a nice pass, actually. That was just really good defense on Orlando.
Greco, outlet time.
Good
goes to Wasco.
save.
And a save made, loose ball. Canada Rip comes ahead. Up the floor comes Canada Rip. And that was an inadvertent pass that drifts back towards the center line. Back at the top. And that's the team chemistry factor coming into play. You shouldn't have to rescue that many passes on one or in one sequence, and yet that's 3 passes now as a shot goes to mercifully end the sequence that Canada Rip had to rescue.
Yep. That happens. I mean, there's even some teams that play well together that happens too. It's just unfortunate, but luckily for the Canadians, Orlando didn't press that, which they easily could have. They started to after the first one, but
now Canada Rip looking to take advantage in an errant pass out of play. Orlando with the ball.
Yep. The Orlando coach is telling them to slow down, which you're up by 7. Don't want to get hurt. You don't want to push things too much.
Don't need to do anything too frisky.
Exactly. So
someone wearing 11 who is not, I don't believe is here. So 11 is a bonus jersey. I don't believe Pamfaria. No, Pamfaria is there. I disregard. I am thinking of another program.
It's been a long day.
It
Almost
has
11
been.
hours.
Kreco up over the cage. When handball games blend together, you know you're doing something right. Shove to the floor. And a halt to play at the 14:37 mark. Quickly restarted by the Agents of Chaos, but they were too quick.
Yep, we'll have to go back. Everybody has to be, defense has to be behind, I believe 2 meters behind the play that starts, and then the team has to be, the attacking team has to be like 9 yards, or 9 yards, oh geez.
Meters?
So American Josh, yeah. Meters, yes.
Orlando with the ball. Didn't amount to much in the end. as that shot amounts to a lot for Orlando, 9-1, with 9:43 left to play in the half.
Yeah, that was about 2 to 3 minutes of a scoring drought there for either team. Which, if you're the Canadian team, is very good, and if you're Orlando, that's odd.
But not very bad because you're +8.
Yeah, and the coach did say to slow down, so they did slow down. So there's that too. Look at that. Listen to your coach, and things work out for you.
Good things happen. Brought back ahead by the Agents of Chaos. They're from up north. No wonder they're chaotic. Brought back for a shot that bounds in. Easy save made by Castillo. I get the feeling that Izzy Francescini is warming up in the bench area for work in the second half. Quick shot.
Ooh.
Did it stay out?
It went in. It bounced off the post, hit the goalkeeper, and just kind of trickled back in.
Aha. 9-2. I saw it hit the post and thought it stayed out.
Yeah. As keeper, you just kind of like, yep, that happened. And then you're like, oh crap, it didn't.
Or the double post.
Yep.
Faria scores.
There's one time where it hit post, and didn't go in. And I think I was in the net for that, and it was a game. So I was like, oh, yes, thank you.
I think I recall seeing something like that at the Fall Classic in Bloomington last fall.
Yep. Yeah, that post had a heyday then.
It got a workout.
Yep.
That goal at Cage itself got a workout that weekend.
Yep. That should have been the MVP of the tournament, but
Joe took it.
Yeah, that's me. So
7-meter throw converted. 10-3. It was a 7 and just a 7. No 2-minute penalty attached.
Nope.
At the end of that. Faria gets that one over to Pires. That's Carolina Pires. Cynthia, her sister, a left back and a wing wearing number 9. Faria up over the cage.
Gunning for the photographer.
Guard the valuables, including the camera.
Yep.
Brought back on by the Agents of Chaos. 18-14 in to the first half of our final game of day 1 from Holland, Michigan. Beautiful college campus here at Hope College.
Nice pass. Good shot. Good save. 2 minutes and another 7.
And a double whammy to top it all off. Faria, who's going to take the shot.
Yeah, these 7s have been a saving grace for Canada. Well, I spoke too soon. I need to just not do that anymore.
Not in that lifetime, says Joanne Marie Castillo.
Nope, I'm going to retire from casting, so I will see you guys. Thanks for tuning in. We'll catch you in the fall at the next handball tournament.
Orlando with possession as this one comes to Faria. Faria's pass intended for Pallotta. And I don't know what Faria was thinking there, but she couldn't handle it. Faria dropped that off. Got it to Pires and far side. Shot saved by the keeper for the Agents of Chaos. 5 minutes and some change left in the bank in this opening half.
Yep. Canada needed to stop there.
He is Joshua Linga. I am Jeff Disher. Glad you've joined us. Feel free to interact with us on the YouTube stream.
Those of you that are still tuning in, it's a late day or late time. We know 7:20. For those of you in the Central Time, those of you overseas, I assume it's probably morning. Which thank you for checking in earlier. We do appreciate that. We love seeing people all from all over the world. And
We do. We have a timeout called.
for Orlando.
Looks like a momentum stopper. So our final game of the day with Orlando leading Canada Rip by a 10-3 score. 4 minutes and 48 seconds left in the first half, barring any extra time. But as I mentioned, my first time on this campus and greatly enjoyed it thus far. Sure, there's more enjoyment to come tonight and through the rest of the weekend.
Yep, so I went to school at Augustana College in the Quad Cities down in Illinois, which is in the middle of the country for those of you that are out of the country, in the cornfields of Iowa. And we didn't go against Hope College, but we did play against some other MIAA teams.
Okay.
And so I've heard of Hope, specifically with lacrosse. They have a good lacrosse team, which Joey played 4 years of, I believe, here, which goalkeeper as well. Good for him.
Not surprising.
Yeah, but this is a beautiful campus, very good school as well. So, yeah. Thanks.
Speak of the devil. Orlando with possession. Late stages. First half, shot, goal.
Oh. I got distracted.
As the shot goes in, 11-4 now in favor of Orlando.
Yeah, this half is a lot closer than the first game so far. It's not to say that it won't get out of hand again, but the things that the Canadian team needed to work on, it looks like that they did, talked over it, and Orlando is just doing what they're doing, you know, playing well together. And yeah, it also helps too that the Canadian goalkeeper has made some big stops as well.
Mental mistakes.
Yep.
Coming to the fore. And at this next, the moment I get a chance is right now. Joe Williams joins us for a little bit in this final game of the day. You have been all over the place.
Yes, sir.
And we appreciate the efforts that you've gone to as a goal scored by the Agents of Chaos, making it 11-5 with 3 minutes and change left in the bank. So your day has been full of being all over the place. We have seen some kick saves that would make you jealous, including in this game. But your thoughts on day one of the American Handball Championship?
So far, so good. I think everyone's happy, everyone's having fun, and everyone's being patient with sort of the experiment that's going on to have a beach and indoor tournament going on at the same time with players overlapping. It's certainly been tough, but I think well worth it.
7-meter throw off the iron for Orlando, and they maintain a 6-goal lead as we count down the last 2 minutes and a quarter of the opening half. You've got a photog down on court level who...
Shout out Ferris Media.
Yes. But he is begging, or they are begging for a camera to be sacrificed.
He's a pro. I've seen him dodge lacrosse balls, and so I think...
From 4 years here?
No, he is actually one of the best.
Goal scored by the Agents of Chaos. He is one of the best.
One of the best media, I guess, you know, videographers in the high school lacrosse game here in Michigan. And not just lacrosse, but other sports as well. So he's got some great stuff. Go give him a follow on Instagram. It's Ferris, Ferris Media.
Related to the Bulldogs?
Possibly.
Okay.
I'll have to ask.
Faria whiffed on the shot, but she was headed down as she lost the ball. I ask because I have a good friend in Athletic Communications with Ferris.
All right, Ferris.
Shout
State.
out Sarah Higley. Orlando with the ball.
Good
Hit a
save.
glove, hit the post, and stayed out. Final minute of play, outlet time, not going to work for the Agents of Chaos as that goes begging.
I do want to take a moment here. I know it's only day one.
Okay.
I want to shout you, Jeff Disher, and JJ Weilinga out for manning the cameras, for making sure that this stream has been as good as it is. And you guys have been working all day, haven't moved, haven't seen you move once in over 10 hours. So if you're watching this, I want you to just, be appreciative for the hard work that these guys are doing.
Appreciate that as Carolina Pires took the shot and scored, making it 12-6.
You're too kind, Joey.
I agree with his assessment.
Well, I'm also honest. You guys are awesome. So I'm glad you came. Again, when we're first thinking about doing this tournament, it's a little bit of a risk, but to have great people like both of you behind it has made it all pay off, and I think it will continue to pay off over the next couple of days here.
The Agents of Chaos with the ball possession. Short side shot goes in, 12-7. Now Canada Rip, the Agents of Chaos, or whatever you'd like them to be called, coming to life, Josh, in the latter stages of the first half as the siren sounds, and that will do it for half number one. Are we looking at Orlando, Josh, and thinking they were saved by the bell in terms of the way Canada Rip was coming on there at the end?
I think it was more Canada getting their confidence back after stopping a few fast breaks, a few saves by the goalie, missed 7-meter shots, and Orlando just kind of being on cruise control and then being woken up from that, for lack of a better term.
Because that game this morning was much different, to say the very least, and so to see Canada Rip to within a 5-goal spread at half is a great thing to see.
Yep. Just from earlier, they are 11 points away from their score earlier, and they've held Orlando to about a third of their goals so far.
Oof.
So that's good on Canada. That's what they needed to do. And Orlando, I think, just needs to take a breather, look at what they're doing, and go back to doing what was working well for them.
Halftime in Holland, final game of day one. We'll pause, and we will have the second half shortly. back at the DeVos Fieldhouse in Holland, Michigan, on the campus of Hope College, which coincidentally is 15 minutes from Lake Michigan. We bring you half number 2 of the final game of day 1 as the Orlando Handball Club are up 12-7 over the Canadian Agents of Chaos, consisting of free agents from Canada. You have heard the dulcet tones of Josh Wallinga, Jeff Disher here from the concourse level at DeVos Fieldhouse, home of Division III basketball and volleyball. The volleyball court on the other side of a partition, and we are underway.
And we're going to
Not so much.
All right, guys, take 2.
Let's try that again with feeling.
They just want to play the music again. There's some bangers up in here. All right, for real, let's go.
Let's try this again with feeling, and we are back underway. Second half as Orlando moves left to right with the 12-7 lead. Surprised, or pleasantly surprised, that the Canadian Agents of Chaos are within 5 to start the second half.
Yes, I am very happy with how well they played. As a commentator, can be. It's very nice to see a closer game than a blowout, especially with a team that is as good as Orlando has been playing these last 2 games. Also, great experience for the team. First time playing together. They've all played handball separately.
Medeiros tried to push off and got the whistle. Go ahead, finish your point.
So, yeah, it's good to see. Very happy.
Orlando still with possession as a 2-point takedown that Hope College wrestlers would appreciate occurs inside the 6. That's not the last time you will see that or hear that this weekend. Had an epic takedown in the men's game, which inspired that reference. Quick shot, kick, save made by the goalkeeper.
Kiss those posts, baby.
And shocker of all shockers on the Orlando team handball side, he says sarcastically, split goaltending duties. Francis Cheney back in the net for Orlando in the second half.
Yep, that's pretty common to split your goalkeepers. Yep, that's going to be a 7 for sure.
And that'll be a tug of the jersey prior to the shot. And they do give the 7. Taking the shot for the Agents of Chaos is the unidentified Lucky 13. Scores 12-8.
That is that's what they needed. One save, 1 goal, and then now hopefully another stop and get another goal, and maybe they can get something going again.
Extra attacker on for Orlando.
Ooh, yep.
Risky. And speaking of risky, Carraro didn't know that pass was coming to her.
Yep.
Carraro dishes. Ooh. That worked. And the extra attacker serves Orlando well as Franceschini back on. Save made, Franceschini.
Yep, you'll see a lot of pretty much everywhere outside of the U.S. and then maybe a few elite teams in the U.S. will not run a 6-man when they're, or a 6 attacker when they're down. They'll just play 5-on-6. But pretty much everywhere else, you'll pull the goalie, and then you'll play 6-on-6. And usually when teams have a lot of cohesion, kind of like Orlando does, they will do that. Like for instance here, Cal Heat, you'll see Army do it. I think New York and Nyack will do it from time to time.
We saw that last fall.
Yep.
On occasion, but Orlando with a +5. I can see them experimenting with things.
Yep.
And Josie Almeida proves us right. Speaking of, back on comes Manuela Gama as the bonus player for Orlando. And as we've said all day, when you're +5, you can afford to get a little frisky. In a closer game, wouldn't do it.
I think some teams would, just maybe not here.
Really?
Yep. A lot of teams will, even when they're down, because that's good. My favorite team, THW Kiel. I don't know if I'm saying that right, so my apologies for any Germans out there. They will do that, and pretty much everyone in that league will as well. But they practice it. They're professionals. We here are amateurs, as much as we like to think we're professionals.
Now that German professional league is the Bundesliga?
That's the specific German one. The one that I was thinking is the EHF Machine Seeker League, which has like Barcelona. Let's see, Paris Saint-Germain. I know how to say that one kind of because I got yelled at once. That was supposed to be on Canada. Let me rectify the score.
14-9.
Yep. So we will go back there. Ta-da.
There it is.
We don't want that. But yeah, so a lot of those teams, even the EHR, so that's the I don't remember which one. Anyways, the Machine Seeker League and the league below them, which is like the top tier, and then the Star League, I think. They will run 6-on-6. They'll pull their goalie pretty much all the time.
Carraro gets this to Gama, who in turn delivered a pass to Adegnan. She couldn't put it, or to check that Carraro, and she couldn't put it home. Carraro dropped it off.
Yep.
Kick ball leads to the halt of play. 19 minutes left in a 5-goal game.
Yep, double dribble there, unfortunately. Dropped the ball, picked it up, then dropped it again, and then picked it up again. Can't do that.
Ball played over on the far side.
Got quite the crowd here today, a bunch of other teams. It looks like the beach games are done for the day, if I'm not mistaken.
You're correct.
So that's why I think a lot of them are here, but it's always great for everybody to come and stop by and say hi.
Great save there by Franceschini.
Next year we're looking to get the beach portion going more. If you want to check out the official TAHC Instagram page, Joe has been updating that on the story. You can see live interviews there, updated scores as well. We've got the indoor section here, and he's been doing a great job on the beach part as well, because as he said, this is an experiment. You don't usually have indoor and beach at the same time.
And that's going on out at Holland State Park.
Yep.
Is the beach.
So for those of you that are close by or want to go check it out, 20-minute drive northwest, I believe, on Lake Superior. Nope,
Michigan.
Lake Michigan. I'm from Minnesota. It's Superior to me. So, yeah, you can check out the scores there. We'll get also an update tomorrow morning for you guys for that, for those of you that are interested. We'll also get the group information fixed as well as Orlando takes it back.
2-on-0. Shot, score.
Yep.
16-9. You almost saw that one coming.
Yep. You, as a goalie, you just got to throw yourself in front of the ball and hope you save it.
Hope you guessed right.
Exactly.
Been there a time or two. Franceschini makes the save. She's under heavy consideration for the player of the game again, although I would get Castillo just to mix things up too.
I would agree with both of those, yes.
Orlando with possession as they slow the game down, looking to already melt what is left of the clock to the tune of 16 minutes and a half. as that comes to Carraro near side. Carraro dropped that off to Medeiros. Medeiros goes back over. Quick shot wide right from Pam Feria. Now a little bit of frisky business from Francine Carraro.
Yep, that was good defense stopping the fast break there. Canada really wanted to push it, and Orlando said no, not today.
Any more contact, though, and you would have drawn the ire, or more ire from the men in yellow.
Yeah, I mean, that was good. They were playing directly in front of him instead of to the side or behind. Looking for the pivot there, unfortunately.
Didn't work.
Yep.
Outlet time to Palazza. High and wide.
That is uncharacteristic. I mean, I know you have a defender on you, but you're going to... She's been hitting those, so unfortunate, but a nice reprieve from the Canadian team. I'm sure they are happy with that as well.
They can score a goal here. Whistle goes before the shot.
Yep, 5 steps.
Travel.
Yep. Was looking to pass and then said no thank you and took the extra step at the end, and can't do that, unfortunately. And as soon as she shot, I think she knew the whistle was coming. She didn't look. I mean, the shot went over too, but
double displeased.
Exactly. Yeah.
Carraro here on the near side gets the ball back, delivers down low, shot in by Sonia Medeiros.
Yep, just over the hands of the keeper, or in between the hands of the keeper.
Not as unfriendly as the 5-hole. Been there, done that, but. Equally frustrating.
Yep. I think it's more embarrassing if it goes through your hands than through your feet. At least in handball. Ooh.
And a little help from the post.
I don't know. She got a little bit out of it. I'm gonna say yes because
I agree.
You always got to give credit where credit is due. That was also a good angle coming out and trying to block off that shot. Bounces are weird, and this surface is not quite as bouncy as some. Especially with the resin on the ball.
It's still holding true over the course of games through the day. That goes 5-hole. Goal scored, making it 17-10.
Double digits on both teams. Also a lot closer.
Yeah.
This is good.
We've got a chance to have a ball game here at the end.
Exactly. Canada playing more a little bit their game. Orlando, I'm not sure if they're just happy with how they did earlier and they know that they can play them, but
still make the crisp passes.
Yep.
Adagnon goes to Carraro. Carraro back to Adagnon. Loose ball goes over on the turnover.
Yep. Goalkeeper ball.
As this comes ahead. What a shot.
Oh, that is not a goal.
Oh, it went high. Oh, wow. I got baffled by the ripple in the net.
It did go in, but she was on the line. It looked like the refs are Hawkeyes with this, and with the being able to see the lines a lot easier, that's going to happen. So you just deal with it.
Yeah.
If you're a goalkeeper, you're like, yes. And if you're a wing, you're like, oh.
The thrill of victory and the agony of defeat.
Exactly, yes.
Short side
Good
shot
save.
For Medeiros is knocked away as we are into the 4th quarter of this one.
Yep. Very good playing from the Canadian team. They are, I believe, no, they scored 18 earlier. But they're playing a lot better. Their defense is a lot stronger. They're hitting their opportunities a lot better. So that game that they played earlier and just even now, you know, maybe go get lunch together or something, talk together, hang out more. You get to know each other more, which is important.
And tournaments like this are more of a bonding experience than anything. Sure, the competition's nice too, but it's a way for teams like this, especially for the Agents of Chaos who are new, to bond.
Yep. And I mean, even Minnesota team handball, you know, go out, hang out together. We get dinner together. We watched the Panthers Vegas game last night. A little disappointed how that turned out, but you know, so it be sometimes. I think
it do be like that sometimes.
Yeah. By transitive property, I have to root for them. So, but yeah, we just kind of sat in the dorms, and after we went out to dinner, yep, that's travel.
2-on-1 doesn't come to much for Orlando. What have we? Timeout? Looks that way.
Yep, I'm gonna say timeout.
I agree.
Yep.
Timeout on the floor. 18-11 Orlando.
But yeah, no, it's great for team bonding. You know, traveling sucks sometimes, but getting away from home and just being with like the people that you like. I mean, I hope you like everybody on your team. Sometimes that happens where it's not the case. But it's good. And then, you know, maybe they're like, hey, we want to keep playing together. And then, you know, year, 2 years, 3 years from now, we'll see them like competing for top placements.
And that's the great thing about broadcasting a tournament like this too. Back when we did the Fall Classic in Minneapolis or suburban Minneapolis, you and I were both approached about this very event back in October. So we have had 6-7 months to prepare for this.
Yep.
We hope it has come through over the course of the day for all of you tuning in. We appreciate the holy heck out of you, and we encourage you to tune in the next 2 days. Josh, myself, and a cast of many will grace your YouTube streams over the course of the next 2 days. I know 2 people who are itching to get over here and call some games, including one man from the Columbus Armada who will be named later.
Yep. You'll see, you'll see some good games. Pretty much all the games have been good. There's been maybe one blowout, and I think it was the Orlando-Canada game. But first game we play together of the first day, it's gonna be tough.
Yep.
So, but yeah, close otherwise, and we'll get the group brackets updated for you tomorrow morning, and then we will have an hour reprieve as well. But yeah, stay tuned for the rest of this game, and then those of you that are gone, we'll see you tomorrow.
Mini bear hug halting play, or double bear hug halted play there for a moment as 10 minutes and a bunch of nickels remain in the contest. And the Canadian Agents of Chaos with possession. That's what you get when you play for the first time with a group of girls in this case. Whistle goes, will come the other way. Under 10 minutes to play in day 1 of the American Handball Championship, put on by the American Handball Company.
Yep. I think it was formed in 2020, 2019.
2019 sounds correct.
Yep. And they've been doing work specifically in the Michigan area, bringing handball to communities all over Michigan.
Choke hold that Hulk Hogan would have loved. There for the Chaos. And that pass a little risky, but you can afford it being up 7, I guess.
Yeah, that was a close one. The pivot turned, and I guess she turned around. So that's going to be a 2-minute on Canada. So they'll be down 1 player.
But not a double whammy, as the double whammy would be surrendering a 7-meter throw as well.
Yep. And a slight reprieve for Canada. Ball goes flying over. That happens. Get excited. You go over.
It do be like that sometimes.
It do be like that, yep.
Whistle goes. Travel.
I thought he was going to give him a charge, and I was like, I don't know, but a travel makes sense.
Now Orlando extends the lead to 8 with 8 minutes and 15 left to play. Tell us about the first game. The first game out tomorrow is, I believe, Toronto. And
let me get this back up here. Detroit and Milwaukee. Which that's going to be a big game because Milwaukee is 2-0 and Detroit is 1-1. And you heard them. Good save.
Wow, nice kick save.
You heard them talking about
fast break.
Oh,
tipped away. Are we staying here? No, we're going the other way.
Yep. So Milwaukee is 2-0. Very tough game against the Pandas. So the Pandas are 1-1 and Detroit is 1-1. So we very well could be in a situation like last year where the entire group is 2-1, assuming that Detroit beats Milwaukee and the Pandas beat DC. And I was hoping we wouldn't be in that point, but here we go. We might end up being there.
High goal differential. Good to meet you.
Yeah, exactly. Now, if Milwaukee plays how they did against Pickerington and they do that against Detroit, I think it'll be a pretty close game. I believe the last time the two teams, I want to say fought, but that's not the right word, went against each other.
It works.
Yep. Was at the Milwaukee Classic back in April, and I believe Milwaukee took the cake on that one. So Detroit's coming back for revenge, and I mean, if they keep fixing all the things they need to, it's going to be a great game.
Loose ball at the 6-meter spot. Fast break for Orlando. Up high.
I think that's the second one she sailed over.
Yep.
I don't know if she's trying to compensate for the resin or if she just lost it, but that's 2 in a row, I think.
6 minutes to go. Whistle before the shot.
Yep.
And we'll come the other way.
That's a line. You can see that from up here.
Across the timeline comes Orlando.
Yeah, but there's going to be, 3 good games in a row tomorrow. You got Detroit, Milwaukee right away in the morning. Columbus versus Minnesota. That's Columbus is 2-0. Minnesota's 1-0. So that might determine the top seed. And then the Chicago Women's, who we haven't seen yet, will be battling it out against Orlando. Good save. Tomorrow, which that should be a good game as well. And then later in the afternoon, we'll get the other women's game, Canada against Orlando.
So
or Chicago. Canada and Orlando are playing right now. And if they play a third time, I might have some words with Joey.
I mean, could happen as that shot sails high. Because you have that last game on Sunday, which is effectively ends the round robin.
Yep. Yeah, because I think each team plays the other team twice.
Yep.
Which is interesting. Haven't had that in a round robin, but when there's no group play, it's nice.
With a tournament like this, though, if you're not guaranteeing two games for these teams, it gets to what's the point very quickly.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, like, anytime you go somewhere, you almost want to say, hey, you're guaranteed 4 games, maybe 6, 5 or 6, depending on how well you do. I think 3 is more the norm. It's like you're guaranteed 3, and then if you do well, you get 5. If you do average, you get 4. So 4 is good.
4 minutes to go is a nice save made. Bodies hit the deck.
Yep, you don't want to see that.
No. Player
off.
for Canada Rip walking it off, looking like the right leg is the issue.
Yeah, I think she hit her knee when she came down. So, which that can be scary. I mean, any injury can be scary, but specifically with the knees and all the ligaments inside and the ACLs. And I'm not a doctor, Jim, but sports injuries, you hear a lot about them when you play sports, as long as I have.
She's getting around fine, just looking at her on the bench. That being Kira Hopkinson.
Yep, that's good. We like to see that. Good save or stop by Orlando. Bring it back downtown to Canada. And
3 minutes and 10 seconds to go in regulation.
Yep.
Orlando's locked this one in.
It's been a much, much better game for Canada.
Yes.
And it's been a little less than the sample size of 1 I have for Orlando.
Ooh, that could have been monkey butt ugly right quick.
Yep. So
did that draw a 7?
Yep, 7,
yes.
but no penalty.
Okay.
Because the Canadian player was going to grab her and then stopped, and usually when you stop.
Medeiros.
Good
no! Save made. Goaltender guessed right.
Yep.
2.5 minutes and just under left to play. As the Canadian Agents of Chaos come forward, that shot saved by Franceschini. I'm going Joanne Marie Castillo for our player of the game.
Yep.
Or our man of a match,
yep.
I guess.
I would agree with that. Unless a miracle happens, I think it's safe to say that Orlando's got this game in the bag.
Buck 50, buck 49, buck 48 to go.
Well, it's a good shot though.
Hey.
Maybe you get 8 more of those and you stop everything.
Could. Although Orlando's going to look to milk the clock.
Yep. Which you need to when you're up by that much.
Lockdown offense for the Orlando Handball Club.
Yep. So this is just running the clock out and sailing into tomorrow 2-0. Huge goal differential, specifically after the first game.
There's a +9.
Yep. So at about +26, which is good.
Sounds right. Bear hug, halt play, clock rolls.
My brain can't work. I can't do the goal differential for the Canadian side, so we will figure that out tomorrow. And it will be not in Canadian dollars, it will be in US dollars.
We'll have the graphics updated for you in the morning, y'all.
Yep. So those of you that are tuning in, we do appreciate it. Running the clock down here, not much left to be said the last minute or so. Those of you that tuned in.
Ooh, yeah, maybe something to be said there is incidental contact, halts play.
Yep, you're worried about the head there.
Certainly.
Yeah, Katsu from Minnesota took actually a pretty jarring head slam on the post or on the floor down here, and yeah, he's fine, which is good. But he was joking that his ponytail he had stopped the fall, and I think that's what happened here, which is good. We don't want any head injuries; those are the worst kind.
No.
So I was like, "Yeah, you okay?" And he's like, "Yeah, my ponytail stopped it." And I'm like, "Oh," and he's like, "No, seriously, it did." And I was like, "Oh, okay." So maybe we should make it mandatory to wear ponytails then, regardless if you have the hair for it or not.
Bonus time in the second half. Halt to the movement before the shot goes off.
That one you should almost let them play through. They're almost through. But that's fine. We've got
it is 7.
Oh,
no,
that's it.
They're not going to let them take.
Nope.
Okay, so they're going to let them take the 7. So this will be the last play of the game.
Yep.
Ball game over. Shot goes in, so it's a +8 differential for Orlando in the final tally, as it is Orlando with a 21-13 victory. We'll get Joanne Marie Castillo before final thoughts from Josh and myself. So we'll do that in a moment. All right, back at the American Handball Championship as we are on a quick out. First, before we do that quick out, Joanne Marie Castillo, starting goaltender for Orlando Team Handball, our Woo man of the match in this last game of the day. So for Josh Walinga and everyone else who has been a part of this one, we say so long for now from the DeVos Field House at Hope College in Holland, Michigan, as we will say see you for day 2 in the morning. So long, everyone. Okay, hit me. Back for an additional piece of business as we have Joanne Marie Castillo walking into shot, and you're looking at that camera. Jeff Disher with a very winning feeling goaltender, Joanne Marie Castillo, who got the start in both games today.
Yes.
Splitting time with Isabella.
Yeah.
We had Isabella as the Woo man of the match in your guys' first game today.
Mm-hmm.
So talk about your play and how the team in front of you improved in game 2 versus game 1 this morning.
I think this morning with us coming in from traveling late last night, definitely affects that. And after that, we started making better connections as the day went on, just kind of talking more. Our communication was way better, I feel like, in this game. I feel like it helped out a lot more. I think this time I was able to be a little bit more aware of what was going on as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think as the day went on later, it just helped me to kind of see what was happening.
Josh Walinga is going to ask you a question as well.
Yeah, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
It's good going into the second day with 2 wins.
Yeah,
You had some really nice stops as well.
Thank you. There were some I was pretty surprised. I was like, okay, wow, that was pretty good. I have nice little.
Nice
ooh, hello.
Yeah, those are nice. So looking at tomorrow, it looks like you guys are playing, I think, Chicago, which that should actually be a really good game. Have you guys played Chicago before, or is this your first time against them?
Yeah, this is going to be my first time against them.
Okay.
So,
what can you take away from today to put forth tomorrow for tomorrow's game, so you guys can kind of start off on a strong note again?
Definitely the communication. Again, I mean, like I said, I can't even say that enough because I feel like this morning our connections are bad. Just how we were playing, you could see we felt a bit lost. And I think the second one, I mean, our passes were just on point to everybody, and just everybody talking. As soon as somebody was communicating with somebody else, automatically. And with me in the back as well, I feel like I communicated a lot better where I wanted everybody positioned as far as defense was, and I think that totally helped. So as long as, if I can keep doing that and we can communicate as far as the offensive side, I think we will come out with a win again.
How long will it take you to kind of get a feel for, or how long does it take you to get a feel of your opponent?
I want to say first 5 to 10 minutes. It does take
That's
me
where I was thinking.
Yeah,
I wasn't sure.
Yeah, it definitely does take me about that time. It does. So.
All right. Well, we'll let you enjoy the rest of the
Awesome.
night, and we'll see you in the morning.
Thank you.
Joanne Marie Castillo.
Bye. Thank you so much.
With us as the Woo Man of the match. Additional piece of business complete. And now we will say so long from Hope College in Holland, Michigan. 15 minutes from the Big Lake. So for Josh Walenga, Jeff Disher is saying so long once again from Hope College. We'll see you for day 2 bright and early in the morning. So long, everyone.